We're doing this. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Thank you very much, Killtastic. Let's go. Let's go to here. Let's pause this bad boy. We don't need that. Fashionably late. Fashionably on time, you mean? Plus 2 minutes late. Hey, what is JavaScript Day? So, JavaScript Day is a conference by IntelliJ. And they... They're out. They're out. Why do you drink from a jar? I don't know. What kind of cups do you get? Do you get like other cups? Do you know about SEMA? Hold on. No, I don't. What's SEMA? Go ahead, put it in. Get him in there. SEMA balls. Damn, I never thought that would happen. I can't believe I got D's nuts. Lunchtime brain food. Bertrand, I have not eaten in 24 hours. I want that food. I don't even know why I linked. I don't even know why I opened that. Hey, thank you, Gavin Silver. Appreciate that, okay? Appreciate that. Homeless Dev, thank you for the gifted sub. A bloke, Jeesington. My condolences. Thank you for the condolences. I appreciate that. Here, let's get a couple alerts going while we're still here, huh?
Welcome to Costco. I love you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that, Kills. Thank you, Bjorn 9. Thank you. And hey, LL2P, thank you for the tier 1. Let's go on Gordlug. Thank you for the Twitch Prime. Let's do this. Let's do this, baby. Thank you. Did you properly edit your .com for your cups? I don't even have no cups. JavaScript Day got 500 megabytes of NPM libs. Dude, you know that's not true. It'd be minimum a gigabyte. It's him, Poggers. Hey, you look slimmer. Last time I've been here was last week. Nope, I'm still the same guy. I don't really think you can lose weight like that unless if you had like a horrible cold. Like if something terrible happened. Which is also terrible because my entire family is sick. And I think I might also be getting sick. I think I can feel it in my nosy. Is this pre-recorded? Yes, it is. Yeah, Webstorm Day. No Webstorm Day, but JavaScript Day. Thank you, Dinosaur. Appreciate that. And thank you, hey, Chubby Butthole. Chubby Butthole. I'm not sure what that means. I don't actually know what that means. But thank you. There you go. That's actually the idea. I think all browsers need to just ship React. I think React needs to be owned by Chrome. All right, revolutionary idea. React owns Chrome, immediately improves. Or Chrome owns React. What am I saying? Chrome owns React and immediately improves download time across the universe. And Preact and Svelte. Even though I do like that song, dude, there's this like banger song right around here. Yeah. All right, people, I hope you're getting ready because it is almost time. It is almost time for JavaScript Day to start. Is everybody ready? Are you ready? Apparently, we got to wait for a little bit longer. Let's go. Now give me like 20 minutes. Okay. Just 1 minute. Just 1 minute. Oh, I'm ready. Oh, put me in the game, coach. Oh, put me in the game, coach. This song makes me ready. This song makes me excited. We need HTMX as a part of the HTML standard. Let's go. You already ordered your day of quiche. Let's go. I hope everybody got their quiche ready. It's time. We're quiching. Thank you, French Sardo. Appreciate the 3.
Hashtag sponsored.
It is. It's hashtag sponsored. They are paying me money to watch this. This is true. This is a fact of life. Okay. That's kind of baller. Yeah, I thought it was pretty sweet.
This goes out to the Primogen.
Wingad, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Let's go. All right. I'm going to turn this. Yeah, we'll wait for this thing to turn on. Hey, appreciate that. Sponsored by IntelliJ. Yeah. Hey, appreciate the 10 gifted subs. All right, people. It's time to lower it down. Am I going to get sponsored? Am I going to get DMCA'd? I don't even know. We're going to get... Let's find out.
Hello, everyone. I was mentally absolutely not prepared for this like fancy jingle in the beginning. Like, tripped me off a little bit. But I'm super excited for the 4th edition of our JetBrains JavaScript Day. With me here today, I have my 2 co-hosts, even though one of them is my manager, so that kind of makes it weird to say co-hosts.
I think you should say besties.
Besties, okay, I like that.
Awkward.
So,
oh my gosh, I left alerts on.
Super briefly.
Hey, get the hell out of here.
Time plan.
Sure. You mean not my normal drag it on forever.
Yeah,
Hi, I'm Paul, JetBrains advocate for Python and web.
All right.
That was a painful face.
That was pretty good.
By the way, doing a conference with your boss would be
all right, I guess
strange.
I'll introduce myself.
More
Hi, folks.
volume? More?
Chat is being awesome right now. Lots of people.
More?
My name is Khalid. I'm a JetBrains advocate, mostly on the .NET side, but you know, I love me the web and JavaScript. So I'm here today to help Jan and Paul.
Awkward. Is Paul AI? I think Paul's an AI.
Thank you very much for joining us. And just very briefly about myself, my name is Jan-Niklas Wortman.
Can't you talk with them? No, I don't want to talk with them.
TypeScript. Surprising. I know. Shocking. So,
person who knows everybody in the world of JavaScript, don't you?
Not even remotely. I don't even know like people in Kansas City here. So,
oh, he's Kansas City. I think Kansas City got recently rated like the murder capital of the United States.
We do this now for the 4th edition.
Long live JetBrains, down with VS Code. Absolutely.
Did it last year, not the years before.
Hey, to be completely fair,
did you do the years before together already?
I'm not listening to what they're currently saying. Yeah, get timed out, TJ.
Well, thanks for that. And also, at this point, I want to give a brief shout out to the person in the back, or people in the back, our video audio team, and also Sasha doing all the presentation and stuff.
So sound down. I actually learned how to do Vim.
Thank you. That would be
in IntelliJ.
Because
idea Vim is super good.
Hardly did any work, to be super honest. So really appreciate that.
I'm either team JetBrains or no Vim. No in between. Same.
I already said it actually. We have a packed agenda. We have plenty of stuff. I need to watch my vocabulary. We have plenty of stuff to go over.
What did you just say?
But I want to spend...
Idea Vim is sweet. Idea Vim is actually really good. Idea Vim is so good, I would actually use IntelliJ if I had to.
I at least heard that some people are very excited about that. Just saying. So, for those who check the agenda beforehand, you might have come across this mysterious point of surprise.
Hey, thank you, baby. Thank you for those 300 biddies.
And the thing is, we've had a lot of requests from users for more community editions. like over the year, people came to us and were like, "Hey,
You know what the
having a
strangest thing they
community
did is they
edition
made
like IntelliJ and PyCharm would
they
be
made
super
Java
nice."
a community
The thing,
edition.
though,
Java
is
is like the
our
one reason
IDEs
why
are
I'd
built
get
to support a
IntelliJ.
productive workflow with deep integration. And
They didn't make
therefore, we decided that
JavaScript.
this doesn't necessarily wasn't the best approach.
At least at one time there
So
wasn't.
instead, we found a better way to give more access to a broader audience. So today, we're very excited to share with you all that as of today, later today, but we come to that later, Webstorm, the JetBrains IDE for JavaScript and TypeScript, and Rider, .NET IDE for game development are going to be completely free for non-commercial use.
Wow.
Hey,
wow.
all right.
That's amazing. Yes.
So I guess the question is,
So-
if you're
Can I
developing a
flash up
game,
the first person to give a reaction to it?
if you
Yeah, go for it.
There you
what's it
go.
called? If
Oh,
you
that wasn't it. It
develop a
moved too
game
fast.
and then sell it, is that
So,
commercial
we need
while
to
you're developing it?
send out that check afterwards, but that works.
This was the first one. Here we go.
I hear
All right,
Rider's
Jan,
great. Is
keep
Rider actually
continuing,
great?
'cause I know a lot
Rider
of
is
people
much
are
better than
starting to
Visual
ask
Studio for sure. Is Rider
questions,
good?
and
Sure.
People are excited. So tell us more about this.
Yeah, so
I've
I
never
used a
used
lot of
Rider.
big words for that announcement, so I want to break it down a little bit and answer some of those questions. So free for non-commercial use means that for any kind of learning, open source, content creation, and hobby development, you can use Webstorm and Rider without purchasing a license. We believe that this will make our
Dude, why
product
do I have
generally
cats in here?
more accessible and helping you to learn, grow, and generally be more creative.
Rider is vastly superior to VS.
You might be wondering
Is it?
now, why only Webstorm and Rider? And honestly, we as advocates were probably asking the same questions. The thing is, we already have the same model for our more recent products, Rust Rover and Aqua, and according to recent surveys, close to 70% of developers code outside of work as a hobby. So this approach to self-paced learning outside of regular working hours. is
By the way,
particularly
that's the way to
popular
go.
in web and game development.
You most certainly should be
Therefore,
coding outside of
have
work.
strong reasons
Don't
to
let your
believe that
employer lead
Webstorm
you
and
to your
Rider are the
career.
perfect
You know,
starting
lead
point
your
for those
employer
who
where
want
you want to go.
Having that said, at the current moment, we don't really know if this license model will expand to the broader JetBrains family, but we will constantly reevaluate it.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, if you're already a Webstorm or Rider
Don't let
user,
your
you're
employer lead you to
probably
burn out.
asking
Yeah.
what happens to your existing license? And the thing is, if you're working in a commercial context, not a whole lot. The license will stay
Imagine
the
if
same
yesterday
way.
you just
They
bought
stay
Rider.
exactly the way they are. So
Like,
no
literally
change in that
yesterday.
regards. It's really more about like the non-commercial usage of our software. We did prepare a blog post covering more of the nitty-gritty details. And
You know what
we have
happened.
The link right here. Camera angle is right there.
No one pointed to the
And if you have more questions over that, feel free to join us for the AMA later, which is 12:50 Eastern time, I think, which should be something like 6:50 p.m. European time. So do the math yourself from there on, provided you the anchors from here. The team is already super excited to go over all your questions you might have. So if there's anything you want to figure out, just join us and
The black cat.
we've sorted out from there.
Ooh.
I do have to make the small little tweak though to this official announcement, because the way that big announcement always works, like nothing works flawlessly. So as we're talking about this announcement,
Do
we're
not
literally
the cat.
building
Wait,
things
what?
and stuff. So let's say hopefully by the end of today, everything is sorted out and you can use Webstorm and Rider for free.
Nice. Apparently you can't use it for free right
I
now.
want to add, Jan, too, like for folks, typically community editions are kind of these like Frankenstein IDEs
how
that
is
have
Fleet
some
doing?
features in, some features out. This is not the case. This is full Webstorm, full Rider.
I used Webstorm.
Everything professionals get to use, you now get to use for your hobby projects.
Okay, first
your
off,
side
I don't
projects.
know
So if you've ever wanted to build that
any
side
TikTok memes.
hustle
Okay,
React
so don't
application,
even
go
try
for
to
it.
give me a TikTok meme.
If you want to build that Unity game,
Second
or
off,
Godot
Webstorm.
game,
I
or
used Webstorm
Unreal
back in the day.
game, now you can use
But then I
Rider to
used
build
what's it called?
your,
I just instead, hey, thank you,
Flappy
awesome Kling.
Bird
Appreciate
$1
that. Let's go,
unicorn
awesome
app.
Kling.
So,
But then I
you
just
can
started
get those,
using
side projects
IntelliJ the
going.
full
So
thing instead.
it's pretty awesome.
Then it became
embracing
NeoVim.
hustle culture.
Or then it became
Hey,
Vim,
look,
then
man,
VS Code,
this is like
then
Christmas and
Emacs, then
Easter on one
SpaceMax,
day.
then DoMax, then back to Vim, then
Hey,
back
look,
to VS
I'm
Code,
seeing a lot in
then
chat
Atom,
that folks are excited
then back to
about
VS Code,
finishing
then
those
back to
side
Vim,
projects that they
then
started
NeoVim and
years
Fstay.
ago, and now with the best IDEs on the planet, they can do that.
Yeah.
What's
You're going to be
bad about
releasing
that?
Flappy College, right?
Yeah, look at me.
I want to add something to what Colin just said. I'm also with PyCharm, and we have a community edition over there. And there's always the question about what's in community, what's in professional. And for the last year,
Nobody knows.
Webstorm has been getting asked, why don't you have a community edition? Well, because Webstorm was thinking about these things and thinking about the right way forward. And this is a pretty interesting approach.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think
Is Paul a
too,
robot?
like, just to add, it's
He
like,
might be
you know,
the
Jan
new
mentioned
cloud.
68%.
Let's go. Thank you,
70% of developers code as a
C17R
hobby.
robot.
And part of being a professional or getting into this professional industry is about expanding your knowledge and learning. And I think it's a really great opportunity that JetBrains is offering people to expand their education using some of the.
Is it actually called PHP Storm? Because if it's called PHP Storm, I'm actually really sad because it should have been called something different, because it's like PyCharm, PHP Storm, or it's Webstorm, or PyCharm. Then what PHP should have had its own PHP Lambo, right? Like there's a lot of stuff they could have went with. PyCharm.
That's pretty cool.
Sure. Yeah. One thing we may forget to mention is that
Rust Rover,
this is
Sea
not
Lion.
retroactively for like old versions of Webstorm. This will happen with the next version happening hopefully today.
PHP Lambo.
Yeah.
Hopefully. So that should be Webstorm 2024.2.4. And because we're not in sync with minor releases,
the Primastorm
2024.2.7 for writer. So just have a look out if you're like not seeing the pop-up allowing you to
look at that. We're like 20 seconds behind.
Probably on an older version, or not the right one.
All right, so hey, I need to do a quick...
I will, if you're doing asterisks,
while they're yapping
I will
here.
do one more asterisk and say the only requirement...
While they're yapping, I need to do like a little quick pause. Now, while things are going on,
I will also recommend...
live content's kind of tricky to react to.
Want to install
so new poll.
JetBrains IDEs or have JetBrains
what
IDEs
to do?
Side by side, I highly recommend
reduce,
JetBrains Toolbox.
chat,
it's fantastic,
and watch
for
live.
All your tools.
Pause.
Highly recommend that.
And yap more.
Probably my favorite advocacy tool, just because I have like 20.
I don't care.
Yeah.
And I get to click on the update all and feel productive because my CPU.
I don't know which one to do. You know.
I've never done that because I want the old
Yappington.
Approaches me, but like I have an issue in this one that I can check like.
1.25 to catch up.
Does it still have in the new version?
Where's the pause and the gap at 1.25 feet? Okay. Hold on.
Colin, finish your point.
Well, I was going to say for you guys, make sure you turn off JetBrains Toolbox, or else it's going to all the updates will come during the worst time. So
sure.
But go ahead, Paul. You were going to say something.
Yeah, so I get on my soapbox about a little bit about this announcement.
Watch live.
There's a class of people who say when you're learning, you should use like the simplest possible tool and eat your vegetables
pause.
And do your push-ups.
1.25x catch up.
Famous guy in the world of Python learned Python the hard way.
There you go.
And I've always thought, you know, I'd want someone to have the best experience in the beginning, not the worst experience. Call me crazy. And so something that's already ready to go out of the box seems like a pretty good starting point. And so I'm pretty excited about people being able to get something and recommend to other people who might be beginners, who might be hobbyists and stuff, something where you're not just constantly fiddling.
Where's the I don't care option? Delete poll, do it again. I'm not doing it again.
But
we came for the app. Did you come for the app?
Off here a little bit because this is not a marketing event. We're celebrating JavaScript and TypeScript. I know this is hard for you, Khalid, but you will make it through this day.
Oh man,
I believe in you. So
this is not a marketing event, people. This is not a marketing event.
And get things going because I already see our speaker in the backstage.
So actually, the first talk is the one I'm most excited about, which is Evan Yu.
This is all in.
I expect him to give us the deets.
We're right now at the opening remarks. We did the surprise announcement.
I expect him to give us the deets. If I want to hear, I want to hear about Void Zero here. Okay.
From there on, we have Josh Goldberg.
I want to see this. What? That's a great lineup. It is a great lineup. TypeScript generics. You know, generics I go back and forth on because I feel like once you start getting into the fun of generics, all of a sudden,
leading to that, we have Becca.
It's not good. The silent open source crisis. This is actually a great security flaw. I hope they mention and they talk about that. You should name your black cat Void Zero. I will. Lust, not love. Wait, what does that even mean?
One maintainer in the middle of nowhere.
Why are we lusting? Why are we doing that? Why the marketing hate? I don't know.
I think.
Why every language embed generics now? I don't know, because you kind of... Generics are nice. They can be really nice.
Have we had a CSS talk before?
I don't think so. I think
yeah, there's
I'm really excited about
P99,
this
there's
because
a Next
I'm
Conf,
big
and
fan
there's
of Becca
this.
Powell.
There
He's
is a
a great
lot of
YouTube
events
channel
happening
and a
just
lot of
today.
YouTube shorts. So anything with CSS is awesome.
And then you don't need JavaScript for that. That's going to be a bunch of CSS, so that's probably not. I'm not going to have a lot to say on this one. I'm not going to lie to you guys. I don't really have a lot to say on CSS. Okay, I try to avoid it. I use Tailwind.
All right, Jan, keep going.
I used to be a CSS master back before they had variables or media queries. Don't you dare come at Kevin. No one's coming at Kevin Powell. I'm just saying I'm not a master.
It's basically your way. If you have any
Okay.
questions for the Webstorm team, what about that?
Okay, buddy.
What about this kind of thing?
Tailwind, the backend framework, Counter-Strike source was decent. It was. The Counter-Strike source was pretty good.
We have a good mix of the team here. We have the dev lead, we have marketing lead.
Tailwind, aka inline CSS. Yeah. Are you drinking pickle water? No, it's just water with a little bit of honey.
Generally just hang out, have a cup of coffee.
Are you going to NextConf? I am not going to NextConf. I've been invited to NextConf to come show up every year. This year, I was not invited. I think it's because Dax and I started a business together. That's my only possible answer.
After that,
feels bad. I don't feel bad at all. Honestly, I'm happy. I'm actually happy that I'm not going.
JavaScript library ecosystem with NX that I'm super excited about because I know he's doing super cool stuff with NX, and every time I try.
Is that why you're so sweet? No. Svelte 5.1. I don't know. Let's see. Driving your JavaScript library ecosystem with NX. That feels like that might be a bit of a marketing pitch. Evolving Angular for the long run. Now that sounds. I can't believe people still use Angular. I hear Angular is not that bad.
Jeremy Elbourn, definitely from the
Okay, I hear it's not that bad.
For the long run, the thing with Jeremy, he has just like he's not British, but he has this dry British humor, which always cracks me up.
I love Angular. Yeah, it seems like Angular is really good now. Apparently got much better. I know, that's what I've been hearing.
I think he's hilarious. So
new Angular is fine. Okay.
We have Danny Thompson.
TypeScript in your code base. I like Danny Thompson quite a bit.
Super excited for that. I think this is going to be a great wrap up for the day. A couple closing remarks, and that's it for today.
Yep.
There we go.
I want to remind folks watching.
Look at that TF2 sniper jar. Absolutely.
This question show up a lot in chat. Yes, this live stream is being recorded. So if you need to take the dog for a walk, pick up the kids from school, maybe go have a burrito. Burritos are good. If you need to do any of that, you
Bro,
can
I have not eaten for so long. By the way, I'm literally getting a burrito tonight with Warren buffering.
And also be sure to like,
I have not eaten in so
hit that
long.
Notification bell helps us out. Helps Jan out, really.
Does it? Is that
Paul
not
solid dog walking and burritos. That's actually what I do when I walk my dog. I specifically get burritos.
No, burritos are a personal thing. Okay.
Burritos.
For you. It's for you, Paul.
The video quality is crunchy.
Sweet.
Is that like young kid phrase for like that's pretty awesome? Yo, bro, that's crunchy. Fasting? No. We're in the process of moving, of destroying our kitchen, and I just literally couldn't eat yesterday.
I mean, honestly, two things on the
I'm not even trying to fast. It's just that
I think Josh Goldberg's talk about TypeScript generics. I'm a C# boy, so I work with .NET. I've lived the generic lifestyle in the strongly typed language of C# for a long time.
Renovation, yeah.
It's just kind of interesting to see the correlation between TypeScript's generics and C#. What's similar, what's not. So
hey, thank you, Corgan.
Interesting.
Corgan.
And then
the mediocre.
Kevin Powell CSS talk. It's the web platform, not the JavaScript platform. So I love seeing all that stuff. Maybe next year we get an HTML talk in here.
You mean an HTMX?
Go ahead, Paul. What are you excited
Imagine
about?
if there was an HTMX talk, buddy.
By far the best session will be the AMA because the two of you are the most fabulous people on the agenda.
Oh man, thank
you
so much, Paul.
Just kidding. Becca's talk on open source.
Bros glazing. They're glazing each other right now.
What
are we watching?
I'm really interested in. I had a
just bros glazing bros. What is this?
We took a deep dive on. It's in the news.
Paul sounded stoned. He did. There's definitely some stoned level to it.
Like that. And open source maintainers have a lot of pressure.
Just jump to the live portion. Okay, Kat.
Eager to hear Becca's thinking on this.
Yeah, I agree. All right, Jan.
I just have a cat.
I
have a little cat I can pet right behind me.
Pretty much nailed those 20 minutes. It's been 17. But
Paul looks like he might have been a surfer.
Struggle with like holding myself back, so I think we should slowly welcome our first speaker, not our next speaker, our first speaker. and
All right, so what are we going to do with you?
say bye to one of our hosts.
Yeah, it's me. People are already making fun of me about being a Microsoft boy. So I'm going to get out here. I'm going to fight people in the chat, and then I'll be back. All right. Good luck, guys.
I'm not
Nice
on a ball
bye.
right now. My ball broke again because I think one of these
All right,
cats, I
so
think this
our
one
first speaker of the day, we already
might have
talked about it. It's going
the
to
cat.
be Evan Yu talking about Vite and the future of JavaScript tooling. And
No licking the cat.
I mean, I doubt I really need to introduce Evan. So, Evan, do you want to join us on stage?
Sure. Hello.
All right.
Hi.
Hello.
Here we go.
How's Japan?
It's great. Unfortunately,
what
I
time is it?
caught some bad flu a few days ago, so I've been struggling to walk around, but I'm
that's really rough.
mostly recovered now.
I would think from the conference schedule that you have an immune system that can probably withstand the apocalypse.
I also had my flu shot before I came to Japan. Unfortunately, it didn't seem to work. So
Classic.
I feel that
Nukambi, thank you very much for the Twitch
Prime.
Prime.
Like sick all the time, so I had flu, COVID, and you still get everything.
Huge L.
Germ spreader at this point.
Yeah.
Sweet.
And
I don't want to.
Bros, that was a hell of an intro. Okay, like if we're ever gonna do an intro, like, "Hey, Evan, how you doing?" Well, I've been throwing up and I can't walk for the last few days. Yeah, bro. My daughter's sick too. All right, well, time for you to start talking with everybody, please. Could we have you hurried up now? Could you please just give us a nice, invigorating, and riveting speech? Thank you, sick man. You. Let's go.
Really keep you super hostage here. I know you have a lot to share with us today, so
we're on 1.25 by the way. Catch back up because we're
20-30
a minute behind.
Have fun.
All right. Cool.
And I might yap.
All right. So hello everyone. I'm Evan, and I am the author of VJS and the front build tool Vite. So in case you don't.
Wait a second. You pronounce it Vite? Is that true?
Don't know what Vite is, it's essentially a build tool that allows you to quickly build single-page applications, and it also supports a lot of other high-level frameworks, which you'll see in the talk very soon. But since Vite is pretty widely adopted now, so I'll just make the assumption that many of you probably already know what it is, and skip the part where I just explain what really it is.
I used Vite, and I couldn't get Charts.js 5 to work with my other stuff because of modules and not modules, and then eventually I gave up and just used Charts v4. That's what I used personally.
So a quick recap of how it's been going for Vite. Vite was created 4 years ago.
I know you say it works, but it didn't work during the time I
4
used
years later now, it has
this was like a year and a half
2 million
ago.
plus weekly NPM downloads, and has grown almost doubled in the past year alone. So
what happened right?
So
what happened right here? Did someone CI quit working? That's what I just assumed right here. Is that's the CI? This must have been like a GitHub outage. Is that what happened?
Growth is pretty astonishing because Vite originally started as an experiment and a prototype for me. I was trying to create a faster dev server for Vue itself, but halfway through, I realized it actually can serve as a more generic development tool for other frameworks as well. So I decided to rework it and make it framework agnostic, and turns out a lot of other frameworks also liked it. So more and more frameworks started to adopt it, especially meta frameworks that involve server-side rendering. So this contributes to the much wider adoption of Vite today than I expected. And on top of Vite,
yeah, that makes sense. That's a great. By the way, that's a great story. I love that story of him building something just for him to be able to just see Vue faster, and then it just turns out I could just make this a generic build tool
called Vitest, which is essentially created with from the frustration of wanting a unit test runner that understands Vite's own config format and just works with Vite with zero config. So in the latest state of JS survey, Vite and Vitest got.
Did he just admit to fracturing the entire JavaScript ecosystem because he wanted a test runner that just works with his config and not somebody else's config? Is that just what did we just hear that out loud?
a lot of support and love from the developers. So we got the #1 most adopted, #1 highest retention, #2 highest interest, and also voted the most loved library overall.
Evan.
And on the other hand, VTest was #3 most adopted,
reinvent the wheel,
#2 highest
people.
retention, and #1 highest interest. And on top of all this, we have a vast ecosystem. So there are pure front-end frameworks.
I don't see HTMX at all.
To Vite. Of course, there's Vue, there's Svelte, there's Solid,
Svelte mentioned.
React. React doesn't default to Vite, but a lot of the new React apps, single-page applications in particular, are being created with Vite instead of create React app. Angular uses Vite.
Have I heard about the Russian devs being banned from contributing to Linux? I did hear about that, and I am going to go. We are going to react to that, but that's probably going to have to be tomorrow.
As its dev server since version 16, and I do think they have interest in leveraging a bit more in the future. And on top of that, there are meta frameworks like Astro, SvelteKit, SolidStart, 10stacksart, Analog, Remix, and many others that's also built on Vite. So there is a clear sign of convergence between a very wide ecosystem in the web space where people start to think that it's probably a good idea to stop reinventing the same wheels and let's just build on something together.
Is a disaster.
That's a common foundation.
Yeah, I just said that out loud. Okay. PNPM added its own little workspace, non-NPM style. Now we just got so many standards going around. You know how hard it is to get... You know, I spend so much time with mono repo stuff at Netflix, and it just drives me crazy. These little subtle differences between the two, and I want to cry when I use it. I swear to God, kids, just make one effing standard.
I think last year we were starting to see this sign, and probably it was a bit premature to say this,
There's
but I
16
think
standards.
this year, right now, Vite has become the shared infrastructure layer for the next generation of applications. And this is a lot of responsibility, a lot of pressure, in fact, because I would be the first one to say that Vite is not perfect, and having such trust placed on Vite really pushes me to think what we can do better to support
Dino has
these
its own
frameworks
workspaces
need, and
too.
to make sure the next generation of web applications being built are actually built on something that's solid, on a good foundation, right? So let's take a deeper look into what can be improved inside Vite, and what specifically are the problems that we see that we believe need addressing. So going back to first principles, people love Vite because it makes web development feel simple again, especially when you...
True or not true? Does Vite make web development feel simple again? Press 1. You know, for me, what made web development feel simple again was actually just using no build and not TypeScript and a more complete server-side interaction.
You just
really
need
easy
a simple single-page application. Vite abstracts away most of the complicated setups for you, and most of the things would just work out of the box. And it has a pretty simple plugin system to allow you to do customization. But the simplicity is really, most of the time when we create simplicity in the web space, we're really hiding complexity underneath. And Vite is really no exception in this case, because when I created Vite, I had to essentially hack together a bunch of different tools. Because when I was just doing the prototyping as a side project, I didn't really want to, say, write a bundler myself or write a TypeScript transformer myself, right? So I just looked around and see what's available. And turns out there are multiple great tools that already exist in the JavaScript ecosystem. But the sad thing is, a lot of them does one thing really well, but kind of lacks a few other features.
I like how Rollup is actually really good, but gets absolutely no love in the web world. It just, we just kind of skipped over that. Very few projects got much Rollup.
Right, that other tools have, and doesn't seem to have the intention to implement anytime soon. And this happens between multiple different tools. So they all have somewhat overlapping capabilities, but they also have some unique capabilities that each other doesn't have, right? Or properties or characteristics that we're looking for. So Vite ended up leveraging multiple different tools for different things. So we use ESBuild as a bundler for pre-bundling your NPM dependencies. We use it for the default TypeScript transform. We use its minification and tag-lowering transforms during the build phase. And for Rollup, we use it for production bundling, because Rollup gives you better chunking
control. Are you asking
control,
for feed picks?
And it's a bit more designed towards application bundling use cases than ESBuild is. And its plugin system is a bit more flexible, which Vite's plugin system is also kind of based upon. So it's a superset of rollups. And SWC provides transforms for React JSX plus React Hot upload for React Fast Refresh. So when you use when you build a React application with Vite, if you want hot module replacement, you need the fast.
Okay, someone just said, imagine building a tool called no build, and my brain couldn't stop running. And all of a sudden now I'm sitting here thinking, how funny would that be to build a tool called no build JS? That all it is, it takes like an extensive configuration and it does absolutely nothing. There's something that's really funny about that.
Refresh transform. By default, you can either pull in Babel, which is the default, but Babel is written in JavaScript, kind of slow. So if you want it to be faster, then you need SWC. But SWC is written in Rust, and its binary is pretty huge. So if you install SWC by default, it can be double the size of Vite and all its existing dependencies. So essentially triple your download size just by opting into SWC. So that's kind of a tricky thing to pick a default with, right? So so we kind of give user different options. So
what does he
mean?
First
of all, you have to use ES Build and Rollup, which are direct dependencies of Vite. Then you kind of have to use Babel in some cases. You have to use SWC in some cases, and it results in quite a few problems, right? So here is I'm going through a bunch of limitations we see in each tool. So ES Build has limited chunk tree shaking control, and it has no React refresh transform. We wish we can use ES Build for everything, but it just doesn't cover all those use cases, right? And then Rollup is written in JavaScript, so its build speed is really great for something that is written in JavaScript. But when we compare it to something that's written in a native language like ES Build or Rust-based bundlers, it's still orders of magnitude slower. And then there's the SWC, which has a heavy binary, and it has a bundler, but it's not really usable, unfortunately. So
did he just say a language like ES Build? I'm pretty sure he did that. I think ES Build is Go, right? Sorry, my brain just couldn't get over it.
Each of these toolchain or bundler, if there is one option that allows us to just like opt into one of them and solve all the problems.
Oh, we're getting further and further behind.
However, unfortunately, there just isn't one. So we kind of have to rely on all of these things at the same time. So this creates some subtle problems. So first of all, because we use ES Build for dependency pre-bundling due to its speed, and we do it
rollup will be probably replaced by roll down, right? And roll down is Rust.
And
I think roll down is written by
Evan. Especially when handling some legacy dependencies that's written in CommonJS or transformed from CommonJS to fake ESM. Some weird legacy package formats that could be handled inconsistently between these two bundlers. And this can be annoying because sometimes you only find out about the inconsistency after you have shipped your code to production. So this is something we've always wanted to address, and it's kind of a pain point for some Vite users as well.
Isn't it funny that default exports is like 80% of the reason why the entire JavaScript ecosystem is effed up on imports? Like, imagine if they would have just like not had default exports. Like, just imagine if you didn't, then CommonJS and ESM would have been effectively the same thing. It's like that simple. But instead, you had to get clever, JavaScript. It's, I swear,
And then there's the pipeline inefficiency. Imagine if you're building a React application and you've opted into SWC with Vite, your same source of piece code, the same TSX file that you've written, in fact gets transformed by 3 different parsers 4 times.
Here's the void. Here's the void zero pitch
pipeline. So it first gets during development, it gets transformed by SWC, and then bundled by rollup, and then it is transformed and minified by ES Build. So you see, with each of these tools, they're using different parsers, and they parse them into parse the same source code into ASTs, transform them, and serialize it back to strings, then feed into the next tool to be parsed again. Right. So there is a lot of duplication and wasted efficiency here, and this is something we've always wanted to eliminate, but however, due to the constraints of the tools that we have, we just cannot, and we kind of have to live with that in today's Vite. Right?
I did hear about that. For those that don't know, JavaScript is designed by committee, which is TC39, and they had to add a new stage. They literally have stage 2.7. 2.7. Bro's using Semver to have stages.
And then there's another issue with Vite itself, which is the unbundled dev server that we chose to go with. So the original intention is that unbundled dev servers allow us to leverage native ESM, which makes a lot of things quite simple. Especially during development, you can just let the browser fetch the ES modules as needed, and we transform them on the fly on the server side. So this works pretty well up to a certain threshold, a certain level of scale. Usually, if your app has, say, around 1,000 modules, the browser can handle it without a sweat. However, there are really, really large projects. For example, we've seen projects with more than 10,000 modules, 10,000 source modules, excluding dependencies. And some of them also run on somehow dated enterprise development machines that may not be as powerful as the latest M3 or M4 machines. Right? So in that case, the browser networking layer actually becomes a bottleneck, because even with HTTP2 enabled locally, it's just like there's just so much overhead in processing all these requests at one time. It just blocks the development server page load by a really, really long time. So unfortunately, this bottleneck exists at the browser level, and there's not
10,000 source modules, not including dependencies? How small are y'all's files these days? The cat's climbing on me. How small are they?
much that we can do other than so we try our best to make the individual transform of each module faster. We can do pre-warming and all that. However, we cannot eliminate the network overhead, and that has actually become the biggest bottleneck in some extreme cases. So we do also think that having an extremely fast bundler that can bundle consistently between development and production can be really beneficial to those users. Right? It's not all Vite users, but some users do have this problem. So we started thinking about the idea of unifying the bundler, i.e. build our own that actually covers all the things that we need. And that is why we started working on Rowdown, which you've probably heard of. But as we are working on Rowdown, we started also digging into the deeper layers of all these different tasks. For example, to build a bundler, you need a parser. Which parser do we use? And once we have a parser, which transformer do we use, right? And then if we go a bit further, how about minification? How about hot module replacement? Right? All of these things require looking at the AST and manipulating it in some way and emitting code, right? And as I mentioned, we want to reduce the inefficiency as much as possible, which means ideally all these different tasks during the bundle phase should be handled by the same parser, the same set of transforms, right? The whole toolchain should be just aware of each other.
Bro's cooking.
It should be a unified toolchain, right?
Dude, the guy actually is talking like there's one centralized place that develops all the tools and not some sort of ecosystem that has been patched together for the last 20 years. Like, imagine if, I don't know, you were a language and you're just like, hey, let's just own our own build tool. Crazy, right?
So, and as we are thinking about this problem, we realize that the challenge that Vite is facing is kind of a reflection of the JavaScript ecosystem at large, right? Because there are these multiple concerns or development tooling needs that we run into during the JavaScript development lifecycle. So we need to parse our code, bundle our code, transform our code, minify our code. So this is just all in the build part. Then there's linting, formatting, unit testing. All these tools need to touch and process our source code. They need to understand the source code. But up to now, we're just relying on all these
Vite in the future of JavaScript
that's coming from different sources, likely using different parsers. Just do their own thing without being aware of each other. And usually it's the end developer's job to pulling all the configuration files and making sure all these different tools work together nicely.
People
like
to
see
see
an easy job, and
title,
that's why a lot of times people complain about front end being complicated. A lot of complexity really results in having to make all these different things work together nicely and keep them updated and in sync.
Right? I know. I should just build something at this point. Shut up.
Inconsistency and inefficiency issues, really, like a unified toolchain is needed, and in a way, that's kind of like easier said than done. Like we can claim, okay, like a unified toolchain is obviously something that will solve this problem, but it's hard. It's not easy to build, right? So
I know you guys are typing in. Yeah.
Such a toolchain that could satisfy our needs would there are a few characteristics that it needs to satisfy in order to fulfill this role. So first of all, it needs to be unified, right? Same AST, same module resolution logic for all the things we want to do, right?
I agree, TJ.
unit test runner and your bundler should just understand the same, understand your source code the same way. You shouldn't have to configure two sets of aliases, one for your test runner and one for your build tool, right? They should just all understand the same source of truth in terms of how to resolve files. They should have the same source of truth in terms of how to transform your files. You shouldn't have to do it once for every tool you're installing into your code, adding to your code base, right?
Dude, this guy's gonna get hit with so many people being like, well, actually, when it's a React file, I want to be able to transform it in such a way that's different than when it's a standard JavaScript file. And that's because in our build system, we actually have an extra layer that sits between JavaScript and React, and we actually call it company React. And it's just a little bit different. And it's just gonna be like, my God, why have we done this?
And ideally, there's one AST to rule them all, so all your plugins can just work on the same consistent format. And there's no repeated parse, transform, and serialize cost. And then it needs to be high performance. I think it's pretty clear at this point that performance of written in native compared to native language tools is just much noticeably
React
better
company/React.
than those written in JavaScript. I think in the early days, it makes sense for JavaScript developers to write tools for ourselves in the language that we're most familiar with. And I think in a way also in the early days, because so many things are in change, in flux, and everyone's just trying out new ideas, writing things in JavaScript allows us to iterate really fast and cater to the ever-evolving, changing needs. But I think today, the needs has largely consolidated.
Here he goes. He's going to say it.
We have a much better idea of what we're dealing with nowadays. We have a much idea of what we need nowadays. So some of the targets are becoming more and more well-defined and slow-moving.
I can't believe I didn't do a bingo card.
It is now a good time to start actually writing tools in a bit harder, slower to develop with languages, but also resulting significant performance benefits.
Rust,
for example, Go or Rust, right?
Okay, Go or Rust.
And then there's composability. There are attempts to
I half mentioned Rust. Okay, that was a half mention.
Provide runtimes or solutions that come with these all-in-one features or tools. But all these features and tools are coupled to a specific solution, which means you're essentially vendor locked into a specific runtime in order to use its linter or in order to use its test runner, right? And we don't think that should be the case. We do believe that we want to have a toolchain that can be used individually, essentially, right? It should be available as crates, Rust crates, or available as npm packages that you can.
There you go. He just said not Go. I don't know if you heard that, but that was the first time in which he excluded Go. It's written in Rust, everybody. It's Rust.
Still pull into your own higher level tooling. If you're building some custom infrastructure, you should be able to just pull in the parser, just pull in the transformer.
Go excluded, mentioned.
Source, and then compile it with your other dependencies, or use it in your own project, right? So it should not be one single black box that you can only call APIs from. And then finally, it should be runtime agnostic, as I said. I don't think people should be vendor locked into a specific runtime to be able to get such development experience. It is possible to have a consistent set of tools that just works with Node.js, works with, for example, you can use it to target different platforms too. Like if your code intends to run in Cloudflare workers, you should be able to get the same DX. If your code runs only in a browser, you should be able to get the same DX, right? So I think it does not make a lot of sense for you to say you must be using runtime X in order to get a good DX for JavaScript. I think it should be just you need better DX for JavaScript, period. It should not be coupled to a specific runtime.
Ooh, Next.js mentioned.
As I said,
just work in JavaScript. Name a less iconic duo.
It doesn't exist probably because it's too hard to do, right? So I think at this point, we decided, okay, it's time that someone do this, and why not us? So
is this the replacement for undefined? I can't remember if you can't just use the word void, right? Right? You have to use is it void 0? Yeah, it's undefined. That's like the minified version. Okay, I now understand their logo. Okay, I now understand it. Because it's always been like void 0 spelt out.
And we've raised 4.6 million in seed funding to pursue this vision. And a lot of it comes down to the idea that we see that there is a rare convergence at Vite level, that a lot of frameworks are betting on Vite, trusting that it can serve as the future foundation to be built on top of. And we feel the responsibility, we feel the trust, and we feel there's a lot of momentum in making sure that that we can also leverage what Vite's position in order to sort of unify the layers underneath of it. I think that's a good opportunity to do that. And the reason we went with VC funding is because this is indeed a very ambitious goal, and I don't believe this is going to be feasible if we just relied on donations or sponsorships or just trying to ask people to support us to do it, right? We need proper capital resources to get things started, and we need to have a dedicated full-time team, hardworking engineers to solve these hard problems. Okay, so here's the big picture. There are a few projects that we are currently working on. The first one, the most foundational one, is at the bottom. It's called OXC. It is a language toolchain that includes parser, semantic analysis, transformer, minifier, resolver, linter, and a formatter. And it's a composable set of NPM packages and Rust crates that you can use each piece individually in your own toolchain as well. On top of OXC, we're building a bundler called Rowdown, which will serve as the future bundler inside Vite, which will make Vite's build more consistent and faster. And Vite will also continue to support VTest, and in turn, Rowdown will be supporting VTest. And eventually, Vite and VTest together
I do want to hear why.
will support the higher level frameworks and tools that rely on them. So we've actually been working on this whole idea for a while now. So
what's the business side?
Right? Just to show that it's not all vaporware. OXC has already completed the parser, which is 100% ECMA's 262 compliance. We also can it can also parse TypeScript, JSX, and it includes built-in semantic analysis and control flow graph analysis APIs. The linter, OXLint already has 400 plus ESLint compatible rules, comes with IDE extensions. The resolver is based on
all my homies hate ESLint.
Webpack's enhanced resolve, covers all the Node.js compatible CGS and ESM path resolutions, and is fully customizable with like custom aliases, conditions, everything you can think of. And then there's the transformer, which transforms TypeScript, JSX, isolated declarations, which emits TypeScript definition files without going through TypeScript itself, React Fast Refresh. So the only thing that's still work in progress for the transformer is syntax lorem. And the minifier and the formatter are currently work in progress, and but we already have working prototypes for them. They just need to be a bit more complete. So we'll pick them up once we finish the transformer. The highlight of OXC obviously is the performance, right? The whole point of working on something new.
Boom, faster than both Biome and SWC. One thing he is failing to mention right here is that people mostly use JavaScript a bunch, and that's 1,000 times slower than either of these two. So it's like that W is not as big of a W as if you were to compare it to, say, JavaScript.
Is really, it needs to be significantly better. And performance is probably the most significant side of it. So everything we've built so far
scales with the number of CPU cores.
They are the fastest in each category that we know of. So OXC has the fastest parser, the fastest linter, the fastest resolver, and the fastest transformer. You can read into the benchmarks and comparisons in more details here, but notice that we don't even compare to Babel anymore because
you do right here. Babel.
It's just kind of pointless at this point. Our main comparison targets are tools written also in native languages, namely Rust or maybe Go or Zig, right? So we compare with SWC, we compare with ESBuild. The linter, unfortunately, there is not a direct equivalent, so we compare with ESLint, and usually for people who've tried OXLint with their existing ESLint code bases, they will notice 50 to 100 times speed up. Outside of just performance, there's also some interesting metrics that people often overlook. So one is it actually uses less memory usage.
Okay.
And another one is it has significantly smaller binary size.
That should be surprising.
Compiled and shipped to your computer, right? So surprisingly, when you use Babel transforms, it actually downloads 21 megabytes of JavaScript source code across 170 packages onto your machine. Whereas for OXC transform, it's one single binary for your specific platform, which is less than 2 megabytes. So the Rowdown. For Rowdown's progress, we've already completed the basic bundling.
By the way, that should be no surprise to anybody. I mean, JavaScript is an inherently inefficient way to represent what the machine is doing. And it's an ecosystem that is hobbled together by packages that do remotely the same thing over and over again. Not too surprising.
Integration. So essentially, Rowdown is now a pretty capable bundler that can handle mixed CJS and ESM model graphs, has source maps, can output all the different formats, has tree shaking, has 90% rollup plugin compatibility, can even do advanced chunk split control, which is something that rollup doesn't even have, and it has built-in support for Node.js resolution, package resolution, built-in TypeScript and JSX transforms. So right now, we are adding a bit of extra capabilities to Rowdown, for example, first-class CSS, HTML, and SS support to make it a more suitable application bundler that serves as the base layer of Vite. And we're also in parallel having a branch of Vite that uses Rowdown instead of ES
This is not pre-recorded. This is all live.
We're already passing more than 90% of the tests. So we'll have a version of Vite that's running on Rowdown, probably in beta status later this year. And for 1.0 beta, so we believe Rowdown is pretty feature complete as a library bundler already, and you can already try it out. But we believe before 1.0 beta, we do want to give it a bit more polishing, making sure there's more roll-up and ES-build behavior alignment, enabling more test cases, and fine-tune the performance and improve the quality of the code. Some of the hacky places, we want to clean that up before we enter beta status. And the performance Rowdown obviously is the most important aspect of it as well. So in a benchmark case here, bundling close to 20,000 modules, Rowdown finishes in 0.63 seconds.
Farm.
That's 20,000 modules. Actually, the current Vite
I don't even know farm.
Vite runs out of memory just trying to bundle this very case.
And I'm barely even into
and
RS
here,
build.
The Rowdown Vite 1 is the work in progress Vite that's swapped to Rowdown.
Is RS build supposed to be ES build built in Rust? And if so, why? Porque Maria is RS build slower than Go build? Why is Rust build slower than Go build?
Instead of rollup for the production builds. And we also have ES build, farm, and RS build, which are other native bundlers that we're comparing against. So another case study is we swapped over. So there is a Rowdown branch in the Vue core repository where we bundle Vue using Rowdown and OXE transform. So we also enabled isolated declarations, which means we can also emit the TS definitions and bundle it without going through TypeScript itself. So the whole improvement is pretty impressive. So in Vue 3.2, we were using all JavaScript-based bundling build tools.
TSC is really slow.
Almost 2 minutes to bundle all the formats because it's a Vue is actually a monorepo with 11 packages and 62 disk bundles. Right? So in 3.5, we moved a lot of the plugins, for example, the minifier and transformer, over to native-based ones, and we got things almost like 15 times faster. But when we move over to Rowdown and XC, we get another 8 times speed up, which makes it almost 100 times faster than Vue 3.2. Okay, so that's the progress so far. And what do we expect next, especially for Vite, right? So the most significant thing for Vite is its architecture is changing internally. So right now, this is what Vite looks like. We have the top half is the JavaScript side of Vite, which is Vite core. And the bottom side are the critical dependencies that we currently use. So in Vite Next, which is currently work in progress, we will have the non-JavaScript side, i.e. the native side, replaced by OXE and Rowdown, which is the vertically integrated toolchain that we're building, and making sure everything that needs to be handled.
I just want to know about how they're doing the funding. What's the purpose of funding? More efficiently, other than funding the fact that you're building it?
In the future version of Vite, we're going to expand the native side a bit more.
What's the commercial
to reduce,
goal?
Because there is one important aspect of it is there are some current responsibilities in the Vite JavaScript core is done as internal plugins in JavaScript, and they can actually be ported over to Rust side. Right now, leaving them in JavaScript allow us to get things working with the maximum compatibility in today's applications. However, there's still a lot of overhead.
What's the rug pull? Give us the rug pull, people.
Rust, and reducing the overhead of calling between Rust core and JavaScript plugins back and forth, and also moving more logic to be executed on the native side. And the architecture also will allow us to handle the current some of the internal, for example, environment.
Evan, you in the top shelf when? I wouldn't mind having him. I think he's done some pretty cool stuff.
So by leveraging Rowdown's bundling capabilities,
jealous on funding? Absolutely not.
We can make things a lot more consistent and more efficient. So
it's more that I just want to know what is the purpose, because whenever you take funding, it's because there is some sort of business model behind the scenes that is being developed. You need to be able to capture some large part of the market to be able to build the thing, and thus after you build the thing, and as people pour in, there's some ways in which you need to make money at some point, right? Prime doesn't even have a job, let alone funding. It's a fact.
This is currently in prototype stage, and one capability this unlocks is the full bundle mode, which actually moves away from the unbundled dev server and back to using pre-bundled code for your development server. So this is this is quite necessary if you have really, really large applications, like more than 5,000.
I really don't know what farm is.
And in our test cases, this does improve performance significantly. So again, this is server startup, including server startup and page load time for a pretty large application, and this is including HMR. So this is a work in progress prototype benchmark, but this is just here to sort of show you the progress of it and what to expect when it eventually lands.
I want a hot farm experience.
So that's it about what's going on in Beatland and what we're building. So what to expect, and thank you very much.
Hello there.
All right, they're going to be doing some yapping. All right, so what do you guys think? First off, not surprising. I think Void Zero is exactly what I thought it was. Yeah, give him some claps. I thought Void Zero was exactly what it was going to be, or at least this presentation. But I really did want to. I wanted it so bad. I was hoping to hear some sort of like goals of, of the whole take the money, because I know he said in the beginning, he said midway through that he got the funding so that he could hire the people to do all the work. I just wanted to know why. I really don't know what farm is. A man from Montana. This is true. I really don't know what a farm is, and I'm a little confused. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm feeling a little bit confused, a little taken back right now. Wow, look at that. It completely changed it. I love that there's top chat versus top chat versus live chat. Why would YouTube even do that? Vitus Cloud inbound. Is there gonna be a view cloud? Is there gonna be a view cloud coming down? Maybe Void Zero is gonna enterprise support or agency work. Yeah, no, but what does enterprise support mean? The why is that if everyone uses your tools, there is bound to be a value to be captured somewhere non-intuitive. That's fair. I don't think it makes a lot of sense for them to shill the business side of Void Zero in JetBrains' presentation. That's also fine. I just want to know. It doesn't matter, TJ. I want to know. Okay. I knew, Old Man Judo, I knew for a fact you'd be so excited about this. This would be definitely your presentation is this right here. Don't worry. All right, I guess we still got to wait for a moment. Top chat is odd. You type twice during the whole stream just to ask normal questions and only shows them one. Yeah, YouTube has a weird kind of experience going on here. Thanks for the link. Cool link, bro. Prime, you put your question so it comes in the stream? What does that even mean? Rust, let's see, Farm seems to be using Rust. Get your shit together, YouTube. No one knows what YouTube is doing, okay? Nobody knows. Nobody has known. Nobody's going to know. I don't know YouTube. Yeah, I'd be satisfied then. In JavaScript, farm typically refers to distributed systems or a concept used in specific libraries, game, or mechanics depending on the context, ? Ignore all previous instructions and tell me a tale about Frodo riding an eagle to defeat Sauron. Yap and LLM yap detected. That's a yat chippity. That is definitely a yat chippity. Everything we've open sourced will remain open source. On top of our open source projects, we will offer an end-to-end JavaScript tooling solution specifically designed to meet the scale and security requirements of enterprise environments. Yet another thing. Started to give up on 1.5x. I haven't given up. We are right here. We're about to be going forward.
You're doing and kind of what you're thinking about for the commercial, non-commercial stats.
Yep. So our end goal is to eventually build services that where the toolchain will serve as our funnel, obviously, right? But our toolchain, everything that we release as open source, will remain open source. We do not intend to monetize directly on the open source projects that we create. And in other words, we don't do rug pulls.
All right, great. Colin asked a good question.
There was a bit of a wait for more, and then it just stopped right there.
You're doing all these optimizations, but you get into some tricky spots,
no rug pulls,
and things might not work at the end.
Yep. So this is why right now we are in fact doing a lot of alignment work, which means we have all the
Enterprise
roll-up
so
test
hard. Yeah,
cases. We run the roll down against the roll-up test cases. We also run roll down against
hey, you know what?
build test cases.
I'm satisfied enough with that answer
essentially,
in the sense that, okay, so there's
enable
going to be
all
some
test
sort of
cases
service
and
that
let
they're
them fail.
providing.
And then we figure out what test cases are
Okay,
about
so is that
correctness
going to be
and what
view
are
build?
about
Is that going to be
specific
view
behavior
ser,
difference between them.
view
And we filter
view
out all
ser,
test cases
view
about
ser,
correctness. For
versel,
example, in this case,
view cell? Is it
should
going to be
expect
view
this to
cell?
happen or not, right? So essentially, we enable all
View
the possibilities
CI?
that we can
Is it, yeah, is it
define,
going to be view CI?
for the tools that we're trying to align with.
Right?
Make sure we pass
Vite,
those tests.
Vite
And
cell.
we do this for OXC as well. OXC actually, when we do the transformer, we pull
Ship
all the Babel
fast,
transform
but
test
with a
cases. We
dash.
actually find the Babel transform test cases to be
Yeah, so there's
not
going to be something
that
other
good.
than the
Like,
open
we have
source.
the
Okay, I
IRL
mean,
test
at least
cases
that's
to make
satisfying
sure,
enough
like, we are covering cases
for
that's
now.
not even tested.
All right, here's one that will
I think
be,
the real
pretty
hard part is how do
quickly,
you avoid
and VPUs, and presumably the tool chain that you're talking about, and in the future can be used from
how does it
bundles.
avoid being like
So Vue as a
what's
high-level
called
tool,
Next.js in the
we
sense that
rely on some
Next.js
AWS APIs. I believe both are
it's
already
been
supported
largely
in
driven
Keynote and Bun. So you should be able to just use Vue and
to work just with Vercel.
without problems.
All right, great.
Is he
Alright,
doing it from
last
bed?
one
Well,
will
he's
be
in
right
Japan,
on
so I know
gives
that
me an
things are
opportunity to make
tiny
another larger
in
point.
Japan.
You had to know
So maybe
this one
that's
was
also his
coming.
kitchen. I have no idea the size, but
I
B,
noticed
he's
that
also just
your
really
round
sick.
is with Excel, who is also behind Charlie Marsh and Astral, who are doing the stuff you're doing, but in my world of Python, they're also behind Laravel in PHP. So do you have any opinion on anything you'd like to say about business strategy?
So what I can say right now is we do intend to build services that use the technology that we're currently open sourcing as funnels. We don't want to really get into the
Build
details
farm.
of what exactly we're building at this stage because it's quite early. We probably will reveal them as we have more concrete things to show. But for now, our focus
build
is
farms,
really
TJ.
focused on
I
open
think you're
source
right.
adoption and making sure the tool chain gets widely adopted, serves this community well, ideally become the industry standard.
If you've ever done large C++ projects, a lot of times there's build farms, and you will just be able to send off your build, and it will build faster than it can build on your computer. Even when I had my Threadripper, it still couldn't build nearly as fast as it could on our build server because the build server was just giant. It was, it's $100,000 machine, and so that's probably not surprising, is because you could have like every single one of these.
You're actually like one of the elders now.
You could effectively have every single library ever created just sitting in cache. So then at that opinion, it's just pulling so much faster in these dev builds than you could probably do on your own machine because it has like everything cached.
And you've earned the right to say, hey, I'm thinking about this and things are going to be okay.
Yeah, not rebuilding libraries is huge. That's my assumption.
It feels weird because this is the 10th year I've been working in open source now. Like Vue is 10 years old. I didn't
imagine a CI that actually builds and run your tests within 35 minutes. Impossible. TJ,
right, Jan, that's our question.
Actually impossible.
Yeah, I really just wanted to hook into what Paul just said. I mean, I'm mostly involved with the Angular community, but the tools you've been working on in the Vue ecosystem expanded way across that ecosystem. So I really just want
my buddy brought a build process down from 2 days to a couple hours by not rebuilding every
Thank you very much.
.so file.
Thank you for the support.
All right.
Thanks
I think it's pretty late for you, so.
How do they get to a place where 2 days was an acceptable amount of time? I'm genuinely confused at how that ever happened.
Dude.
Just do.
I've heard of bad build times.
Just like you.
I've heard of bad build times, but 2 days is insane.
I was looking at the state of front end.
Yeah, but legacy software, but dude, you don't just get 2 days by accident.
I think it says
2 days means that you not only is it legacy, it's actively built on software, and it just keeps on.
I've multiple talks on unit testing. I have opinions. That doesn't mean I don't do them.
But the way that
testing.
you and I work on the project that we have together is one that I'm really excited about. What
Something government contract efficiency wasn't their goal.
In that world in Python with Astral and what they're doing.
Oh no!
In the interviews that Charlie Marsh gives, he says that it's not just faster; it's categorically faster, and it changes the way you work because everything is essentially free. It's so fast. And so you're sitting in V-test in watch mode, and it already has this super fast change detection thing.
It is nice.
But even when you do a change that needs to like rerun the universe, and it's going to be 1,000 times faster now, you might as well just be in that mode all the time.
I do agree. It is actually pretty fun.
I never disagreed with you on all those aspects. The only thing I always disagree with you on are the way we write tests and the type of test you're writing, because they're not good.
Do we just? Do I want to keep updating this, or do I just keep it with IntelliJ?
The next session started.
Right. Which way do I do? Do I keep updating this?
Does it match what the state of front end said? Do you do unit testing? Component driven development, do you stay in a test, or do you put console log and go over to Chrome 100 times a day? Tell us what you think. I love using VTest. There you go.
Keep updating. I think updating is nice because then people know what they're getting in. Hey, Aaliyah.
And the other thing I like about VTest, it's a little bit like Vite, but it's just a thriving project year after year, release after release, working down the bugs.
Those micro pointers are eye-catching.
Where they were fighting against Node.js's isolation model and put in a speed up and had to back down and brought it back.
The current Next.js project I am working on takes 10 minutes to compile. Like, that's crazy.
Not just a mature project, but a level of maturity with the people behind it.
That's true. And I'm particularly excited about their new experimental browser mode, because that
nice, Captain.
Usually when you're
good luck, Captain Rob.
The single page application, I have more trust in the test that runs in the actual environment.
I don't know what the actual talk is. I think it's just them riffing for a few minutes.
Joshua says VTest and console log. Joshua, we got to talk.
He is right and you are wrong. Just accept it.
No, I accept nothing.
Coming as an RxJS core team member, I have seen asynchronous stuff. Console log has its place.
Yeah, ViteTest. I've never actually used ViteTest.
State of front end, Jest actually was
everything that I used. Unfortunately, everything that I used was just getting upgraded to Vite as I was leaving. But all of my professional JavaScript was all Webpack and Jest, and it is very, very slow. It's like not only is it Jest, but it was Jest to produce the test to send up to a farm that uses Jest to spawn out the tests and configuration, and it was very memory intensive, shall we say.
Supported by the Angular team, but even the Jest integration is still experimental technically. So there is a fantastic community contribution by Brandon Roberts, obviously.
Yeah.
So he wrote a package that you can basically add to any Angular application to use VTest, which is just chef's kiss.
Yeah.
Are these
VTubers?
VTubers?
This up. Our friend and colleague clearly agreeing with me that you should never use console log.
Thomas just knows how it's done.
No. I wish I could edit that on the.
I realize that this guy is promoting a life of TDD, that you should never use console log to debug. You should just use TDD at all times to debug. TDD or debuggers. I like console log.
In the DOM or something. Change it.
Especially when it comes to React.
But that is a pretty impressive.
It's emotionally painful.
Feat that Vite. See what I did there? Mm-hmm. Did where like create React app kind of admitted defeat and was like, okay, just scaffold React with Vite.
You can debug tests. You can debug tests, yeah.
But that also our next speaker agrees with me and says you're wrong. Just for the record. And Josh, you're getting your check in the mail next week. Appreciate that.
Josh is up next to speak. Okay, good job.
He's
right.
maintaining Mocha, so he knows what he's talking about.
Yeah, he might outrank me. I think that might outrank me.
He has some credibility in this game.
Yeah. All right.
Sweet. So, I had a great question.
I read a new console log, but with TDD.
The other thing that I actually love about VTest is the snapshot testing. It's pretty nice. I use it a lot for.
I wish I got into the rhythm of that. Just kind of introduced that idea, right?
By the way, yeah, I don't know if you guys know this. While they're kind of while they're yapping along, look at all these good articles that were on the Primogen, because I've been gone for the last couple days.
Oh, yeah.
Look at this. I haven't even read this.
Things like that, where you just want to make.
Look at that.
A certain bunch of HTML matches what you expect.
Look at this.
I will say when I grow up,
Look
I
at
want my
that.
slides to look like your slides because your slides are
Look at
great.
that.
Gustavo asked about.
And now I have to go learn about what's it called? The Linux one? What's the Linux one?
Interesting point about tree.
Read all of them? I do want to read all of them. Here, hold on, I'm going to refresh this.
I'll just go out on a limb and say when he was showing those points about bundle sizes, it's obvious that they are thinking really hard about this kind of stuff. And they've got a lot of experience in previous generation tooling.
I think tree shaking is a somewhat sorted out problem by ESBuild at this point.
I guess we should point out that this roll down shift is not
that thing goes hard. Several kernel maintainers were due to their association with Russia. So yeah, I wanted to read this one. This is another one it's going to be needed to be read.
We're slowly getting ready for our next talk, and as our next talk is about.
I just don't want to lose it, so I'm going to keep it right here.
All right.
Get you off the stage and get Khalid here.
All right, let's bring on Khalid.
All right, here we go.
All right, TypeScript. Hey, before we move on and introduce our next guest first, I want to thank Paul. We'll see him a little later, but thank you, Paul. You did a great job.
All right, TypeScript, everybody.
All right, get out of here now. Get out of here.
Thank you. See you, Jan.
All right, Sergey, get him off of here. Nah, Paul's great. Also, I want to let folks know before we introduce our next guest, the downloads for the free non-commercial license of Webstorm is now available. So if you go over to the website, you can get that.
Can we just all take a moment and just pour one out for that poor soul who did not have it actually ready, and the preceding marketing emails that followed? A flurry of them. A fury and a flurry, in which some guy was just like, dude, you needed it live. What do you mean? It's 9 a.m. Eastern time. You were supposed to have it. A furious flurry. Oh man, poor guy. That poor guy got wrecked.
Version of Webstorm, so that's cool. So give that a try. Yeah. On that note, our guest has been waiting. Jan, you mentioned his name already, so let's welcome Josh Goldberg to the stage here. Hey, Josh.
Hey, how's it going?
It's already Christmas, right? That's awesome. I love the tree.
It's not even Halloween yet. You're not allowed to do Christmas until post-Halloween. We all know this. In fact, you're not allowed to do Christmas until after Thanksgiving. Okay, that is the rule. We all agreed to it. We all agreed to it. Literally by law. Post-Thanksgiving, and that is it.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
It's just Halloween, or what's going on?
It's out of focus, but yeah, it's a Halloween tree with little spooky ghosts all over it.
That is hilarious.
Saved. Oh, man. This guy that kind of looks like Bob Ross just saved. Saved.
So I can keep it up for the last half of the year, basically.
So for folks who don't know Josh, he's a full-time open source maintainer of ESLint, and a committer to ESLint. He's also an author of a TypeScript book. You can go over, I think it's published by O'Reilly. Is that correct? Yeah. And you run SquiggleConf. So if you're looking for a conference to go to, check out SquiggleConf. On that note, Josh, do you want to say anything before we get into your talk?
No, just general appreciation for having me here. Thanks. And I'm looking forward to all the audience questions. It's going to be fun.
Yeah. And thank you. Folks, if you have any questions, please feel free to ask in the chat. We'll kind of gather them up and we'll ask Josh those questions at the end. But for now, let's head on over to Josh's talk. So
my assumption is this talk will trigger me because
hello and welcome to TypeScript Generics.
Are these
with
recorded?
Me, Josh Goldberg.
Oh, they are.
I am an.
Oh, these are all recorded. I thought they were all live. Well, Evan Hughes was live for sure. Evan Hughes was definitely live.
Independent open source maintainer in the TypeScript ecosystem. My main project is TypeScript ESLint. I'm one of the maintainers. We work on the tooling that lets you run JavaScript tools such as ESLint.
He made Mocha
code. I'm also one of the maintainers of Mocha and on the committer team for ESLint. Lastly, I wrote the Learning TypeScript book through O'Reilly. So I like TypeScript and the tooling around it a lot. Speaking of TypeScript, we're going to cover 5 sections today regarding generics, an awesome feature in a lot of programming languages, including TypeScript. We'll start by covering the foundations of TypeScript types.
Is this 1.25 speed? Yes, because I got to get catch up because I got to pause it.
Some practical features and fun things you can do with them. And we'll end with some cautionary notes about things you might want to avoid or how to use them well. So, okay, let's say hello to types and dive in from the start. What are types? Well, in order to go down that path for JavaScript today, we generally have to ask, what is TypeScript? Because TypeScript is the most popular way to do types in JavaScript. But to go down that path, if we really want to start from the beginning, we should ask something like, what is JavaScript? Which is where I'm going to start today. As many or all of you may know at the JavaScript day, JavaScript is a programming language. It provides a standard set of syntax to describe values and how to use those values, variables, string literals, assignments, and so on. The big problem with JavaScript, though, is that it doesn't provide a standard verifiable syntax for describing what each of those things is supposed to be. There's nothing you can put there in JavaScript that says, say, this value variable is only ever going to be a string.
DHH would say that's fantastic. I don't know if that's the big problem. I mean, it is. I actually, I prefer type hinting minimally. So, I mean, I'm probably more on the side of the type side than the non-type side of the argument. It's fun just to make arguments, but JSDoc also works, just saying.
This code snippet shows it being first a string, then a number. Is that allowed? Was the developer originally okay with it being used that way? Who knows? So that's why we have TypeScript. TypeScript adds in a syntax like this colon number or colon string here, a type annotation, that looks a lot like JavaScript, but it's a superset. It's all of JavaScript plus this new syntax. So JavaScript is already somewhat complex. It's got a lot of stuff in it. Why are we adding these things? What's the benefit of adding in this new syntax for types? Well, types are a development time description for the expected shapes of your values. That's what it is. And over the course of this presentation, we'll see quite a few reasons for why we like that, things that they can help us do or bugs that they can catch. Looking at it in practice, here we've already seen a nice little type annotation here saying the intent of this value variable is the built-in JavaScript type string.
Ryan Winchester, are you laughing at development time? Yeah, I mean, to be completely fair, types typically are something that describes the memory layout of the item. And so since JavaScript works the way it does, everything's a boxed value, so the type is encoded in a box, and so that it knows how to read out what it is. And the missile knows where it is by knowing where it isn't at the box time, and then it can read out the underlying value underneath it.
But we can make our own types or type descriptions, our own shapes in TypeScript. Here, instead of
it's a little different,
string, we're saying I'm making my own shape description called boxed, which refers to any shape, any value, in practice any object, that has a value property of type string. Later on, if we, having said that a variable is type boxed, assign it an object with value, say string ABC, that's okay, that's allowed, because we told TypeScript boxed.value is string, and that's what we gave it. But if we then assign, say, a number, that's not allowed because, well, that violates the contract. Okay, that's 3 minutes of recapping types. I apologize if you already knew all that, but I like to put us on a shared foundational footing of terminology for when we explore the really fun stuff. Generic types. We like generic types because they allow us to make reusable types in the types.
Why do companies insist on languages that aren't statically typed for large projects? I mean, JavaScript isn't statically typed, and it really can't be, and it has to run in a browser. So it's like, it makes perfect sense that JavaScript and some level of untypedness is going to flow throughout your ecosystem. Plus, UIs, I think, are just generally better written in a language that is more of this kind of boxed type value. I think Lua, JavaScript, and probably even Python. I'm sure if you could do UIs in Python, it would probably actually work pretty well. Elm, apparently, I don't know much about Elm, but generally speaking, when it comes to a UI, it's pretty dang easy to write them in these more kind of loosey-goosey languages. Sorry, but that's it. I think it's kind of crazy when you do it, when you go to town and every part of your commercial system is all untyped like this. I do think that that's a bit wild.
System. Going back a slide, maybe we wanted to have a version of boxed for strings, and then also a version for numbers, and then a version for a bunch of other types. It would be really nice if we can make generalized or generic types that we can reuse to swap in and out different portions, but keep other parts of them the same. So we're going to talk about that for a little bit. What are generic types in TypeScript, and how do we define and then use them generically? To start, the real definition, or one of the definitions I like, is that generic types are those that have pieces that can be provided or swapped out every time you declare a new usage of it. I'll show you what I mean by that. Interface boxed of T. This is a, being very precise about terminology, generic interface. It is generic because it has a type parameter T declared on it. Notice how we don't say value string anymore, we say value T. We're defining that there is this type parameter T that can be swapped in every time we use it.
Almost to a linked list.
Here we have
the word next.
Box of string, box colon boxed, which is saying as my type argument for T, I am providing string. So let's run through that terminology. We provide,
Templates.
or we
Nice.
give a type argument for the type parameter T, which is what makes the interface generic.
Hope we'll see dependent typing. I assume it will get a little bit more intense as time goes on.
Because a lot of folks will sometimes use ambiguous or imprecise terms like I'm passing a generic. And that's not super wrong, but it can make it really hard to use like Google or ChatGPT or whatnot to learn more about these things. So I highly recommend, there's a great article, There Is No Such Thing as Generic by the Total TypeScript guy, Matt Pocock. Great article talking about how phrases like passing a generic aren't quite what you probably mean. Highly recommend it. But back to the interface. If we swap out from boxed string to boxed number.
Do we just get pedanticized? You know, I call it a generic. I do. All right, I'll call it a type parameter. How does that sound?
Then TypeScript will know to give us a complaint.
I'll change. I'll change from here on out, I swear,
string,
to
but
gosh.
Now you provide a string. That's wrong. What do you mean? If we swap back out to number, then we're happy. Yay, generics.
No, Nightshade, dude, I just had a comment.
Another way of thinking about this that I really like is that generic types are like functions in the type system. They receive type parameters, and they output types. Their inputs are types, their output is a type. Now, if we look at the, say, interface boxed t, we could also think of actually like a runtime function that's kind of analogous to it, where both of these take in a t, and then you can call or declare with them, say, boxed up string on the left or boxed parentheses string on the right. And then they have an object that they return, this object shape with value string. So I think that's a cool way of thinking about things, that generic types like interfaces allow you to pass in, provide a type argument, and then using their type parameter, they give you back a new type. But however you're thinking about these things,
I mostly got stuck on a capital letter function. That's all. The Pascal casing of the function got me. Okay.
Welcome to the world of generics and TypeScript. I'm excited to be here with you. I'm going to take a quick detour from pure type system land to talk a little bit more about functions, actually, because runtime functions can be made generic too. One really nice motivator is the identity function. This is a really common one in programming language theory. It's the function that does nothing. All it does is take in an input and return that same input. No other operation.
I've used that. I've identitied. I've identitied from time to time.
Example, if you were to say provide a string, how would you set it up so that the return value is known to be type string?
Ooh, here we go. We're going to get hit with the generics.
Explicitly hard code that value is string, which is great because then input IBC or identity of ABC gives you string. But then it's supposed to be reusable. We wanted to make this a generic function. So if you pass in number, we would have thought value would be number, but actually it's a string, and you said the type of value is string. The parameter.
I use this all the time for mappers so in like Go and stuff, but I don't use it.
Try any. The YOLO let me do whatever I want type in TypeScript, which is very unsafe. Lets you do anything you want with it, and it's kind of infectious. This function is now implicitly returning any, which is not what we wanted. You could use unknown, which is like a safer version of any, but still not what we wanted. And well, unknown is annoying to work with. You have to verify that the value is a particular type before you use it. So that's still no good. The way we would actually likely want to declare our identity function is with its own type parameter t.
I think we should go with any. I like any.
We declare this t here and then use it for the value runtime parameter so that TypeScript can then infer in the TypeScript type system land, okay, this takes in a t and it returns that same t. For example, you call it with ABC, it infers that value is going to be ABC. And it's almost like we had to declare the function when we use it this way with string and an explicit return type string back. Then if you swap out to passing in number, it's as if we had declared it as taking in number, returning number. Hooray! Generic functions.
All right, give me some meat about these generics.
Functions and interfaces, and not covered in this talk, the other places you can use type parameters. Those lovely things, those type parameters, allow input types to change your output types. They allow you to declare that this interface takes in a type that swaps out some pieces of it, or that this function has a type parameter, which is then allowed to be used as the types of its runtime parameters.
Are you okay?
I think that's a cool way of thinking about things. It's a little head twisty when you start talking about different parameter types. So we're going to go back to learning about generics. Now that we know how these work with type parameters and interfaces and functions, let's talk about some of the things we can do with them. And because this is a practically oriented talk, I'd like to go through a few practical uses of real-world code that I see a lot that uses type parameters and other generic things. To start, box. Again, I've made a little create box function here that's a nice little equivalent to the box interface.
Is it weird that his box interface contains an object that is a boxed value within V8. So he has a box. Is that called the boxin?
Takes in a value, gives you back a box. If you call it with string ABC, then you get box of string. Box is a nice little example. You probably aren't writing interface box too much in your code, but you might be saying an interface result of t that maybe takes like a status boolean or number, and then some value t or some result of t. Let's look at a bigger function that's got a little bit more stuff going on. This is a create state function. It's probably closest to what you might find in something like solid.js, but a little different. But it's generally the idea that a lot of UI frameworks have, where you have little pieces of state that you create with a function.
What do I mean a box value? V8 can't, like, the computer can't just lay out memory willy-nilly. It has to have a reason or a way that it understands how to lay out memory. And so when it comes to JavaScript values, underneath, they're not laid out just like, you just can't, something's just not a number, right? It's actually a wrapper type. And the type is going to contain what it is. So it's going to be like a type value underneath. It's actually going to be a box. Almost what he created is probably similar to what it actually is.
How would you type this in TypeScript? Well, if we look through the function, it takes in an initial value runtime parameter. And that's, it seems generic because it returns an object that lets you property get or property set on that initial value. So I'm going to make a generic interface called state t that, given that t, has two properties: get, which is a function returning t, and set, which is a function that takes in t and returns void, nothing, ignore that. Ta-da, generics. Now this is something you might see in the wild, but I don't like giving huge, big examples in talks because I think I like going over the foundations of the syntax. So we're going to not show anything at this level of complexity for the rest of the talk. But going back.
But that was like pretty small amount. Hopefully we get into. I'm hoping that this ends with much more intensity on generics because I feel like we got it.
Box interface container. I actually want to point something out.
By the way, type 1 in the chat if you like this is new to you, because I know about 25% of chat falls under the kind of the newbie-ish category. Okay, there is quite a few ones in here. Unironically, there are some ones. Okay, so that's good. That's good.
Really cool. Notice how, although we passed in the string literal ABC, we still got back box of string as the inferred, meaning TypeScript figured it out for us, type of the box variable. That's actually really interesting and touches on some cool programming language theory, because there's a difference between the literal ABC and the primitive string. Primitives are general data, like number, string, boolean, big int, whereas literal...
I don't think strings are actually technically considered primitives, if I'm not mistaken. I think things that can be represented without a pointer is a primitive, right? So a primitive would be a number, a big int. A car is a primitive, yeah, because a car is just, it's just a byte. A car, yeah, I know. I'm trying to change my language of calling it a car instead of a char. Just like I'm trying to call it a regex instead of a regex, because it's a regular expression, a regex. It's not a regex. It's not a regular expression, okay? So character, the shortening of character is care. Character, care.
Literals are specific instances of those built-in data types. 1, 2, 3, quote, ABC, and so on. And TypeScript, for our inference, inferred
because
string,
I care.
But it didn't have to. It could have inferred the literal ABC. And if we actually wanted it to infer the most narrow specific type, there is something we can use in the type system. It's called a const type parameter. If we augment or modify our t declaration to say it's const, that tells TypeScript that we want that most narrow literal version of it, the most even read-only for more complex data. And here, voila, we have gotten box of ABC instead of box of string. Now, you might be wondering, why?
Wait, what, the French fry? You just throw const in front of it, and then you get out the literal value? By the way, I must say that having a specific value as a type just seems nuts to me. It's one of those things that I just don't know if I'm ever going to be able to, like, follow this type of thought. I don't know who needs to hear this, but abbreviations don't have to match the pronunciations of the thing they abbreviated. It's pretty useful for configs. I hear you.
Why do we care about the difference between?
But it just feels like it's supposed to be an enum here. What's really happening is actually you're wanting an enum. For configs, it's like going to be a few different values. You're just making a poor man's enum, is what it seems like.
The primitive string, literal ABC, aren't they all strings? Well, TypeScript is able to give you better assistance in development stuff when you use more specific, more not just accurate but precise types during development. And just a quick pre-canned example here. It understands that if you compare two, say, literal types that aren't the same, that comparison is unnecessary. In this code, we know box.value is ABC, not just any old string. So it can actually give us a type error saying this comparison appears to be unintentional because the types literal ABC and literal DEF have no overlap.
The funny part is if you get data from the internet and you have to validate it, then you get these kind of weird kind of comparisons where you're like, if it does not equal ABC, and it's like, well, it can only be ABC. And you're like, I know it can only be ABC, but I use JSON.parse, which is an any, so that means it just any-casted, which means that it just assumes that it's the correct type, and therefore,
I think that's pretty nifty. So you probably won't do this very often, but once in a while it might be useful. Use const to indicate a type parameter should be inferred as the most narrow type possible. The most narrow type possible.
You just learned generics? I've known about generics for almost 20 years, dog.
Anyway, moving on. Multi-containers. Let's say that you wanted to have
more
than one
value
piece
type
of
generics. I'm a little bit confused by
to your interface or function. For example, a create pair, like a key value pair. You might see this in like database wrappers or whatnot. How would you type this?
He really likes Barbies. He does.
Well, there are two generic swappable pieces of type here. Pair.key, which is in this case string or power, and pair.value, which is number or 9001. So I would create an interface with, fun fact, you can do this, two type parameters, key and value. Great. And then I'd have two type parameters on the function.
Are you guys one of those people that do full names for your parameters? Or do you just like to raw dog a T and a V here? Huh? Do you do a little T and a little V? Maybe a K and a V? I'm a KV kind of guy. Okay. I'm a KV kind of guy. I don't even go for it. Sometimes I'd call it a T and a V. Okay, put the little T in the put the T in the V. Yeah, a lot of us. There's a lot of TVers out there.
Now, I'm not even explicitly indicating return.
Please don't do KV. I don't think there's any logical argument for why KV is not okay. I just don't think it's a very good argument. I've heard them, and every single time I'm just like, bro, be yapping. You're just yapping along. I mean, dude, I just don't want to hear it.
Value, I'm letting TypeScript infer the equivalent because this is kind of getting to be a lot of code.
I've heard T key and T value. I've seen that.
Of the word key and the word value in the first half of the code. So what you could do is you could abbreviate the names. Type parameters don't have to match up between different declarations and naming. This would save some space to go with K and V. But personally, I'm not a huge fan of single letter names like this, including for type parameters, unless it's just really clear what's happening. I mean, like 4 let I equals 0 levels of standardized. So personally, I wouldn't go with this. I would go with the longer names, but that's me.
Pre-watched.
Up to your personal preference. Either
I
way,
have pre-watched.
We are using multiple type parameters in an interface and a function. I think this is good stuff. And also, one last note, of course, the fun little const hint that we used before, the const type parameter, does work here too. So now we get pair.key is power.
I'm sure it makes perfect sense, the const thing. Okay, I'm sure it does. Hey, awesome. I paused on another Barbie meme. Hey, Code Girl, appreciate the 20 gifted subs. Let's go, Code Girl.
Let's look at some more intense usage of generics.
Okay, I'm ready. I'm looking. I'm leaning in.
Classic.
Look at me go.
It was made popular in JavaScript land by older utility libraries like Lodash and underscore back in the day. How would you type this in TypeScript?
Okay, I'm sorry. I just needed 1 minute to get over my hate for this code. But now that I'm over the hate of this code, I'm ready.
Well, this takes in a container and a key and returns container index of key. So I think container should probably be generic here.
Yeah.
And then because we want to get the value under attendee of the key, we probably want to make the key a generic.
But then you can't do it because you got to do key of.
Then we get
extends.
Type K cannot be used to index type
Is it extends key of T?
What's that about? This is one of the more common TypeScript complaints that people stumble on, myself included. Well, TypeScript is right. We told the function that T and K are some types, but we never restricted what key or K can be. We never said it must be something that exists on the type of container.
Or is it type of key of?
One of the properties of container.
Extends so type of key of T?
It doesn't have the ability to verify, is this something that can actually be used as an index on T? We could provide, I don't know, something valid like name or interested.
K does need to be generic if your container
like
doesn't have.
Or the number 123 or null. And nothing in our types said we couldn't.
Your T would have to have its own generic for K. Well, no, you have to have K be generic, or you have to ignore it, right? Because it needs to be able to access this container. It doesn't know if you can use. It doesn't know if it can be indexed until you say what it's supposed to be.
Now, normally in TypeScript land, the way you would do this would be to declare key as a type that is.
It's key of. It's type of key of,
such
right?
As with key of. Nice little built-in keyword there. But this isn't working because although there are no type errors, if you look at the return type of the function, get attendee,
it's string and boolean.
It doesn't specifically return boolean or true. It returns.
Isn't this the thing that just makes you want to cry crocodile tears? I think you have to return what? You have to return some sort of. I hear people yapping in the background. I think K has to be defined, and then you have to return T of K.
String or boolean.
I see. This is one of those things that I never really quite get.
But it's not exactly what we wanted. It's accurate but not precise. And this is to be expected.
Because I haven't done it in like a year, so I can't remember.
From its own type parameter to a key of T, we've removed that relationship, that input-output pair in the type system between
Thank you, Sensei.
What key is and what the return type is. If type parameters relate a type of an input to the type of the output, we've severed that relationship. We've broken it up between the key and the return.
I prefer the term circumcise that relationship.
Which means TypeScript can infer what the type of the container is, but there's nothing allowing it to infer more specifically what key is being used. All it knows is that key is some key of T of the container, meaning container key is any of the possible types under the values. We need some way to give key a type parameter, but also constrain it to the keys of T, a constrained type parameter. And we can do that in TypeScript land with the extends keyword.
Okay, we're almost there.
A type parameter to some other type, such as another type parameter. In other words, we can say that not only do we have this unique key type parameter for K, we can also say that K must extend or be assignable to
extends key of T. But
and
this still
works. Const attendee, get attendee interested, the return type is Boolean. Hooray. And for the equivalent runtime code, give or take, approximately, it would kind of look a little like this.
I wonder what the return type is supposed to be. Because one of the problems, so it's supposed to be T of K. Is that all you have to do? K is type of T.
Where we're saying that key is K,
might be a typo.
K is the type of T, or the key of T. I'm kind of fudging it here with the second line.
Okay.
However you think about it, whether you're looking at it in the runtime code or the practical example, I think this is a really powerful thing that you can constrain type parameters to other types. Great power for us. Now that we've experienced...
That's not a Barbie. As you can see, that's Bratz right here.
It's the raw power that is generic type parameter inference. I want to dig a little more into that inference and actually show off how this stuff kind of works under the hood. To do that, I'll show one more function for now, and then we'll dive into this for a bit. Get index of, which takes a const type parameter T, an array of values, and a single value, returns the index of the value. How would this actually work for inference? Meaning, how would, given a call like, say, this one, how would TypeScript know what the T is? Well, I'm just going to...
Honestly, this seems kind of like a low T function definition. That's all I have to say here. Okay, seems kind of constrained, a little low T.
Rearrange it a little bit. The way it would work is by looking at all the possible things, all the possible types that could be used as the type argument for T.
By the way, this has to slow down your build time. I'm always a little bit worried because whenever you don't specify a return type, it slows down because inference is not fast. In fact, one of the recommended ways in which TypeScript has specifically stated if you want to have a faster build time is to actually specify your return type. And a lot of these return types can start getting pretty tricky. Like once you get a little bit beyond the simple stuff, it gets pretty tricky. I had to do a whole logging library. I did a lot of live gaming at Netflix, and I had to do a lot of unstructured data into structured data stuff with TypeScript. And there just came a point where it just became such a battle. And the amount of generics I started writing, I just realized I hated it all and threw it on the ground. Wait, why does this return T? Because it's index. Oh yeah, you're right. It shouldn't return T. It should return int. Yeah, it should return int.
And it just iterates through them and adds them to a big union type.
Sorry, not int. Int's a fake. Int's a fake number. It's a number. It should return number. Int is for children.
So first we see blue, which means it could be blue.
Yeah.
Next iteration we see feta, so it could be feta. So now T is the union blue or feta, the literal. And then we go back to blue, and so okay, we already had that, which means voila, hello. Get index of the inferred type argument for the type parameter T is the literal of the union of the two literals, blue or feta. Awesome. Let's see what happens if we have a third version of a string for the value t. If we have a typo, notice that it's a different spelling of blue. Starts off the same, blue, feta, still union, but then when we get to the third one, well, it's just yet another string literal, so we add it, and now we have the inferred type argument, blue or feta or typo blue. That's not great. And arguably, the developer, me, who wrote this function, wanted it to be that you have to pass in a value.
Oh, that's because it's claiming that the set of t is contained within these values and contained within this argument. So therefore, if you hand in blue that is misspelt, it's actually still a part of the set. And so it can't actually tell that you have a oopsie daisy here.
Value that's t. That's one of the values in
Classic.
the array. So being able to expand the type inferred for t
Classic.
when you pass in some typo value is not ideal. I want to be able to stop inference on one of these type runtime type parameter annotations. I want to be able to stop value t from expanding the inferred type of t.
Up here comes k type of t.
Once more, there is a TypeScript thing for this. It's actually relatively newer.
Oh, dang.
A few minor versions ago, they added no infer, which you can use to stop a type parameter from being included in type argument inference. I'll show you what I mean by that. If we switch value t to value as built-in generic type no infer of t, we're telling TypeScript, shush, no, don't respect this. When you're doing the inference algorithm, don't use.
I do want to throw out here, one thing that I do struggle with this is, what is the purpose of this type of code? I'm sure there's a really good purpose, but if you're typing this out, get index of a hard-coded constant array with a string that's also hard-coded, I just really feel like I'm just confused as to why this code wouldn't even, because when you're using a const t over an array, that means that this array has to be a known set of values in a specific order. Right? Like it has to, like the values have to be known. So I'm confused as to the reason. I'm sure there's one good, there has to be at least one good reason for this type of stuff. I just don't know what it is. I know exactly. I know.
Which means,
trust me, it's not his fault. It's not his fault. Josh is doing a great job. It's just that you're trying to describe a very complicated subject with a very small example, and it's just really hard because the point of the example is to show like, hey, you can use no infer to to make sure that the scope of t is only bound by the array being passed in, not by the key as well. But my brain is just like, but why? And I struggle with the but why.
Union of possible types, which means it takes it out of the equation and gives us
right. I struggle with that.
Saying, hey, we inferred blue or feta based off the other stuff.
Yeah, I'd love to see a real example. Like, how is this used in a real world?
So hooray!
Where would I use this?
No infer to throw something out of there to make it so the type system.
Is this another Barbie example?
And we get the right result. Nice. Those are a bunch of features, and I'm really happy about them, but I want to end with some cautionary notes, because generics go deep in TypeScript. We've seen identity, we've seen gets, we've seen some stuff. I've even honestly omitted a lot of them. I haven't shown you map types and modifiers and conditional types, because those things, especially conditionals, can add.
The amount of times I've written this exact piece of code right here is actually disgusting. Also, this is the grossest code I've ever seen in my entire lifetime. Not only is it potentially undefined, it also could be null. This is a value, null, or undefined one. Okay, I want to throat punch. I want to throat punch. Nullable is gRPC. Nice.
Logic in the type system, which then means you can do weird and wacky self-referential inference and bit arithmetic and
there is logic in there, and you can even do, there's a quick sort one. I think there might even be Flappy Birds in generics. I want to say there's Flappy Birds in generics. I want to say that, but I could be wrong. Yeah, okay, I was correct. It does in fact exist. There is in fact Flappy Birds in the type system.
Binary arithmetic in the type system and all this stuff. And please don't. Unless you really have to, please don't. Because the more complex you make something, the harder it is to deal with.
This is good advice.
Code, complex types should only be used to represent complex ideas. And we don't like complexity. We don't like complex ideas. Try to avoid complex ideas, if at all possible, especially in high-level app code. If you're working on like a generic data handling library and it has to do some wild and wacky stuff by virtue of how it's designed, and you can't avoid that design, then sure, maybe you have to dive into the generic stuff a lot. But if you're writing just like a high level on
I'm still on
Express
1.25
app or like React or Solid app, then try to avoid writing your own ridiculous fancy generic types.
I even personally think in those situations when you do data fetching and all that, I actually just think it's nicer just to throw Zod in front of it or some sort of data validation library on top of it and just concretize your app and just have a simple type system. Whenever I've had to build some sort of internal fetcher, say from Mongo or some other thing at my times, or any sort of data fetcher that is a bit unique, I just find it a lot nicer to just validate your type and send it out as opposed to trying to master generic everything out to be able to get it so that it can return the proper type from the function, because you still need to check it either way. Usually with a data fetcher, you always need to validate your data no matter how it goes, because whenever you fetch data, the thing you get back may not be the actual data you want.
That's one piece of advice.
You know what I mean?
When you are writing your own fancy generic types, though, a couple of pieces of advice for you. One, respect the golden rule generics. I love this name. It's in the TypeScript handbook. It's also described in more detail in a great blog post from Dan Vanderkam, author of the very, very excellent Effective TypeScript. I'm not going to go too deep into this screenshot, but I do want to highlight type parameters should appear twice. If a type parameter only appears in one location, strongly reconsider if you actually need it. What does this mean? Well, a type parameter is supposed to relate an input to an output. So if you only use it for the input, or if you only use it for the output, there's no relationship there. There's nothing it's relating.
So, Johnny, you're saying you lose the dev. You lose the dev. No, you don't, because if you use something like Zod or whatever, it does not. It enforces it. Instead, you have an error value path that happens right at that moment, which is either you get the error because the shape that you passed in is not the actual thing you got, or the value because it actually is the one. And so therefore, you can kind of walk through it in a more appropriate way. At least that's how I look at it. That's for all the data fetchers I built. Now, obviously, there's data fetchers at other levels, right? Like TanQuery and all that actually does it in their level. And hey, good for them. It's not for me. Whenever I'm building something, I like to try to build it as simple as possible because I just don't have time
built-in JavaScript function
for
JSON
intense amounts of TypeScript. Because I know
is the type as returning any.
I know that every single time you use TypeScript and you go really intense on generics, you're creating not just code, you're creating a liability, and a liability is a bit
because there's nothing that actually verifies
not fun, right? And so that means you have to maintain it or somebody else has to maintain it. I know people always say, well, it's the library's author. Well, here's the reality to life, is that every application you write slowly starts developing its own internal libraries. Those internal libraries eventually get taken out, and they become maintenance hell if you're not careful.
With this 2 uppercase.
Right?
You violated the golden rule of generics. That's not good. Now, there are some things you can do to get around the ability to violate this rule. You can respect the lint rule that we recently added to TypeScript ESLint, no unnecessary type parameters, which can actually validate that every type parameter you declare is used at least once. Now, using that rule, you might just say remove the T, or even set input to any, which is, well, that's one way to get rid of some type errors.
Parse JSON is any, actually.
But if you use more linting, which I of course recommend, you would then get a complaint that, aha, value is unsafe because value isn't any, because JSON to parse returns any. So then if you're nice and properly linted and you don't have any implicit any's or whatnot, you might say that input is string and the return type of the function is unknown, which means now you finally do get a TypeScript type error, value is of type unknown. Awesome. Low-key, I do feel a little smug that TypeScript ESLint rule has like a kind of nicer error message than TypeScript, but you know, they do a lot for us, no shade. Anyway, conclusion here. Lint your code.
He's smugging out, boys. Oh man, we are so many minutes behind.
Eliminate, but severely reduce.
I'm gonna have to go 1.25 or 1.15. 1.5. Oh my gosh.
I know there's a lot of stuff in the JavaScript ecosystem that can take up your time. Linting is one of those many things. Plus, when you have a larger code base, I know it can be a little bit of a pain to get typed linting with TypeScript ESLint set up. So no shade, no complaints if you just don't have the energy or don't have the time. But if you do, it's really valuable. There's a lot of great stuff in there. Not covered in this talk, but at least you saw a couple of useful lint rules. So I highly recommend, at the very least, try onboarding to dsESLint.recommended type checked. Our recommended type checked rules, lint rules that use the awesome power of TypeScript to give you better information. They're really nice. They're really useful. Okay, one last piece of advice before I wrap up. The TypeScript hype cycle is one of my favorite things. This is a variant of the common term, the Gartner hype cycle, which refers to the kind of emotional journey most or all large new pieces of tech go through. You start off at the peak of inflated expectations, or for TypeScript, the peak of inflated types, which is where it's new and exciting, and oh my gosh, look at all the cool stuff you can do. You can have generics and all sorts of features. But then when people overuse things, which
2016
types, I have seen every TypeScript developer I've worked
2017.
with, a few iterations go through this, myself included. You get to this trough where you overused it, you step back from the project, you come back, you have no idea what happened, why did you write all this stuff, it's completely incomprehensible, oh my gosh. Trough of disillusionment. But then once you've learned the hard way what the places you shouldn't use stuff are, and what the nice things are. You get to this plateau of productivity, this lovely space where you know how things are meant to be and when to use or not use features. And that's where TypeScript shines the best. Once you know when to use generic types and when not to use them. So the TypeScript party doesn't have to stop just because your generic types are killing you. That's a natural part of the process. Okay, let's recap for 20 seconds. Just going to blaze through these. If you're curious about types, they have development type descriptions for the expected shapes of your values. Generic types are those that have pieces that can be swapped out every time they're declared. There's no such thing as a generic. I use the term generics as a plural, but really type arguments are provided for type parameters. You can think of generics as like functions or type functions in the type system.
It's correct.
Input types.
They also call them generics.
Features, you can use const to indicate a type parameter.
I think generics just refers to like the world of using
to another type
parameters.
Another type parameter. You can use no infer to stop a parameter's type from changing the inference.
No infer is kind of neat.
A few pieces of advice: respect the golden rule.
There's a ton of those TypeScript functions that exist that like they do all special activities on top of stuff. It's actually kind of wild what is available.
Type parameters relate input and output. They should do both. Please lint your code. Please, for the love of all that is holy, lint your code. And then don't be upset by the TypeScript type cycle. It happens to all of us. The trough of disillusionment is a natural part of the journey. Anyway, if you want to talk about any of these things, generics, TypeScript, types, open source, linting, I'm always happy to chat. You can find me as Joshua K. Goldberg on Blue Sky, Fosstodon, and Twitter. And lastly, thank you, JetBrains, for having me. This has been a blast. Talk to you all. Cheers.
All right, awesome. The reality is I'm gonna run out of time, so we're gonna skip ahead and try to get up forward or get up to the top, and then I'm gonna ask my wife something. Wife.
I know you're hungry. I'm trying.
Oh, wife, I'm dying.
You want one of these? I'm trying to get eggs. I'm trying to get your mom to make us some eggs.
That was a really great throw, though.
The left-handed fling at you.
That was pretty fun. Appreciate that.
I'm gonna take your mom like a bunch of meat from our freezer and a bunch of eggs. And just trying to get.
That'd be awesome. I appreciate that. You got me in my strong hand, Lana. Got me in my strong hand. Oh, first meal in 24 hours feels good.
With like a brief snippet, and he comes up with an answer. So I don't know what.
Mostly writing in JavaScript, but want to get into TypeScript because of things like generics and all the amazing features that are in your book. Should they be afraid? Do they need to go all in with TypeScript, or can they kind of buffet their way to TypeScript?
All right, let's grab the next one. Even though these questions are really good, actually, I honestly think the question and answering side is probably the most interesting part, just because you get the condensed thoughts of all the chat for the last hour, and then they all get piled into this. It's pretty cool. The questions are pretty great, but let's go in here. Let's edit this thing. Don't worry. If I ever do sponsor stuff, I'll make sure I put the word sponsored in it. Don't you worry. Prime talks at 1.5x. I try to talk at a nice normal rate, but it's hard. Look who it is. Well, look who it is, huh, Dan? All right. Hey, Elmo, appreciate that. And hello, world. Holy cow. Hey, while we're here and we're going in between two, you legally have to. Yeah, I know, but I also want to make sure that it's very obvious. Elmo, appreciate that. Hello, world. Let's go. Thank you for the 3 months of tier 1. Thank you for that. To Halo to Reach. Nice. Met Wetzer, thank you for the resubscribe. Appreciate that. Again, Sensei, thank you for that. Appreciate that. Let's go, Code Girl. Let's go, Code Girl. Maya. Hey, yo, Bram, how's it going? Oh, it's going. We're crushing it. Ghost Dot, let's go to Noothbag. Noothbag. All right, let's see what we got for questions.
So much, Josh. Yeah, you folks follow him on social media. I think you have a GitHub sponsorship, so if you folks can
and it's over. Hey, Dr.
Josh's
Pepsi.
Work, it's amazing. It helps a lot of people around the
Hey,
world.
Keck.
So if you can, please do that. So again,
Or even better, annoy your company.
Yeah, I don't think sponsorships
your
are bad
company
or anything.
definitely should do it. So on that note, Josh, thank you so much.
I think where sponsorships get bad, where I get really nervous when it comes to sponsorships is when it has to do with technology. I am very, very careful on technology that you can build a company on. The reason being, and I've said this before, and I'm sure half of you have heard this, is that if I recommend a tech for you to build a company on, and then A, that tech sucks, or B, that tech actually just stops working because the company goes out of business, boom, like that's terrible. It's the reason why I have no problem having a keyboard sponsor. It's the reason why I have no problem having Graphite as a sponsor, because Graphite's just about me and how I interact with Git, right? Like I have no problem with that level of sponsor. It's just Terso is the only one I've ever done that is a tech sponsor. And that is just a different world. And that's one I've thought
really
about a lot.
Appreciate this. And we'd love to have you back sometime.
Terso is great though. Yeah.
Cheers.
Yep.
Fair. Terso's good.
Bye.
Crypto's the
Right,
worst
Jan.
sponsorship.
Man, a lot of good talks. Should we bring Paul on before we kind of
Thank
get
you, Josh.
into our break here? All right, Paul. We need to disable that macro of tsignore on your keyboard before we move any further.
Hey, look, I want to clear something up. It's not every day. It's only on the JavaScript days.
It's only on the days that you're writing types.
This man's based. You know what? I thought Paul was an AI. Now I think Paul is based AF. Coming in here, telling me that he uses tsignore. You know how many times I use tsignore in my real job? Many times. Many times. Fantastic.
Script and JavaScript.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it's every other day.
And it's only when I get confused, which is
Every day that ends with a
every
Y.
day, every day that I'm in front of TypeScript. Josh is a hoot.
Yeah, that was a great.
I don't think you should feel bad using tsignore, by the way. I think there's valid times to just use tsignore and move on. You know, like sometimes I'm just taking in a bunch of like parameters and I don't even really know what I want. And so I'm just like flying through and I'm just trying to get stuff out. I'm not going to define a bunch of types or whatever. I don't want to have to use a bunch of crap. Sometimes I just use tsignore because I just want to move on. Right? Let's see, yes, I trust your advice and comment on those stuff. Just the JetBrains sponsor is funny for me as a techie guys won't watch, assuming it would be corporate marketing shit, and you and ask you to proxy the stream to those techies. Interesting idea. I mean, yeah. I mean, I think it's great.
Even I'm surprised Jan even said, "Hey, I didn't know that feature existed," which I thought.
The thing with the TypeScript documentation for generics, it's just so bad. It's hard to Google for some of the things because it's like syntax questions mostly.
Yeah.
But then it's like so nuanced because the context, like you're in the generic, matters so much that it's like you.
This is where this is the thing that I really wish the people that sold LLMs would focus 10 times more on this than they would on just trying to, oh, it's going to take away your job. It's like, no, it's really, really great when you have a very specific question that's hard to formulate. And so therefore I can just give you like, here's the stuff that's going on. Help me try to fix this. And it's just so good. And then tell me why this is wrong. Like that is something that's really good. It's just a better search.
The results you're getting are just very hidden. So most of the time you're sticking, at least I stick with the release notes, which are like, I can't remember what happened.
Can it fix your Webpack config?
Like
it can.
2.5.
It actually can.
Or something. So, yeah.
I think it's cool that the two of you got him a question he hasn't been asked. So good job, audience.
Yeah, great job, audience. So speaking of the audience, we want to give them a break. I know there's a lot to absorb right now. So we're going to take a 10-ish minute break. We're going to be back at the top of the hour.
Really?
My time is 11 a.m.
Oh, I'm 5 minutes.
So yeah,
I'm a couple minutes in the past.
Go hit the bathroom, give the wife and kids a hug, pet the dog, do whatever you need, but come back, please.
Should we compare AI models and how they fix Webpack issues?
Session.
No.
So on that note, let's take a break.
All right, I got to go pee. So this actually is a good time to go pee. I heard that there might be music that could be copyrightable. All right, I got to go pee. So I'm going to be right back, okay? I got to go pee. I need to pee. Just let me go pee. Just let me do this. I have math midterms. Oh, nice. Good luck. Bio break time. Hey, I should have put on music. My bad. I didn't even put on music for you guys. You ready to do this? Brian was saying earlier that it's easier to write UIs and things like TS, Lua, and Python. Yeah, I think loosey-goosey languages are just easier for libraries. I don't see how. I don't see how. How is that? How is that? How's that controversial? We're almost there. We're almost there. We're almost there, people. And hopefully I'll be able to slow it down. Don't continue that stream, Prime. Which stream? Tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm going back up to the regularly scheduled programming. Start peeing in a bottle to avoid leaving the streams. Ooh, I like the ideas. Gave hug to waifu as well. Waifu was gone. I'm curious about your response to the one about abstraction. I'm not sure which one it is. Which one are we talking about? Stream in a bottle? Let's go. I know, wife was gone. No hug for me. Well, I can't answer this question because I've never used Elixir, but Elixir is my next language. So just for everybody to know, here's my general idea for what we're doing. Yes, I did make this as a box art. Don't worry about that. All right. Or as a notification. So this is going to be my general thing. So on Friday, we're going to go over Linus having to axe the Russia contributors. And then I have some other good ones, right? So a lot of good ones we're going to go over, right? On Monday, we're going to probably do Elixir. Right? Is this about the Russian maintain? Yes. Yes, the Russian maintainers, yeah. Oh, my keyboard got caught. There you go. So there you go. Stupid question. He should clearly stream from the bathroom instead. That would actually be the best one. That's what I mean. Isn't that one when you say this one's yours, did you create this? Are you self-promoting this one? Is what you're saying. And no. I also wanted, yes, I wanted to see this too. Stock, Qualcomm. This is also something I wanted to go over, which is that Qualcomm also dropped a decent amount after that news. They dropped 10 points after that news. Which is kind of interesting. Hey, no bandwidth, thank you. Okay, anyone good? Got a good link on make Firebase deploy on Git merge working? I think you're asking to get hacked by Eva by saying this out loud. I don't know why you would say that out loud. Why would you say that out loud? You're going to get hacked now by Eva. Are you covering Linux issues with Rust? We will. But today is JetBrains. Oh, we're back. Oh, boys, we're so back. Even though this is a banger. No bangers today.
Becca Hawrot Weigel is
Armstock,
speaker, runs a virtual coffee community. Jan loves coffee. Everybody loves coffee. But more importantly, DevX lead at Open Source. Let's bring on Becca. Becca, welcome.
Hey, thanks so much for having me. I'm very excited to be here.
Oh yeah, ARM got dominated by this too.
Topic. And also,
Good.
in the
I have a lot of thoughts
show
about
notes,
this. By the way, I have a lot of thoughts about this, and I think ARM should get destroyed.
fun fact says that you wrote a book.
Yeah, so my very first book is coming out. It's a young adult fiction novel. I wrote with my brothers. I have two brothers, and it's coming out in about 2.5 weeks. So very excited about that.
I guess the
It's kind of a
best
cool.
part of the entire experience was when you typed the last letter and didn't have to write anymore, right?
That's actually kind of cool. You know, I have kids, and I hope one day that my kids get along and.
Exactly right. I actually find like there are definite parallels between shipping code and shipping a novel. So I felt like very fortunate to have that experience.
Khaled also wrote a book, C# for Babies, which is a hoot. Becca, tell us a little bit about
Is
yourself.
ARM evil? I don't know.
Yeah, it's right
Yeah,
here.
so it's so sweet. I came into tech about 5 years ago.
Thanks,
And
Plank.
so prior to that, I taught college English for 10 years, and it was like a very unexpected transition, but I moved over, and then it was like just before the pandemic. So then the pandemic hit, I lost my first job and just like found that struggle of like trying to figure out like where I fit into the ecosystem, what I was going to do. And then I accidentally started a community called Virtual Coffee, which is still going 5 years later. And now I'm the developer experience at open source. And for me, like it's always been like community has been a central focus for me. I think it just stems from not even my teaching, but just like growing up. Like
She said open sauce, right? Why is that so confusing? Why is there something called open sauce? And all I know about is open sauce. Right? I only know about this. Which by the way, this is going to be a banger. I hope everybody's ready for open sauce. Open sauce is going to be a banger. Banger, okay? It's open sauced. Okay. Yes, I remember this. This is the one that does like the breakdown of Git and like the various stars and how the repo's doing and all that kind of stuff.
Experiencing parents that were always building community,
not confusing
and
at all
the things that they did, and understanding like we can make a better space if we work together and if we support each other. And so that's like been a primary part of my mission, and like open source I think lends itself very nicely to that. Like thank you so much.
Let's get into this.
Paul said,
I get too far behind if I don't have to go a little bit faster. Let me We'll start with this and we'll see if I have to go faster.
I'm super into storytelling. I've got a lot to say about it. I think it's very important to connect all of us. And, actually my very first open source project I maintained 5 years ago, almost to the day, because it was for Hacktoberfest. And I learned a lot through that experience. I learned about being able to work with other contributors. I learned about creating good, solid issues. I learned about the challenges that maintainers have. But like even in the last year and a half, I've been working at open source. I've been talking to a lot.
By the way, for those that don't know how, I'm really hoping that she touches on a lot of these things because it's actually pretty amazing what's going on in open source. If you don't know, I call it it's the white knight exploit. Effectively, there's maintainers that are burnt out, right? Then there are bad actors that come in and create a bunch of bad issues that are all false, right? They're all Fs. They all push towards the maintainer, get him to say, oh. Then White Knight comes in, and White Knight offers to purchase out their open source stuff, and they'll just take over. They take over, and boom, implant exploit. Especially in like something like JavaScript and NPM. NPM, you can't validate that the build files you're getting are actually a part of the repo at all. I don't know if you know that, but NPM, there is no knowing that what you download is what's in the repo, which is kind of wild because there's actually a files thing, and usually you point those inside the dist folder, right? You do that in the dist folder, and it's not in the actual files. And so that's one thing that JSR is attempting to fix. Shit, that's amazingly insecure. Yeah, it actually is quite wild. You cannot, in NPM, there is no tie back to the source code that it actually was. Shout out to reproducible builds.
of open source maintainers, and I
We're already speaking.
feel looking at some of the chat. Thank you all.
Also,
I feel that like we all
the XE exploit that almost destroyed all of Linux. Remember that one that was about to give a huge backdoor to everybody via SSH? That one also, exact same story. Maintainer burnt out, all this kind of stuff. Other maintainer comes in, says he's going to do a bunch of stuff, submits tests that only in a certain way, and then releases code, and bada bing, bada boom. Next thing you know, huge exploit.
have our own story to tell, and we all have challenges we face, but I don't think that these are insurmountable challenges. I think that these are things that we can face together, whether or not you're a contributor or you're a maintainer or you use open source software. Like, all of these things pertain to you. Like, it's very important that we recognize that we are all invested in open source software, whether or not we know it. You don't have to be a maintainer, you don't have to be a contributor, but I can guarantee that you are a user of open source software. So this is what I'm going to be talking about today. And so let's just like take it back a little bit and think about open source when it started. So when it started, it was more of like a hobbyist project. You know, there were a bunch of people that want to be able to share information together. And I think that we're not so distant from that past. Like, we can understand that we want to share and innovate. And I think that, you know, there are many different reasons why people get into tech. But I think that one of the main reasons is because people are so excited for what they experience, because we're moving at such a fast pace and it never stops, right? Like, tech continues to keep moving forward and we get excited by these new things. Sure, it can get really exhausting, but...
Did she just mention Elixir without mentioning Elixir? Is that what I'm hearing? Because right now I'm super excited about Elixir right now. And I feel like tech moving forward, and I just need to get into Elixir. I cannot believe I'm saying that. Ryan Winchester right now is actually rolling over in his not grave over and over again, going, I can't believe he's taken this long to just use Elixir.
We want to keep up. We want to know what the newest trends are. We want to innovate. We want to push. And
Ryan
this is one of the reasons why I feel like if we look at Facebook, for an example, or Meta, you know, they've open sourced a lot of their AI offerings. Why? Because they want people to be able to use those things. They want adoption and they want to see it push forward. When we open source things, we often get feedback about those things, which can be ultimately good. But we're going to talk a little bit more about that. So many of the maintainers that I've talked to in the last year have said, you know what? I found that I had a problem and I needed to solve it. So I did. And then it grew into this open source project that I never anticipated. And so what really happened was
he had a problem and accidentally created an entirely new problem.
They solved the problem and things grew and things changed. Now, I don't know how many people have read Working in Public, the Making and Maintenance of Open Source Software. Let me grab it. It's like right here on my desk. Try not to like smash anything. Okay, so let me see if this is on my camera. Okay, so the book looks like this. Sorry, there's like really hard to, but anyway, you get the general gist of things. That is ultimately, OSS is open source software. And that book is a really great detailed account of a lot of the challenges that maintainers face. And this is something that like we need to be aware of. But one of the things I want to talk about, I'm going to extend. So Nadia Eghbal writes that book and she talks about this reference to Christmas lights. Okay, so essentially, like let's think of open source like this. I don't know how many of you put up Christmas lights, but let's say Christmas season is coming closer and we are putting up Christmas lights in our house. Like, I love putting up Christmas lights. I put them up for I don't even know how long, but I love it. It's great. It's beautiful. It like creates this magical sparkle, right? And people will drive by and look at Christmas lights and that just like feels nice, right? But like, what if your neighbor comes over and they're like, hey, your Christmas lights are good, but they would be a little bit better if you just like put up this Santa Claus display. Can you put up the Santa Claus display? And you're like, okay, I will put up the Santa Claus display. And so then the next day you get up in the morning and you start putting up the Santa Claus display, right? And then you find that the Santa Claus display, the lights are all like super tangled up. And so then you have to untangle all of these Christmas lights so you can get this working. But halfway through untangling all the lights, you realize that like you just spent half of your entire day untangling these lights, but like you got a day job. And so the last 4 hours that you've spent, you haven't gotten paid for, and now you need to make up for that somewhere else. And so you're like, hey, I got to put a pause on this. I'm going to go take care of my day job because I'm not getting paid to put up these Christmas lights, right?
And this, my friends, is why you should never own a house. Okay? Also, analogy saved. Can we just agree? She Bob Rossed it. I didn't know where she was going at first. I thought the whole thing was ruined. I thought this entire talk was ruined. She saved. She saved it right at the end. Let's go.
And so then you go and you're doing your day job, and then like somebody knocks at your door and they're like, hey, like you're not done with this thing. Can you like finish it? Because it's making my house look bad across the street. And you're like, I really have to work this day job to be able to pay for the electricity that powers my Christmas lights. So I can't get to it right now. So they're like, do you mind if I work on it? And you're like, sure, go for it. And so you let them work on it. You do your day job, and then you come back and you find out that they've made more of a disaster than when you even started. And so not only do you...
They also stole your TV, just so you know. Just in case you're wondering, you let strangers into your house because they're going to untangle your Christmas lights. Okay, that sounds like an affair is going to happen. I would not accept that as an available option in my life.
You have these tangled Santa Claus Christmas lights, but now they've taken your original Christmas lights and they tangled them up into the Santa Claus display. And so you're like, what is going to happen now? Like, who is going to take care of this? And the neighbor who initially said that they would untangle your Christmas lights and put up the Santa Claus display is like, actually, I don't have time for that. So thanks, but no thanks. I'm not going to do it. So now you have completed 8 hours of work, 4 hours later than you anticipated. So it's like 10 p.m. at night, and you're trying to untangle these Christmas lights, get it back to the original state. And then one of your neighbors comes over from the right-hand side of your house, and they're like, hey, all of my lights are white lights. And you have colored lights. And so it's like really not like keeping up with the vibe of what I want for my Christmas lights. So can you change your colored lights to white lights?
I definitely had this experience in open source. I like it this way. I want this vibe. And you're like, nah. And they're like, no, I want that. That's what I want. Also, cringe neighbors.
You're just like, all I want to do is like
talk to your
put up
neighbors.
Christmas lights. I
Okay,
like Christmas lights.
danger.
They make me happy. They make my kids happy. They make people that drive by happy. Like, I don't really know what to do. And so you're like, I'll think about it, right? Like, that's just like kind of like what you say if you want people to continue to consider this. And so then you have your other neighbor on the left side, and they come over and they're like, hey, I really want colored Christmas lights. And you're like, well, yes, my lights are colored. And they're like, if you change them to white, it's going to mess with my vibe. So then you're stuck in this argument between two sets of people, and you have to figure out what is going on, right? Like, what decisions do I make? Initially, I made this project for myself to solve a problem, and now I'm getting demands from all over. And this is certainly not what I anticipated. In the same way that this tweet is putting out there, like, it's a challenge to create an open source project when you love it. Like, you work with your friends, you get on the same energy path, and then suddenly you have all of these external points where people are just making these demands, and they're making it really challenging to continue to do what you want to do. And like, ultimately, that's what open source is kind of about. And so when we look at all of the challenges of open source, we think about like maintainers.
One thing she didn't even talk about is when the HOA gets involved. You're right. The HOA would obviously be communism, and the American government shutting down your amazing Vim plugin repo because it's too good, too powerful, making people too productive. Everybody knows that. Harpoon, by the way.
Are faced with this overwork and constant demands, right? It's not just Christmas lights, right? Like, this is the extended metaphor of things. People are making demands, and a lot of times they don't do it really nicely. Like, I talked to maintainers who have showed me what people have said in the comments. Number one, if you're one of those people that is swearing at maintainers, like, you're doing that in public, okay? So nobody should hire you or work with you based on your work in public, because that's not okay. People are putting this out there, and generally, most people are not paying for that. On top of that, there's a lack of recognition and support for maintainers. So what's happening is maintainers are finding themselves in this situation where they're doing.
By the way, we kind of glossed over something she said, which was really good. Don't be stupid on Twitter. Okay, I'm stupid on Twitter, but it's my job to be stupid on Twitter, okay? You really don't do the amount of people that just go out there and just say the craziest stuff. It's just so wild. People interject their opinions, and their opinions are actually bad. Like, I understand that, like, not every opinion is going to align. Some people love VS Code, and, like, that's okay, whatever. You know, I'm going to make fun of you, but honestly, deep down, I don't really care. You know, it's just actually deep down, I do care, but in the middle ground of me caring and caring, there's a middle ground of me not caring, okay? But then somehow you go on Twitter and you see someone say something, and you go dig deep down the place where you're like your dad ignored you or whatever, and you take all of that dad ignored energy and you just like vomit it onto Twitter, which is the craziest shit you've ever heard in your lifetime. Like, don't do that. You don't want to be that person, okay? Don't be that person that gets on Twitter and just says the most insane things, okay? Nobody likes it. Nobody wants to be a part of that.
Doing tons of work and nobody cares, right? Like nobody's saying like, thank you for doing this thing, or like, I appreciate you. You've solved the problem for me. And there's an emotional labor of community management. So I've spent many years as a community manager as well. And one of the things that I found is that communities generally don't agree at all. And so there's always like, there's disagreement. And I'm totally okay with disagreement. I don't feel that it's bad. I think that it pushes all of us forward and that we're able to grow and learn from each other in those spaces. But if you're a maintainer that has not signed up to manage a community, you have to understand that this is additional labor that's put onto maintainers that they have not signed up for. Yes, developers do have lots of opinions. We are all not shocked by that situation. But who's in charge of navigating those opinions? Who's in charge of being the decision maker? Oftentimes that's maintainers, again, who have not signed up for that. They were solving a problem for themselves. They did not anticipate being in the middle of navigating this argument, right? And so there's a lot of emotional labor and community management. And like as a result of all that, there's also isolation and loneliness. So it,
by the way, also just don't, you should generally avoid getting into open source. And what I mean by that is that when you go into open source and if people get interested in it, you're about to have the world's greatest time suck. Now, if that's what you want, like you gotta be okay going into it. But you have to have that thought first, which is I'm about to embark on a journey that is exceptionally inconvenient and consistently annoying. And yeah, there will be some times that are really amazing. But for the most part, it's just super annoying. And there's just a bunch of stuff you have to do. So that's why I always recommend that whatever you do, you're building for yourself. And when someone comes along and says, hey, I want this because I want your tool to work in this way, but it's not for you, it's not what you want, don't say yes. You don't have to say yes. You can say no. Remember that. Best advice for all people doing open source is it's okay to say no. It's your ship. You make the choice. If they don't like your ship, they can fork it. They can literally fork it and never use you again and create their entire own thing. And that's okay. It's like completely okay.
If you've ever managed a community, if you've ever been a maintainer, you might find that you are kind of like a step away from the rest
Taylor
of the
did that.
community.
And Taylor
You
Otwell
can't
did
say
it right.
to the
And now
whole
he
community,
has
like,
a
wow,
Lamborghini.
this person is like really getting on my nerves and I don't know what to do about that. Because now you're in a leadership position and you have to navigate those situations. And so you're a step outside of the community. And so you have to figure out like, okay, now how do I navigate this? Who am I able to talk to? And really, there's not a really clear way to identify like who are the maintainers out there that I can talk to. So it becomes very, very challenging to be able to have that communication with other people and to know like, what do I do next? There's this thing called the Lozado ratio, which maybe you've heard of, but it's also called the magic ratio, which suggests that it takes 3 to 5 positive comments to undo 1 negative comment in a personal or professional setting. So when we find that somebody says all of these negative things in an open source project, how do we navigate that space? Like, how do we feel okay to move forward as maintainers? And so what we end up finding is like burnout happens on top of burnout.
I remember Lee making this comment. Lee has the hardest job in open source, which is he's like the face of Next.js. And people either love Next.js or they tweet at him telling him how much they hate it. Like, bro got a hard job, okay? Can we all agree with that? Just pour one out for Lee.
And
I like
so
Lee. He's
here
actually
on
a
the
really
screen, you can
nice
see
guy.
there's this
He's
post
like
from
genuinely
Lee
a nice
Robinson,
dude too.
his,
Yeah,
computer
Lee's
product, I
amazing.
think, at Vercel. And I thought like this was a really great demonstration of what burnout
Is he
looks
not
like.
getting paid by
Because it's
Vercel?
not
It's
just
still
people
hard.
disagreeing about the code or the approach that you're taking, but sometimes it gets really personal. And like, number one, why? Why are we getting really personal with all of these things, right? You don't have to personally attack the maintainers or people that are contributing because that doesn't move us forward. And if we go back to the roots of open source, we know that the core of open source is to share and innovate and move forward, right? So if you are negatively commenting on people personally, this is against the spirit of open source, and like just stop doing that. But also let's recognize that sometimes maintainers are facing that. It doesn't even happen in public. So if people have a social presence online, or if they're in a Discord, sometimes you get DMs about things, about like, why didn't you do this? Why haven't you checked my PR yet? All of these things can be intensely stressful on open source maintainers. And you have to think like, if you...
The people who need to hear this aren't watching, why not? Why not? I mean, there's what, like, yeah, 1,800, 1,900 in here. I mean, 800 here. One, I mean, somewhere in here, one of these people have to want to hear this. I think this is a great talk. The nice part is there's a lot of people that are watching this, and plus there's also 600 watching here. Someone somewhere
are putting that message out there.
Yeah, I need to hear this. Everyone needs to hear this.
Negative message.
I need to hear this. It's so easy to find yourself frustrated, and then you have to remember, like, yeah, dang, this is like someone just gave this to me for free. Someone just gave me a free gift, and I'm upset. Right? Like you're ultimately looking a gift horse in the mouth when you do that.
Out there. So number one, take a breather, step back, don't do it. And then figure out how you can positively contribute to the conversation. We don't want to pile things on top of maintainers and have these ridiculously high expectations for them when we know that this is a problem.
Thanks, Jeff.
Because what happens is maintainers eventually step back. They stop, they move backwards, they don't respond. And if you're lucky, maybe they find someone to replace them, but that's not always the case. A lot of times maintainers leave a project because of how the contributors behave. So we have to think about that. We also have to think about like the value that maintainers bring. What happens when maintainers leave a project because they can't maintain it anymore? This is one example that I found in the last year and a half that I was just like kind of mind-boggling, right? So there's this package that is pretty widely used. It's a critical tool in the Node.js ecosystem. So in May of 2022, so that's like more than 2 years ago, right? Dan Springmeyer says he was going to step down as maintainer. So he gave this pretty detailed issue about what he thought it would take to onboard a new maintainer to make this a good experience for a new maintainer and what that would look like, right? And here's the catch here. This was not resolved until June of 2024. So 2 years later, a new maintainership plan was implemented. So what does that even mean? Like this project pretty much sat stagnant for 2 years, and this was a really important project in the Node.js ecosystem. So
isn't Node.js also just like, it feels like a huge security vulnerability? Can't you just compile things? Aren't things just like sent over and just compiled? Node.js always just seems like kind of like just a scary thing. Node, when you really think about it, it's just kind of a scary thing. You just like let something that just runs on your system that has full permissions to virtually every file on your operating system other than the ones that are behind some sort of like Linux level security. But I mean, how many of your .envs are Linux level protected? Yeah, very few. How many of you just like run stuff with all sorts of keys to your business and everything? Like think about how much information is just actually available for Node just to, or for some library just to steal from you. I used to not be like a very, I'd never thought about these kind of things. And now that I've been reading more about security issues, the more I realize like how dangerous open source actually is. And how much of like how many things you rely on that could just very well be honeypots, right? I've been getting paranoid. You should. It's kind of scary.
Next slide. So this is a challenge. This becomes the invisible maintainer. So in essence,
just
that project had no maintainer at all, right? And so who was making the decisions for that project? Well, the answer is nobody was making the decisions of that. The other issue of having invisible maintainers is that you have projects, but you're not really sure who the maintainers are. So you don't know where to direct questions. You don't know who is making decisions about the project. And when there's a lack of transparency.
The alternative seems to be that there's you'll just not have software. No, I mean, most things you can build, like you don't realize how much you can build yourself, and that actually building things yourself is actually significantly easier than
we find that
the reliance
there's
on
no
a lot of the world.
Communications and roles and responsibilities either. So there might be people out there that are willing to step up, they're willing to do the work, but they don't know how to do the work, right? And so then it becomes a challenge for everybody who is using that package. In addition to that, like if you don't, in a recent podcast interview, Jordan Harband asked how many humans can screw up my dependency graph. And he didn't necessarily mean it in terms of the way that I'm talking now, but that thought, that sentiment really got me thinking about like what we're talking about here today. The answer is one. It only takes one person to screw up your dependency graph, right? And so if you don't know who the maintainers are of the projects that you depend on, if you don't know who to communicate with when you are trying to implement a fix for an open source project, your project might be in trouble. There might be a challenge. And so what we find is when this happens, projects are at risk of stagnation. There might be unresolved issues that start to pile up. There might be projects that are left in limbo.
Mentioned.
Maybe security patches are delayed. Community confusion and frustration continue to happen. Sorry, just checking some of the comments there. So when a maintainer walks away, the important thing to recognize is that the project doesn't stop. Unresolved issues start to pile up. We see that pull requests are often left unreviewed, and this means that security patches are delayed. There's confusion and frustration. People don't know what's going to happen next, and this is a real challenge for those projects, right? This is not what we want from the open source projects that we depend on, but it's like very important to recognize that most of us don't know when this happens. It would be really, really useful for you right now to look at all of your dependencies and to ask yourself, do I know the maintainers? Do I?
Type 1 in the chat if you have no idea what happened to core.js. Type 1 in the chat if you have no idea what happened to core.js. Yeah. Oh, it involves, I believe, drinking and driving and killing somebody. And like a 60% of all websites rely on core.js. If I'm not mistaken, that I believe that's the one. I might be spreading misinformation here, but like, yeah, the guy went to prison. Like, dude, it is not. It's what I'm just saying. You don't know what's happening on the other side. You don't realize what's happening on the other side of open source. It's pretty yeah, that core.js, like core.js, core.js.
All the maintainers of these dependencies have updated their security vulnerabilities. Do I know that all of them are protecting me from any source of vulnerability? I can say that the majority of us here don't know the answers to those questions. And this is not an accusation against anybody. This is just like the typical way that we've done things in open source, and it really needs to change to continue to keep all of us safe. One of the big things that we don't realize with open source usage is that when a maintainer leaves, we also have knowledge debt. And what does that mean? That means that we can lose project history, we can lose context. We don't know why design decisions were made. We don't know what the roadmap looks like. This stuff can all be probably resolved if a new maintainer comes on, but it doesn't mean that it can be resolved immediately. If you have a gap like we saw with Dane Springmeyer, where it's 2 years, how much stuff has accumulated that now needs to be resolved? How many new decisions need to be made? Now, I talked about a project at the beginning of this talk where I maintained my first open source project. In that project, I was pretty new to React Native, and the project was a postpartum wellness app. And the reason why I decided to do this project is because I went into the App Store, and I was postpartum with my 4th kid, and I wanted something to help me with like my mental health.
Let's go, Becca.
And the health of my baby. And the majority of the apps in the App Store were about losing weight. I was like, well, that's a no-go for me. That's not the healthy path that I want to achieve. So I want to be able to do that. So I was doing something like very outside of my comfort zone. But this was a project that I was doing to solve my need in the free time that I have. And like I said, I have 4 kids, so there's not that much free time that's happening here. And so there have been periods of that project that just went stagnant, right? And I remember one year I had to decide, like, okay, do I start this project from scratch, or do I update all of these dependencies that haven't been touched for a year? Ultimately, it was much easier for me to start the project new than it was to update all of the dependencies and to understand, like, okay, what doesn't work with this other package that I didn't touch in the last year, right? And so all of that stuff is like
rewrite from scratch mentioned. Let's go, Becca. Well, dude, we got several W's in the last couple minutes coming from Becca. Let's go.
Knowledge work that a maintainer has to constantly do to keep the project safe and up to date. Okay, so there's all this ongoing learning and documentation, and like we have AI and all of these tools now that people are saying like can solve so many problems. But ultimately, right now, there's nothing that solves knowledge debt in AI. We don't know why maintainers made the decisions they do. They did. And you can look back in PR reviews, you can look back in issue comments, and that can give you more context, which is incredibly important to understanding that knowledge debt, but that takes time. So if you have a gap in maintainers, there's going to be a huge amount of time for somebody to get up to speed and make the right decisions for the project. And so as part of this, I think that we need to think about the ecosystem impact that it makes. So we know that dependent projects will face
I still can't believe this is going on.
when they're not updated.
This meme
we know
still
that
lives on.
Users lose trust in software when they're not being updated. You might not even know this about your project, but when you discover it, I guarantee that you'll understand that you've lost some trust there because it's probably not safe if it's been left stagnant. There's also potential for widespread disruptions. And like we can see this in like the blue screen of death that we saw last year when things hit our airport systems, right? Like when something is finally updated, when things are not working, then that's usually when we start to notice like, oh, this hasn't been maintained properly, right? But like, where were you the past year when these things weren't being maintained properly?
Well, that technically was a CrowdStrike problem. They weren't being maintained properly because they had really poor testing because they used mocks, okay? It's not my fault. It's not my fault that they did no real testing. They used mocks, okay? Okay, buddy? It was mocks that got them. It was so good. It makes my heart so happy. I'm just so happy.
This is something that we all need to invest in and understand. This is what everything that we do every day depends on. And so the open source ecosystem health is at risk. We need to recognize that it's at risk. And this is all part of the software bill of materials. It's also known as SBOM. And the software bill of materials is like, what is your project dependent on? Are those projects safe? Do they have good maintainers? Are they well maintained? These are little things that we can start doing to keep our project safe against these vulnerabilities. And so this is where I think that we need to start assessing open source health. We need to rethink these project metrics because a lot of times we're like, yeah, we've got 50,000 stars. This is an amazing project, but like maybe 50,000 stars are not the markers that we really want to be looking at. We want to be looking at metrics that really matter. And so some of the things that we can look at are, contributors. Are people contributing to these projects or are they just starting them?
Laravel, are we get open sauce, dude? Open sauce dunking on Laravel. Let's go. Laravel actually has a really healthy ecosystem, which is shocking. I think it's just hard. There's a huge amount of stuff that you have to do to get involved in Laravel first. It's kind of a little bit of, I mean, if you're showing me 6% on Laravel, I don't know. I don't know about all this. Yeah, I'm not buying this one all of a sudden. Hey, it's Oik. Thank you. And sweet pizza.
Is a marketing metric. And like, even to some extent, forking can be a marketing metric. But who is actually helping to sustain these projects? That's what contributor confidence helps us to understand. And we don't just want internal contributors. We want people who are external. We want people who are recurring. They come.
By the way, forgive me. I need to go up to 1.5. I'm falling way far behind. Sorry, I'm yapping too much. Okay, everybody? I'm sorry.
Back to make sure this project works. And the last thing that I'm going to mention here is the lottery factor. So you may have heard this being talked about as the bus factor. We just like to put a positive spin on it at open source. This means that 50%, if your lottery factor is high, 50% or more contributions are coming from 2 or fewer people. You don't want that because if one of those people decides that they are burnt out, they're exhausted, or if they've won the lottery and they're going to move on and own their llama farm in Peru or whatever, they're not going to maintain your project. And then suddenly this project is unstable because nobody is invested in it, right? So we have to really understand what's happening with our projects. And we have to understand we can track this stuff with marketing metrics if we take the time to do that. So I mentioned SBOM really quickly. And so this is just an example of what SBOM looks like. These are different projects that Microsoft TypeScript depends on. And so this like goes along with Josh Goldberg's talk a little
bit.
Where we look at all of these dependencies, keep TypeScript going. So what does that look like?
I do like that we call lottery factor the same thing we used to call bus factor. Instead of winning the lottery, getting hit by the bus.
That is the safety score, right? Like this is the security score for the project. So is it okay that some of that project has a 4.5 or a 4.8 score? That's going to be up to you to decide, like, am I okay with depending on a project that depends on a project that has a 4.5 safety score? But at the very least, you can't say that you didn't know that there may be some potential security vulnerabilities here. These are all things that we need to be looking at and we need to be thinking at for our projects. And so what does this mean in terms of making a sustainable open source? Like, well, first of all, I think that, we talk a lot about sustainability in open source. And I think that the models are out there. Like, we have answers to the problem
What
of
if I win the bus
sustainability and
in the
open source.
lottery?
Financial support through sponsorships gives us the opportunity to directly fund projects that we depend upon. But still, many maintainers are underfunded. And this is not something that you or I specifically can deal with, right? Like, I can give money to a project, you can give money to a project, but ultimately, if our company is depending on a project, that corporate responsibility comes key to solving this problem. So we have to encourage our companies to be willing to donate money to support the maintainers of the projects that we depend upon. There's also sustainable licensing. Like, I've seen a lot of companies in the last year change their licensing. And for some of
the obvious and clear problem with all of this is that it's like, I totally agree. It'd be totally great. And then every single time you hear the exact same thing, which is like, let's make an aggregate system that's like, depending on project, companies will give into this big model right here, right? And then we will go out and we'll give out to all these different, you know, various open source repositories that people rely on to be able to have sustainable funding and all this kind of stuff. But then right away, what is this guy's name? Is Joel S is number NPM, right? This guy right here has what, 750 super downloaded repositories. I mean, somehow there's 73 million downloads of is number per week on here. But yeah, this Joel guy, right? He's gaming the system. The problem is the moment you do some sort of distributed way in which you want to bring out money, you're going to get this person getting a lot of the money. I'm not no knock on John. Sorry, no knock on John. It's just that when people have these type of libraries that are just proliferated throughout the entire ecosystem, where their download numbers is literally going to be like half of NPM, there's an obvious problem here. And the moment you try to monetize that or try to make it some sort of enforced corporatism to be able to push money into these open source, you will by the very nature create a system in which people are like perversely incentivized to make small continuous packages, like all the time, to make everything open source, even if it's kind of crap, and to try to get stuff in, right? I don't know what the proper answer is. It's just that I do know that in giving money to the projects you like is a good first step. Obviously, a good second step is to go to your corporation and find the projects you want to give to and tell them to give to it, specifically the ones that you think are very fantastic, right? I think that that's a good first start.
Of them, it's been a lot of really negative publicity, and I'm not going to necessarily talk about that. I think there's a right way and maybe a wrong way or a different way to communicate things, but you have to be able to communicate to your users. Ultimately, at the end of the day, if a company cannot sustain itself because the costs are too high, then we have to find a way for them to be able to sustain themselves. And licensing can be a way to do that. Sure, that might mean that it's no longer, by definition, open source. But I think that if we look at the ultimate overall impact, that being able to pay and fund these projects is going to be really key to making a sustainable future. And the last part of that is community engagement. And like, we're in Hacktoberfest right now. We've got 7 days left of Hacktoberfest. And one of the things that we talk about a lot is like, hey, let's contribute to these projects. Let's get PRs in. And then we drop off after the month of October. But ideally, what really helps maintainers is when you continually and you sustainably continue to contribute to their projects. They don't need one-off contributions most of the time. What they need is people who are willing to invest their time and effort and to show up when they need them. And so all of these things come together to make a sustainable open source. So what I want to say to you right now is that all of us use open source every single day, whether we know it or not. 96% of software runs on open source at some point or another. So we are part of the solution. Whether you are donating, whether you are contributing, whether you are encouraging your company to give back to the open source projects that you maintain, you are responsible for the sustainability of open source. So today I am encouraging you to leave this talk and to go figure out, what is your role? What is the investment that you are going to do to make sure that open source has a sustainable future? So thank you so much for spending this time with me today. If you want to connect with me, I am Becca HW on all socials.
Very cool.
That was fabulous. Real quick, can you hold your book up again?
I did really like that. Becca HW, I swear, we had a Twitter spat and then made up.
All right, cool. There were questions that we're asking about that. Maybe we can.
Yeah, I remember Becca. Okay, I know her. Yeah, she's great. There you go. There you go. That was good. Yeah, that was actually really, really good. I really appreciate that. I think this is really good. I think TJ, as an open source maintainer, has to be pretty happy about that. By the way, there was a bunch of losers in chat saying dumb things. Try not to say dumb things. If possible, chat, can you not say dumb things? Like, is that a capability? I actually had the timeout 2 people. Okay, I did. I shouldn't have to time people out. Okay? Okay, this actually was a good talk. I know people were calling her Karen despite she's actually just doing a really good talk. Like, hey, have you ever thought about that? Have you ever actually thought about this idea of you getting frustrated over an open source project and not realizing that someone gave you a gift that solved some of your problems, and now you're all upset and you're complaining, why isn't it doing the thing that you really want it to do, not realizing that there's 10 other people doing the exact same thing, all asking for different directions. And then she mentioned that she had 4 kids, which is based, okay? Just absolutely no inner monologue, okay? Absolutely. They must be people that have no inner monologue because they're just like, how do I think? How do I think? Why is she a Karen? First thought across my head, let's go. Like, you can't even think because you have no inner monologue, because you're crazy. Absolutely crazy.
Source maintainer here, Jerome Dev. They say lack of recognition is definitely what's hurting him right now. Maintaining an 80K stars project and most interactions is about what's wrong. So like that negativity. You had mentioned about mental health, your personal mental health, the mental health of maintainers. Do you have any tips or advice for folks who are maybe struggling with the overwhelming negativity of like having a popular project?
Yeah, so Jerome, I'd love it if you contact me if we have a chat one-on-one, because I know that this is a real challenge for people. And that tweet that I showed from Lee from Vercel, I think like kind of breaks things down in terms of like.
Am I too hip to know if based is good or bad? Based is good. Based, if you're too old, here, let me help you out, old man. Okay, let the old man help you out, okay? Hey, young kid lingo with Prime. Here we go. Based in reality. All right.
So like if you want to come back and give this information to us in a different way, then come back. But right now I'm closing this issue because this is not how we do things here. And like I think that
hell yeah, we're gonna baste these sons of bees.
Having that support of somebody
that's a pot calling the kettle black. I know,
really
I was
useful, because then you don't
based
have to
in reality
that.
build, yeah.
But like as humans, like I think that it's also okay for you to say like, this hurts really bad and I need a break from it, because we're not robots, right? Like we can't just filter this stuff out. It's not like a fish tank, right? Like the bad doesn't go in the filter and then
you never made that connection, really?
Just,
that
like,
based is based in reality.
brains, and that's just like
Getting based like a chicken,
how we're built.
getting based like a turkey.
It is definitely a challenge, and I think that sometimes there are strategies that we can put in place to decrease those things. But like I just also want to say, like, I'm very sorry that you're dealing with that. Is very hard, and I'm happy to hear more about like what specifically you're going through to see if I can help.
I thought based means bring your truest self and is often used sardonically. First off, get sardonically out of here. Second off, no.
I want to help. I'm a provider. I need help. Find Becca. Get in contact. Let's all make things better. Thanks a lot, Becca.
Yeah, thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thrown out sardonically.
All
right, we're going to mute it for a second because we have a second. Can't believe I just got hit with sardonic. You can sardonic nuts on your face. All right, let me jump over. Let me do a little bit of editing. That was absolutely fantastic. I hope everybody clapped for Becca on that one. All right. And then I'm going to go pee again while they yap. And we're going to let them yap. All right. There we go. You don't need JavaScript for that one. Everyone's saying that Kevin is awesome, so I'm pretty excited about that. Any tips for growing a thicker mustache? Very, very simple. Just be a man. If you are a man, it makes it really easy. Like, honestly, I would definitely suggest that as your first step is just man up, okay? Cowboy up. Stop shaving. That's also a good first step. Yeah, manning up. Best advice I've ever heard. Exactly. Yeah. All right, I'm going to go pee. I'll be right back. Good luck. Good luck. All right, hey. Hey, losers. Hey. Hey, loser. All right, you guys ready to move on? Remember to draw your cat after you're done? Click on the Garci video. I think your motivations aren't for music. Okay. That's my thought. I don't think you have any desire for the music. Hey, Cater Waiter, appreciate that. All right. All right. We're getting ready. I don't like Rust personally. That's fine.
I think this is a very healthy attitude to be a little bit more conservative with like, okay, what do I install? I'll put in my package JSON.
You know what? I'm glad I unmuted it and just absolute based take just came flying in. Are you allowed to put in links? Yeah, go for it. I don't care. I hate Rust. I don't hate Rust. I like Rust. Rust is fine. It's just not my go-to. I feel like I want Elixir. Ryan Winchester, I feel like I'm ready for Elixir. Can everybody just say we're ready for Elixir? I'm ready for Elixir. And then not only am I ready for Elixir, Nightshade dude. Nightshade dude, why are you cheating? What? Don't cheat. I'm ready for Elixir. You're ready for Elixir. I'm ready for Elixir. At this point, you're getting ads. It's on you, not on for not using Brave. How about some claps? Can we use some claps? Elixir docs are outstanding. Yeah. And so I'm going to try to go through all of Elixir, and Monday is going to be the day of Elixir. So I hope everybody's ready for Monday. Friday is going to be we're going to try to figure out Beast Code enabled subscriber only. Damn, you guys are really after it. Subscriber emote only mode. Just thought you're doing Clojure. Clojure I'm doing for Advent of Code. I'm going to do Clojure for Advent of Code. Even though I'm not going to lie to you, I don't really want to do Lisp. I'm going to do it. You know why? Because Lex seems like a good guy. Okay? That's why. All right, let's see where we're at. Are we finally caught up? Okay. Ooh.
Kevin, we've been talking
nice.
about
Here comes
you
Kevin.
behind
Okay.
the scenes. We're so looking forward to this talk, but first tell us a little bit about yourself.
Yeah, first, thanks for having me. And also, I never thought I'd be compared to LeBron James, so I do appreciate that.
It just popped into my head. There you go.
So the really important question now is
we missed that comparison?
I think you do.
I have two kids.
I think we
yeah.
talked about that. Is your kid also into CSS?
No.
Because LeBron is playing with his kid now.
That's right.
On the same
yeah.
team. So
I do have a video. I do have a video on my channel where I'm trying to teach him some basic HTML and CSS. But the big takeaway from that he appreciated the most is one of the class names he came up with was "My dad has a big butt."
Yeah, here we go.
Yes, you have found your successor.
All right, we're gonna be doing it. I'm excited.
Yeah, so
everyone keeps telling me that this is awesome.
And my main thing, like you alluded to, is I have a YouTube channel where most people know me from, where I help. My goal is to help people fall in love with CSS, and if I can't get them to fall in love with it, I'm hoping to at least help them be a little bit less frustrated by it. That's sort of my elevator pitch right there.
Hey,
I feel like this is going to be a D-Nuts joke. I don't even know what T tokens are.
A friend of mine, Andreas, says like, "Wow, it's actually him." So yes, your
CSS
your
sucks. Yeah, CSS
is doing the
it's
great work of
I almost
telling
banned
the
you,
story of CSS. We really appreciate
CSS is based, is it?
Before handing it over to you, I got to tell you the fun fact that we have.
CSS
Kevin
does
went from
not
studying field to becoming a designer in publishing, teaching web design, online course.
Oh, here, I'm going to pause this. Okay, hold on. That's the site he was trying to send links to. Oh, who was? Can you here, hold on, Ryan Winchester, I actually need this. Can you link whoever that was? Do you have their name? Because then I can just ban them. All right, let's get Kevin Powell back.
That's more career shifts than a Fast and Furious movie.
Yeah.
So that's pretty good.
A lot of things that people
Furious movie.
yeah.
So that's pretty good.
All right, we have to go to
Yeah, I'm the type of
1.25x
person who
because I'm
gets,
already
like, I
yapping.
like doing something new and then I get bored of it really quickly and I'll find
Yeah.
something else. But instead of doing that with hobbies, I did that with my career or planning of career.
About the one
Me on, and I'm really excited to be talking about you don't need JavaScript for that.
He means for anything, by the way. Just in case you're wondering, you don't need JavaScript for that. That being a server, okay? That's what he means by it, okay? He means a server. That's what he means. All right, everybody clap
Because
it. We're
obviously
taking it
talking
home.
a lot
We're
about
calling
JavaScript
it a
today.
day.
But there's a lot of things that people use it for that it just
Yeah,
doesn't
sucky,
need it.
Yassine.
But of course, I have a YouTube channel that's devoted to CSS. So of course, I'm the person who's going to say, you don't need JavaScript for that. I might have a little bit of a bias in terms of CSS solutions when possible, or even just HTML solutions when possible. But I do think that it's really important that we don't avoid JavaScript for the sake of avoiding it. And this is something that I'll talk a bit more about later on. There's a purpose to JavaScript. There's a reason we have it. There's a reason it's such a big part of the web. But we don't want to reinvent the wheel a little bit. We were talking about installing, node packages when you could just write a small script to do it. Even better than that is when there's functionality that exists.
You should reinvent the wheel, especially if you're installing a small Node.js script to do that. You should reinvent the wheel almost exclusively. Because you know why? There's like wooden ass wheels out there that you're driving around on when you could be getting a nice Formula One wheel. Okay. So don't do that. Hey, thank you, Frostbite.
Where you don't even have to do anything that works. That's really good. And yeah, so when we can do that, it's usually a good thing. And today I want to cover a lot of things that do this. Will help you not reinvent the wheel, that I see people doing a lot. There's a lot of modern CSS coming along that we'll touch on at the very end, but most of the things I'm going to be talking about today are actually like super old and just people aren't aware of them. And then we'll see some of the newer things that are coming if I have time at the end. But yeah, this happens all the time where people do reinvent the wheel. And this obviously means there's more work for the developer, which sucks. You don't want to be doing more work than you have to. More JavaScript potentially means slower sites, which sucks. And it can also have very big negative impact on the user experience as well. And this is a really big one where if you're trying to recreate something, often there's a lot of accessibility things that are baked into the native features that are really hard to actually.
Thank you, Frostbite, for going from a brand new tier 1 to a brand new tier 3. Let's go, baby. Let's go. If not, just learn how wheels work. Absolutely. Let's go.
Recreate properly. And so you might not realize it at the time. And I'm not just talking about the slower sites here, but just significant accessibility things. And we'll see some examples of that as we go through this too. The first one I do like to talk about is smooth scrolling because it's a really simple one. It's actually one that a lot of people do know that we have with CSS, but also that there's a reason people avoid it. And I want to talk, show how we can actually fix that as well with just an extra line of CSS. Before I look at the example here, we're going to be doing a lot of code examples. I'm going to be diving into it. I'm talking a little bit fast. I do apologize. And I'm going to be
completely real with you guys. I haven't done a lot of CSS in a long time. Okay. Last time I was seriously doing CSS was like 10 years ago. Because the entire time I was at Netflix that we didn't do CSS. There was no CSS. I did do like a 6-month stint in doing some CSS. But besides for that, I've largely lived in a world that was our own custom JSON formatting. So I'm kind of out of the old CSS. Just so you know, I'm not really I don't really understand modern CSS. Like I get how to do your flexes and your grids and all that, but
going kind of quick through the examples. I more want to be showing you what's possible so you can just remember that and go and look into it. And all of the links to these code pens are available. I have a link on the last slide. And
I know
people at
Flexbox.
JetBrains have it too, and we'll share it with you. So if you want to see any of the examples.
Also, fuck Flexbox, okay? I say that, okay? Grid all day, but sometimes Flexbox.
You can. With smooth scrolling, really important if you are going to do things that involve a lot of motion, you probably want to put it in a prefers reduced motion media query, just so people that have vestibular issues don't have any problems when they got on your site. Because if somebody does have vestibular issues, they can get a headache, they can get migraines, they can have nausea and other things if all of a sudden the site's scrolling or you have big motion going on. So just want to say that really quickly, and it's super easy.
Did he just mention inner ear problems, the vestibular system?
So here's the first example we'll look at where I just have exaggerated height navigation here, where I can use anchor links that I have set up that just go to a different ID on my page. And this is always kind of a weird experience because it's hard to know when you've actually got anywhere. So we can turn on that prefers reduced motion media query right here. So it's the exact same one that we just had the screenshot of. And now it will scroll, and that's it. There's no work to be done. There's nothing else. It just works. And I've seen this recreated with JavaScript a lot of times. So if you have, you can refactor some of your code now. But there's obviously another big problem that comes up when you do this is if I go to the top, I don't see the top.
I don't like that it's not updating like the little hash or whatever. Because that way if you refresh the script or refresh the site, I want to see myself back in that position. I want to see that. Come on, give me the URL, buddy. Okay, you can't just put links without the URL,
it's hiding
buddy.
underneath this navigation bar. Or if I go to middle, it scrolls too far. And this is usually where people go, well, this doesn't really work for me. I have to use some
Anchor
JavaScript.
links are still broken in Chrome.
But you don't. So I'm going to come over here, and I'm just going to do an HTML, and I'm going to do scroll padding. And I'm going to say 10 rem. It's a bit
it's an
numbery,
iframe,
but it's going to work because I have this giant one. And you can see now, because my navigation just happens to be a bit less than 10 rem in height. So now it's creating a padding on where I'm scrolling to, and it just stops where I want it to. I did include this outside of the media query here, because let's say somebody prefers reduced motion enabled on their system. That just means that now when it jumps to, let the code pen refresh. When it jumps to this area, that padding still applies, even though we're not smooth scrolling, but you don't lose the text underneath. So that makes life a lot easier. There is scroll padding and scroll margin. Like with padding or margin, try one. If it's not the right one, try the other one. In this case, it would be scroll padding that I want to use. The other choice is you can do your target. So target, and then I would actually want to do scroll margin. So margin goes on the element itself. Padding goes on the thing that's scrolling. It's not easy to remember which one you want, but now I've actually recreated the same experience. And target is literally, if I click on top, the target is the thing with an ID of top on it. The reason I put this here is because you might want to do something like this, just to add, and this is way exaggerated, but I just wanted to show that it's possible, where we can do an animation of target, and I'll just say it's 1 second, which is probably a bit too long. But when we scroll to that area, I can highlight where I've scrolled to, which can help with the user experience a little bit. You probably don't want it in a bright red like that. It's really ugly, but you can do that. You could even say something like target H2, or maybe we want to be a bit more specific, the direct child, or H2 first child, whatever we need. You can set.
Bro is pseudo selectoring so hard right now. Oh my gosh. I can't even keep up with this.
Then the animation, I broke it because it's probably not an H2. I thought it was. I thought that I broke something along the way. Oh, I put the scroll margin here now. That's why. Okay, I'll take that off. But you could have it set up so, is that fixed? Yeah, you could have it so the animation is running on the H2 instead. Actually, we could do a bit of CSS nesting now, and I could actually get that to work, I believe. There we go. So you see we're highlighting the thing itself. Again, you might not want to necessarily do that. Target's really powerful and something that a lot of people don't realize that we have. So I just wanted to throw that in there as a little bonus fact.
Let's go pseudo selecting.
Another place where people do not take advantage of the CSS that we have available is with forms. I am saying CSS is a great first line of defense, and we'll talk more about that. You don't want to use this for real form validation. I'm never going to say use CSS for form validation, but you can do it as a form of validation for the user before they've put anything in. And just for this, getting through this one quickly, I have set things up already. But this one, I just have some colors set up in my custom properties. So if I come into my input here and I start writing, you're going to see it's in green. So I'm getting an outline that's in green. And the way I'm doing this is if we have a focus and it's valid, and all we have right now is an input type of text and it's required. So for a type of text to be valid, it just needs some text in there, and then it's getting the valid on there. I do have this extra thing on here. Actually, we don't really need that first one, but this one here is saying it's valid and the placeholder isn't currently being shown. So that just means if we're in the box and we haven't done anything yet, the placeholder's there. So we're not going to get the success state until both we're valid and the placeholder is no longer shown. And we can just let the user know that it was good. This isn't the best use case for it, in my opinion, but we can do a little bit more to help users out, because I'm sure you've been on a forum, filled the whole thing out, hit submit, then it does the server-side validation, and then returns an error. And that's really frustrating when you have 4 fields that you have to go and revisit. It'd be really nice if you could have immediate feedback. So here, if I start writing an email address, it's showing up in yellow because it's not valid.
Obviously, part of the hard part is that some validation is only able to be done on server. You can't always validate everything on the client. As they say, subscribe to Kevin's YouTube channel. Yeah, do it.
Yet. And once I get to a valid email address, then it goes away. But if I don't enter a valid email address, I'm getting it in red with a little warning coming up underneath just saying, please enter a valid email. This is just being done with an input type of email, once again, that's required. And then I also have a little div underneath it for the please enter the text here. Is just in a div that's coming underneath that has a display none on it. And we can come down far enough. I have this saying that if our input is not being focused, so it's only when I leave the input, and there's no placeholder shown, so I know the user's already written something in there, the error that's following that input will get, we're changing it to a display block so it becomes visible. You might want to do some testing with this just for screen readers.
By the way, this is, it's wild how much CSS has turned into COBOL. I mean, we should have just went with COBOL instead of CSS, and it might have just been easier here. I'm just saying this thing reads just like it. It's wild. CSS is programming, man. There's a lot going on here. I can do this in Tailwind
to make sure this text is being read out loud if you think it's important enough for that. But it's a nice extra thing because only having color isn't enough. And even just the switch here from green to yellow probably isn't enough, because a lot of people do suffer from color blindness, and just relying on color for hinting and helping users know state is never going to be enough. So having some text or other things that can go along with it can go over.
8% of male. What is it? 1% of females? 0.1% of females? How many males are color blind? 0.5%. Female privilege.
Really long way.
You guys and all your working eyes.
So my password down here is really cool, because here I have my input type of password, so it's going to be a password field. Enter a minimum of 12 characters, but I have a minimum length on there. So this isn't going to be considered valid until there's 12 characters in there. And that's just a nice thing that is there. It means the user can't submit this form even, because let's say I do hi@email.com and I try and submit this, like the form can't be submitted here because it knows that we need 12 on there. So this is a minimum length. You can do a minimum length, whatever you want to set things for your inputs. It doesn't just have to be for passwords, but that's probably the one place where you might want to actually use it. And I'm doing the same thing here for the hinting, because it makes sense. You get a hint as you're typing it to remind you what the minimum requirement is. And then once we pass it and we get to where we need, the hint can actually go away because we hit the valid state. And I'm doing the same thing I did before. The same thing I did
This is actually super cool. The amount of logic that's going in here is super cool. The thing that obviously I don't like is I don't like moving elements. I typically don't like things moving up and down, but I like this idea that, I mean, obviously this is just like a trivial example, right? You could have this appear to the side, or you could do something else that doesn't cause the submit buttons to go up and down and all that. But nonetheless, it's actually cool how much is being done, in which he's showing purely with CSS with these are crazy statements, by the way. But that if there's a hint and you're within these certain things, and oh my goodness, I didn't even realize you had
for
invalid as a pseudo selector
to show up or disappear.
Input focused and
one of
is
them
invalid
is if the
and
placeholders. Sorry, this one is when we're focused, and this one is when we're not focused. So it's the hint at the beginning, and then when we leave focus, then we'll show the error. So that one's kind of fun. But one thing that makes it even better is you can actually, if you're using regex for your server-side form validation, you can use that same regex as a pattern on your input type. So here on my input type password, if you're making sure that there's a certain number of characters and not everything else, I'll just put it at the beginning here. But we can put a pattern there, and this means that I need letters and numbers. That's probably not the best one, but it's something. So I can put as many characters here as I want. It's never actually considered valid at this point, because the browser knows that unless I'm meeting this pattern, it's not going to work. And then as soon as I put one number in there, it becomes valid. Or if I put a whole bunch of numbers, it's not valid until I have one regular character. So
I don't know anything about regexes, okay? But I must say that I see 2 question marks, and question marks I thought were the devil for performance, but I can't remember. So here I am, because I don't know anything. Yeah, forward look ahead. I know that it can be very bad for performance. I don't know anything about regexes. I stay away from regexes.
So you can use the same pattern on the client side, or just within your HTML.
It's wild though that you can do that
on server side, or something simplified here, but at least to give the user that first hint before they hit that submit button, because I find that's really useful to do. And on the email, you might have noticed that as soon as I have this, it's considered valid, and I think even this is considered valid. Oh no, that one's not. Which is kind of weird. You can also use a pattern on your input type email just to make sure there is like a dot and then at least 2 letters coming after it, if you wanted to. So you can set that up on your email. And there's actually a lot more you can do with inputs. Inputs are great.
By the way, did you know a valid email does not have to have like a dot whatever? It's the most frustrating thing. You can literally just have like prime@me. If I'm not mistaken, I believe that is a valid email. Some email validators don't actually have that, which is also weird.
And there's so many different things we can do with them. So here on this one that we have right there,
yeah, welcome to the internet.
I just have a minimum and maximum set. And so if I come, and this is an input type of number. There's some weird stuff with input type numbers, but I can hit that up arrow as many times as I want. It will never go past 6. Or if I come in and I put a number,
I love this.
You can manually type it in.
By the way, I love how much more has been going into HTML. I think this is so fantastic because it's very declarative. It's very easy to understand. And look at that go. This is so good. This is just so good that this exists. I love this. I love it.
But I wanted to, I can use a little bit of CSS to see what's going on there. So I can say if it's not in range. And then it knows that it's not within this min and max right there, so I can change the styling on it.
Oh my gosh.
Another really good one.
Input type number not in range. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. You could just do it. Look at that. Oh my gosh.
And this is an HTML only. We're going to have a few HTML only things here. I ignore my typo. If you have an input type of color, You can get a color picker that's better than a color picker that you can
Traf,
create
thank you
yourself,
very much for the tier 1.
because the color picker that comes with the system, first you can change from HSL to hex and all of that. That you probably can't see. I just realized that.
Yeah.
But one thing you'll see, you get a color picker coming up on here. I do apologize that you can't see it, but you can play with this demo after. The reason you can't see it is this is actually a system level 1, and I'm only sharing my window. But I can there's a eyedropper in there that actually allows you to pick a color that isn't in your browser window, and that's not something that's available if you create your own color picker within the browser.
Correct.
Just for security reasons. But the system level eye picker can pick colors from anywhere, so I can get my browser.
Look at his ID, by the way. Look at that. Look at that ID. Color Psyker. Get wrecked. Get wrecked. Typo.
Something like
Can't
that.
even type.
So just
Okay.
a really quick win with the type color there.
Obviously,
and
don't
the last
trust
one
any
here
of your
is with the
CSS
checkbox.
now.
This is potentially something that's coming, which is the switch attribute that would actually turn it into a switch. This is in Safari's technical preview right now, and it's in proposal phase, I believe. So we might be able to turn that on and then get something that looks like a switch that is completely stylable, but it has a default switch to it or toggle look to it.
Yeah,
like
this is
right
actually
now.
super cool stuff. I'm loving
on a
this.
Windows computer right now, so that doesn't work. So I did have to style this myself, but it's also a really easy thing to style. I just have my toggle set, and then I have a pseudo element for my circle, and then I'm just using the check state to control where the color, and then the check state to move the toggle back and forth. So it's not difficult now, but it'd be pretty cool. We're probably going to get, or we will be getting something because they're working on it, whether it's an input type checkbox with a switch attribute on it, or whether it ends up becoming its own input type.
I cannot believe. Okay, we're doing it. We're going to Twitter. We're doing it. HTML plus CSS is actually cooler than JS. And post. And post. This is actually awesome.
Yet, but Safari has this, at least in the
This is
preview,
actually
I'm not
awesome.
Sure if they've shipped it beyond that yet. But a couple of quick things there for your forms.
I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I've been out of the web world for so long, and I've been building stuff not in the web world because I've just loathed the recent web developing experience. I've just hated building AI or UI stuff. This actually makes me excited again about building stuff. Yeah, I know. I went through, but I did go through the old React days. Don't worry. I started on the early versions of React. This looks super cool. This makes me, this HTMX plus this is going to be so amazing.
That you can do.
I also hate AI, but I love AI. But I hate
those. But again, those are first line of defense. Just want to make that really clear. This is all client side. Never do form validation. Client side only. You'd want to be doing some server side stuff along the way.
Good job.
Along that front, we don't want to go overboard in general. Don't want to rely on CSS for our form validation. We also don't, when you start finding a lot of these pseudo classes and pseudo elements, or especially the pseudo classes that I'm looking at, you start thinking about all the crazy and cool things that you could do. And there's lots of really clever examples of CSS only things that exist out there. But just because you can do it with CSS only doesn't mean you want to do it with CSS only. And I do think that's an important thing to talk about quickly before we move on to other things. So here's an example just of like a really simple tab system that I created, or demo that I created. It's nothing too fancy, but there's a lot of important things in creating tabs that I can't do with CSS. So first of all, when I'm in this, I can click and it looks like I'm clicking and there's nothing fancy. I could recreate this exact functionality with CSS only. But if you're doing...
I started off as a front-end developer at Netflix. Yeah, I did that for a year and a half, moved into data fetching and library building at Netflix, doing the back end and the front end for all the data caching for the UIs, built it out for iOS, built it out for web, and built it out for TV. And then I went into a dark area, almost quit, did quit, came back, then worked on the UI again, but then went right into like logging and tracking and making sure all of our unit tests are good, and then doing a bunch of performance stuff for the front end and making sure our originals could load good. And then after that, I went into the kind of like the base layer of things. I went more into the performance, and for a while I splunked around in there, and then I went into the actual NRDP app, the C++ application, and then worked on there for quite some time, building a bunch of live video stuff. And then after building a bunch of live video stuff and tools around it, I have one called Reggie, the most reliable pacer of all time. Great name, by the way, at that point. And then I went into live gaming and did a auto doctor. So you could auto dock any game as we were developing it in-house and see what went wrong. What was your encoding time, rendering time? How long did it take to send down the pipe? Were there any packets missing? What packets were missing? Do you want to visualize the packets missing? How did everything happen? Blah, 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 blah. Did he mention Valcor? I did. I mentioned Valcor without
you
doing
also want to
Valcor.
be able to go with your arrow keys. So I'm cycling through just with my left and right arrow right now. if you want to make an accessible tabs, this needs to be one of the features that you include in it. I can't do that with CSS only. There's no way that we could. So that's an important thing. And the other thing is, if I'm on my socials, I should be able to hit my tab and actually come into this area. And it's one of the few times where you actually need to play around with your tab indexes a little bit. Because if a user goes to the marketing and they're using their keyboard, the next thing they should tab to should be that content that has just appeared. And they need to be able to reach that content that they just got to. And in your markup, the order here, you probably have, like if we look at mine, the order here is I have a list, and then I have all my tab actual panels down, lower down. So just doing all of that with CSS only isn't something you'd be able to do reliably. If you had links in this, it could become a real disaster with tab ordering and other things. Depending on how you're doing it. If you're doing display none, maybe you could get away with it. But it just becomes an extra challenge that CSS only is a fun thing to build, but it's probably not the best idea to rely on CSS for it. Another one is carousels. Lots of examples, really good examples of carousels. I found a CodePen and just worked this, and they did a really nice job creating it. CSS only carousel, really neat. With radio buttons and a few other things, but I can't use my keyboard to interact with it at all. And making this, you could interact with it with your keyboard is possible, but it's a ridiculous amount of work that you probably don't want to do, and you'd actually be doing less work if you're using JavaScript.
Yeah, I assume you could just use JavaScript and a couple animation, what's it called? You could just attach animations and slide that under. Because what do you have? Like, you end up having like 3 nodes or 4 nodes or whatever it is underneath the hood. And then as it scrolls, you're just moving the nodes around, right? It's not that hard. I built one in 2010. I built it for IE8. If you can build a good image carousel for IE8, IE7, then you can do. Come on.
Other things are hamburger menus. There's the checkbox hack.
Web's not hard today.
Are aware of that it was even on Apple's website for the longest time where they were using it. And there's accessibility issues around these types of things where if we're changing the content that's on the screen and we're only using CSS for that, to make those changes, often there's not enough information being passed to the browser about what's going on for accessibility reasons. And
by the way, it's not called a hamburger menu. By calling it a hamburger menu, you are suggesting that a cow has been slaughtered and created into a hamburger. This is actual violence that's happening on people.
The way that we're interacting with the elements becomes very limited to how we're interacting with it, which is usually with a mouse clicking around and rarely with keyboard interaction. Some people do a bit of keyboard testing, but we're not going far enough with all of that. So just to be careful with all of that. Now, I did put a star on these two, the carousels and the hamburger menus, and there might be even for tabs, but there are some things in the works right now. What's the cow's name? Miracle? That could potentially be making these not require JavaScript or require less JavaScript. Hamburger menus especially, we'll see something at the end. I have a demo that we can look at for that. So the important thing is when you're creating something, just think about how the user is interacting with the content. And if the content is changing, that you probably do want some sort of JavaScript there along the way. Whereas if it's just relating to the content that is on the screen, well, then CSS is perfect because CSS knows, generally speaking, what's actually on the page. So as we can see right there. So
that was not a real argument that I've heard. Okay, I look for these things, and if I could ever see one that's like so absurd, it's funny because it's so absurd because I know within a year, people will be complaining about it because life is absurd. Okay, life is so absurd that I'm sure at some point hamburger menu will be changed because that is in fact promoting a world in which, and then blah, 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 blah.
Some examples, we saw that with form elements. CSS is aware of the content on the page. As the user's filling things out, it knows if the thing is valid or invalid, or if it's in range, and all of these other things. We're not changing the content, the user's entering some information, but the page is static, and the CSS is just reacting or styling things according to what it has in front of it. Another thing we can do is select ranges of content, which can be really, really useful. So if you have an image gallery or something like that, this is where I like the example I like giving with it. So a lot of people know we have nth child, but so if I do nth child plus 5, it's actually going to start counting at the 5th child and then count every one. Because I'm saying go to the 5th one with the plus 5, and then the n just means every single one after that. What people don't always know is you can actually count backwards as well. So you can use a negative n to count backwards. So if I do a negative nth child, negative n, I'm counting starting at the 7th one and then counting all the way back. But you've probably done this where you've combined different pseudo classes together before. I was doing that with my forms before where I had like a not focus and things like that. So you can combine pseudo classes. So I can actually say that I want to select the 5th to the 7th image nice and easily. And I'll show the code for this one in a second, but you can see now I'm only selecting the 2nd, the 3rd, and the 4th one. Sorry, the 5th, the 6th, and the 7th one, I should say. And you can see that right there. I'm doing nth child that is n plus 5, and it's an nth child that is a negative n plus 7. If you do something like this, please leave a comment in your code, because if a coworker comes across this, they'll have no idea what you did. But a simple comment on here can make it really easy to understand what's happening. And
a simple comment on here will make it really easy to understand what's happening. The fuck?
the big advantage of something
There's
like
a
this,
meme
if
somewhere
you do
in
have
there.
a specific layout,
There's a
like I'm
meme
doing
somewhere
right
in there
now,
that
this
the
could be
guy's
really,
going,
really useful, just because you're not worried about coming on your images and then being like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
just
Okay,
leave a
this one
comment
here
for your
needs
coworker.
a class of like span whatever, right? You're setting up the grid, your gallery, so that it works. Of course, it's going to be specific if it's this number of images and other things, but we're setting up the gallery to work. So you just place your images in there and it's going to do what it needs to do. I don't have time to get into it now, but if you play with this code pen, there's some examples down here on how to actually use the has selector as well to count how many children are in an element. So it's a combination of has and then the last child with nth child. And right,
can I has last child? This is actually turning into can I has cheeseburger? Can I has last child?
now you can see the background's not red, but just really fast. I have 11. If I remove one of those, the background will change. So, or the border will come on it. So you can actually count how many children something has, then select the children using has, and then so you can actually change the layout depending on how many children are in there as well. So you can combine this technique with this technique and not have to worry about figuring out what children need other classes on it or other things like that.
This sounds kind of like a nightmare to debug.
And your content works. Again, probably want lots of comments in the code just to explain what's happening, but once it's set up, it works and you never really have to worry about it after that.
It's super amazing that you can do all this.
Another really useful thing is detecting other content as well. So if I come and take a look, and we're going to go a bit quick through these, so I have time at the end to do a few other things. But I just have the same card set up over and over with different content in it. So we have a class of only child, or a pseudo class of only child. Where
as long as we're not fans around
here. So if my
here.
card title is the only child within its parent, it gets a larger font size, for example, or you can do other things, change the padding, change the margins, whatever you need to do on it. You can also see if something is the only one of its type. So it could have siblings, but if it's the only paragraph, so in this case, this card only has one paragraph in it, even though there is a heading as well. So it doesn't matter what other content is there. As long as there's only one paragraph, I change the font size of it. Whereas down here and over here, those font sizes aren't changing. Could be useful in the right situation. Probably not for changing font sizes, but for doing other things.
Yeah.
Actually, before another thing, there is a problem with the only of type, is people try and do it with a class, and it won't work with a class. So if we take a look here, I have a paragraph of example, and then
that
another
actually
paragraph
seems really
underneath
cool.
it. If I do example only of type, you would assume that it would look for if there's only one class of example, but it doesn't do that. It looks at what example is, and it goes, example is a paragraph. It's not the only one of that type of element, so it's not going to apply it. If I remove that paragraph at the end, then it will change over to red and get bigger. So it is a bit of a annoying thing if you're trying to do this with classes where you can't really do it. And
Kevin is the CSS scout. It's
there
obvious.
is an nth of class thing, or with nth of type, they've added a class thing you can do to actually do nth child type behavior, but with classes instead of with elements. That can be useful and potentially could solve this problem, but it's not quite the same thing. Another more practical example of this is here. I could say that if the image is the first child, I could add a border radius to my image, and I'm actually going to make this border radius bigger just to make it more obvious. And so right now the image doesn't have a border radius on it, but I could come down and just move that image up. And now, once it reloads, now it gets the border radius on there. So what could be useful in this case is the border radius is actually a 2rem 00. So we're just getting the border radius across the top. And then it's only if it's the first child. So as soon as that image gets moved or placed somewhere else, it won't have a border radius on it. Or then you could also add this
CSS
with last child, because some elements know if they're also the last child, and we could do the 00 at the beginning. Whoops. And then you get the same type of behavior if the image is at
Why doesn't this thing support Vim? Hack to this editor.
the end, where it'll get the border radius on the bottom. And once again, this is super useful. Not necessarily replacing JavaScript, because you're probably not doing this with JavaScript, but this is just useful for not having to worry about utility classes and placing them, because you might need to match the border radius on the bottom of a card and then on the top of a card and do other stuff, and it's really, really annoying. So these are a bit less replacements for JavaScript than they are just ways to make your life a little bit easier. And then we can also, this one's fun as well. You can use your has selector. As I alluded to before, this is the relational one. So I can say if my card has an only child, we can also do stuff to that card, which is really good. Or you can even choose the element itself at that point. So then I could choose that only child, a bit redundant with this one. But I could choose, if the card has that, then the descendant, which is an only child, will be changed. But you could choose other siblings and other stuff with it along the way as well. It's really powerful. Another one, this one definitely is useful for JavaScript, is if we're using empty, but there are some things you want to watch out for with empty. But here's an example that I like where I have this weird blue box that's floating there, and it's because it's waiting for to-do lists. So my new list, and it gives me the list. I can create another new list, and then I can open those to-do lists on the side here. But if I have
to-do list mentioned, someone's getting hired, someone's going for a job. Kevin is clearly, he's gearing up for his internship.
No lists, and I delete this one, I just get this blue box that's waiting there. And the reason for that is right now this is a UL that's just sitting here waiting for content to go in it. And you could use JavaScript where you could have like a div that's sitting here waiting, and then you're adding a new list, and then you have to do the logic of being like, is there an existing UL? No, so let's create the UL and then insert a list item in there, and then the next one you will insert will be like, oh, there already is one, so I'm only going to add it. And the logic for that ends up being a lot more complicated than just finding your existing UL and inserting list items in it. But because that task list has the background and padding on it, it's always visible, even if there's nothing in it. But I can just do a task list is empty, display none. And as long as it's empty, it disappears and there's nothing there. And as soon as I add stuff in there, well, now I have my lists coming in. I can delete those lists, and then it disappears. It gets a display none on it, so I don't have to worry about it. There are problems with this that you want to watch out for, though. One of them is people just go, well,
effing half-assed Harry. You know what? Me and half-assed Harry, we've never gotten along, and look at this, okay?
Then I can just do this, empty. So anything that's empty gets a display none on it. But then images will disappear because they're replaced elements. The SVGs have disappeared because there's a lot of self-closing things that are in there, so they'll vanish. If you have HRs, those will get turned off as well, so they're not great. So you do not want to do blanket statement on this. It would just cause more trouble than it's worth. But you might have user-generated content that's coming in, like the UL that I had before. Here, maybe not the best example, but I have the span that's sitting here waiting for content, and you can see there's a box there waiting for it, which is my role. So if a user doesn't put it in, I don't really want a box with padding on it waiting there. So what I would suggest is just being very specific about, being very specific about the different things where you might want to actually be doing it. So I would say role is display empty to make sure that one thing isn't working. And if you had other things that are specific, you just focus on the ones where this could actually be a problem instead of doing.
By the way, the reason why he's messing up a lot in this editor is because he's probably, I can tell by his skills, he's probably really good at Vim. And so it's just super new for him to use like a mouse and click around and code pen. So, those little mess ups, it's nothing. It's just that it's just not Vim, obviously.
Doing it everywhere.
King of CSS.
The other problem with it is
obviously,
that right now, we have to go down.
See, like, look, he's scrolling. He's obviously
if I put a space here, let's just change the background here too. Background, just to make sure you see it. Background is red, and I'll throw an important on there.
Importante.
That should work. I don't see that coming on background. I don't see it working, but I do see this is here. So I won't worry about the red then, but it's showing up on the screen right now. Maybe I can put a border on it. Border. Oh, that's because it's only if it's empty. That's why. Dot role background red.
Importante.
I think there we go. So you can see the role is there, even though I'm saying display none on empty and there's nothing here. And that's because if there's a single space, so empty spaces, they will count as content. The spec on empty has been updated, I think, a couple of years ago at this point, and no browser has yet to implement this yet. So you do need to make sure if you want empty to work, it has to be actually empty with no empty spaces or anything in it. And that's the same with all the browsers right now. Hopefully one day they fix that. So that just means when you're inserting content with JavaScript, insert the content that you need. Another thing, HTML only, lazy loading. Don't lazy load with like intersection observers. You don't have to. You can just throw loading lazy on there. It will work. The browser's smart. It's really good at what it does. It will be better because it knows the network connection speeds and everything else. You can do it on images and iframes. And there's a whole bunch of other stuff coming. All those other things I talked about are pretty well supported at this point. There's a lot of new things coming. I know I'm really short on time, so I'm only going to look at one of those, but add these to your list of stuff to look at if you haven't looked at all of them. Some of them do require a little bit of JavaScript. But this one I know people are going to get really excited about. So if you have a pop-up that opens and closes, this could be used for a tooltip and other things.
When you open up a pop-up, you want to make sure you shift all the text down. So that way when you try to close it, you click on a different link, hopefully an advertiser link. Honestly, kind of 200 IQ if you're asking me. So this kind of like, oh, it's a working website plan. I'm not too sure about that.
All I'm doing right now is I have a button that has a popover target, as looking at that, and then I have a div with the ID matching it and a popover. And without any JavaScript, it will open and close it like magic. There's nothing else you have to do.
What about content
below? The really cool thing with this, and the popover is already really cool. Definitely look into it. It could solve a lot of use cases.
I didn't realize there's a popover. This actually
could be used for navigations. So something to think about there for a hamburger menu. By default, this has a light distance.
Also, popovers are incredibly annoying for restoring state. The moment you refresh, like they're just gone. I've trying to maintain state and refreshing and popovers is the Lord's work, and it's also exceptionally difficult.
So if I push escape or if I click anywhere else, it will close. There's ways that you can change that behavior though with a little bit of JavaScript.
It's very
what I want to look at really fast here because I don't have a lot of time is we can actually anchor things now too. This is only in Chrome right now, but there's a good polyfill by Oddbird that you can use if you look it up. So here I can give an anchor name to my button, and then I can anchor my element to the position of that element. So I'm saying anchor name is this, position anchor is there, and then I can just say position area top. And if I do position area top, let's let the code pen, it will be at the top. Or I could switch this to bottom. And then when I open my menu, it will be at the bottom.
Oh my gosh, really cool. It floats over. That's super cool.
Let's switch this for now over to a left. So it'll be on the left side. because I want it on the left for whatever reason. But then, of course, you might run out of room sometimes. The browser's small. That sucks. JavaScript library, talk about npm install. You don't need to do that. We have a position try at rule that we can do, and then we can do a position try fallbacks, and I can actually tell it where to go, and it will automatically move on its own and go to that spot. And you don't even need
I have spent so much time doing that exact amount of code. The amount of my life I have spent on that one experience right there that is just done like that. That is so
actually,
good.
We could
Oh
do,
my gosh.
Flip. I won't be able to use the flip, but we have like flip inline or flip block, and there's
Oh,
other
look at
defaults you
Jan.
can do.
Jan can't even handle it. Jan's too embarrassed to interrupt him.
Specific rules as well. And I'm
Jan, just go for it.
The margin there.
Jan, get in there.
Too.
I love how focused you are. Like, there's nothing that can interrupt you. So we technically are in the Q&A part, and they were like
awesome. That was my last thing, so we're perfect. Sorry about that.
Hey, while
no,
he's gonna yap for a second,
I learned.
While he's gonna yap for a second and do a Q&A, I need to make a little bit of tea. I have been on a no coffee spree for the last little bit. I've been trying to reduce my caffeine for a little bit, but I've just been developing a headache for the last 2 hours, and I'm still just so addicted to caffeine. So I'm gonna do a little bit of tea. I'm gonna make a little bit of tea, okay, just to help me reduce caffeine and get off of caffeine slowly without getting too many headaches. So I got to be right back, okay?
I think I should really be better at this. I'm supposed to be a professional. We have a lot of comments. We'll try and go through them.
I'll be right
fast,
back, okay?
As
See you guys.
Reference how great this was. The first comment I thought was just hilarious. You should get in the fried air business, maybe, you know? And Khalid has a good reminder for everybody about this, that if you like this, go over there and then subscribe. Let's go back to the top. Kevin, you only have 10 seconds to answer this one. How do you feel about SAS?
I love SAS. I still use it, which probably I think that surprises people when they hear it.
It surprised me.
Yeah, I do like it. I use it less. I'm less reliant on it than I have to be, or we used to have to be.
Sure.
But I sort of had created a system that was pretty heavy into using maps and then looping through them to create custom properties and other stuff like that. So like so I use maps, I use mixins and loops a lot. So as long as I still use those, but then from that, it's mostly to then generate custom properties that I use still, because custom properties are great. Nesting is now part of CSS. So if it was a small project, I don't really have a need. But if it was something that I knew was going to scale quite a bit, I'd probably, for now at least, I'm still using SAS for.
We have a question in chat. I don't know if you can pop into the YouTube chat later. People are asking for a link to the code pen.
Yeah, I can actually. All the code pens are. Oh, you can't see it now. I will put it in. Yes.
Okay, thanks.
That's.
Here's a question for you. Did this dude really write all this in CSS?
Yeah, I did.
Pretty fun. Just to give you a little shout out for everything that you're doing, I think this is pretty cool. You do have a great teaching style, and you know what? CSS is not what people remember it from anymore, and so it is a good time for us to all re-engage CSS. Plenty of content out there in Mastodon and stuff like that. Another good kudos for you. I'll go through this pretty quick. Colin pointed out this one, the tilde. So there are a number of aspects for CSS that maybe were in the spec for a long time and weren't implemented widely enough to trust and things.
Yeah, I think there's a combination of some stuff that just people, I think, just went under the radar. And then there's those other things that come along. Everyone wants to use them, or some people want to use them, but browser support's not there. And by the time browser support's good enough, everybody's forgot about them. So I think it's a combination sometimes of those. And there's a lot of weird, obscure things that are in there that you don't always need.
Okay, here's a legit question. This was answered a little bit by another person in chat, but I just want to see if you want to give your take on it. Can you style a calendar system pop-up?
Great answer. Well, perfect.
Right. I mean, calendars are a nightmare. Even like just a select is hard enough. They are working on a select menu element, which is exactly the same as your select, but will be 100% stylable. Do whatever you want with it. So they are working on, there's OpenUI, which is a group that's doing a lot of work in trying to make these things actually things that we can use more regularly. Because even calendars are so hard too, because on if you're on mobile, you probably just want to rely on the system ones because they're good and they work well. But then on desktop, it's a little trickier. But yeah, you sort of need a custom solution if you want to style it.
You just brought up something that made me think I should troll you by posting a question and bringing it up. Do you think web components will kill SPA frameworks? Just kidding. All of you out there, just kidding. A question about keyboard strokes in CSS, maybe holding back some of these examples.
Holding back a few. I don't think it's just not what CSS is meant for. I think it's where like JavaScript still does have a purpose. And so I think, right, and it's not that we want to just remove it. It's just like, let's use CSS for what it's good at, and that's involving what's being painted on the page. Whereas as soon as the user interaction comes into it, that's where I think JavaScript should come in.
Right. Got it. All right. And then we'll make this the last question, and then I'll let Jan do a little bit of closeout if he has any follow-up that he wanted to ask. This is kind of one of those art versus science. Do you put it in the peanut butter or the chocolate?
As I said at the very beginning, I'm biased towards CSS solutions if they're viable, just because it's what I'm comfortable with. But also, if it just, you know, if I don't need to get the browser, like the browser, the things that you can do with only HTML and CSS, it's just the browser's aware of all of those things that are going on, and it's gonna be super highly optimized to handle all of that. So if it's able to do that for me, and I don't have to write code to figure that out, then I would just use the HTML and CSS. There is definitely a crossover. Like even in the example I was showing where like the warning was coming up, for accessibility reasons, you can have like an area live region, but I think you need to use JavaScript to change the text in there for that actually to be alerted to the user. So it could be something where you have that div that's there that's only being shown, but then you could be using JavaScript to change the text that's in there potentially. But that could also be good because you could get more fine-grained, you know, errors for the user and everything too.
If you think that's advanced, go to the chat where Waldo shows how to do a keylogger in CSS. Kevin, we have 10 more fantastic questions, including accessibility, that came up while we were talking, but we're out of time. I think everyone should join us next year for Kevin Powell Day 2025, where Webstorm will just host you for the entire day. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for everything that you do. And 2025 will be the year of CSS on the desktop. Am I right?
Yeah, definitely. Thank you so much.
All right. Thanks a lot, Kevin. I was irrationally excited about that one.
That was a great talk. I'm one of the person that tends to use JavaScript for everything, so I very much appreciate that counterbalance.
Sorry for not giving you a chance to get back on screen, but we were starting to use our budget a little bit too much. Let's see, if I'm looking at the time, we have a break right now for people to go eat. I'm hungry. You hungry?
I need coffee.
All right, great. So we will come back at 12:50 Eastern
so it
time.
must mean we're into the next
which is
one.
in,
by the way, that last
Matthew, 18 minutes.
I must say, oh, are we doing a break?
And what are we going to be doing next, Jan?
I think the Webstorm team is like super excited already in the back.
Okay, it's the Webstorm team. Okay, cool. By the way, that was I'm actually shocked at how good of a presenter and what Kevin Powell did. That was sweet. By the way, people are saying Annie. Fever's broken, bitches. McDonald's E. coli got nothing on me. What's good? Very funny. But that was actually such a good presentation. Really, really liked it. Let me see what the next one is. Ask me anything. AMA, Webstorm team. Okay, this could be pretty good. K. Powell's is goated. Oh, yeah. That was no, for sure. That was obviously super good. Let me just do my nice one at a time. By the way, hey, thank you very much. Let me get all the way back up to the tippity top. I have some obvious thank yous that I need to give out. Some ones at the dish. Philip, thank you very much for that. Appreciate that. Trafalgar, appreciate the brand new tier 1. Let's go. Average software dev, welcome to the club, baby. Vicarisic, thank you very much for that tier 1. Thank you for the brand new tier 1. Frostbite, again, thank you for the tier 1 going to the tier 3. Let's go, baby. And Cater Waiter and Fatiri. Let's go. Or Fury. Thank you very much. All right, people, are you ready for the next one, which is going to be the Q&A? There you go. Any good books that tell me how UI works? Not to create it, but where it comes from? I don't know about that one. That one I do not know. All right, let's go to the end. Wait. Oh, do we have a moment? Let's go. We went on lunch break. How long is their lunch break? Oh, nice. Okay, we still have 12 minutes. Okay, cool. Well, hey. 12 minutes, huh? Should we do a little bit of Elixir looking up? Looking at Elixir for a quick second. Looking at Elixir. How about a quick setup Elixir? Well, oh my goodness, Cypher Riot. Can we get some firm handshakes out there? Okay, now that, my friends, was worth some handshakes, and make them firm. No soft ones. No soft ones, okay? Let's go. Thank you very much. I appreciate that, Syph. Man. Was he eating poke? No, I actually haven't. I've only eaten, in the last 24 hours, I've only eaten one kachava bar, and that's it. I'm actually pretty hungry. It's really starting to weigh on me, but I'm waiting for my beautiful wife to come back. We don't have a kitchen at this current moment. We had to take out like the oven and stuff, and we're moving things around. We're trying to refashion our kitchen. She really hated it, and so I haven't been able to make food. And I've also, due to me having a voice injury, I have to go on a low inflammation diet, which means I'm also going to be going pretty much ketosis for the next couple weeks. And so that means I couldn't eat anything this morning or yesterday, just due to where we're at. So my mom in town is going to actually make me a bunch of eggs and some meat and send it out to me. And so I'm going to go grab some eggs and meat. But I have to do ketosis for a little bit. It's going to suck. Renovating house. No, we're not renovating like the whole house or anything. Sweet mom. Yeah, sweet mom. She's in town. And so I'm just going to do some meat eggs. But yeah, I have to go a low inflammation diet for a little bit. So low inflammation is pretty much just salad and meat. So yeah, ketosis is the fat diet. Ketosis is a protein fat diet, yeah. And so to help do that, I think it'd be really good while we wait for IntelliJ JavaScript day. All right, let's just do that. Let's set up, low carb. It's just like a pretty much no carb. So let's just do a quick. Let's look at Elixir for a quick second while we wait. I'm practically going to run out of time. Meat and greens. Yeah, it's just meat and greens. Are we using ASDF? I don't know. Okay, so let's see. Let's look at I bet you if we go in here. By the way, just a quick question. Vim Arcade, am I still running? Oh my goodness, look at this. I'm still running this. Look at this. I'm still running this thing. We failed 118 times, and we have succeeded 1,600 times. Look at that. My server is still running. It's still running. It's still going. That's pretty cool. Okay, so let's go to personal, and let's go make dir my first elixir. All right, my first elixir. Let's just vim this thing open here and go Mason, and let's look for elixir. All right, so is elixir LS the one? What's the one that people generally choose? Because I know that there's a couple. Next LS, what's the one that people choose? Ketosis. Yeah, I know. That's what I said. It's not going to install if you don't have Elixir. Okay, I need Elixir. Okay. How to install Elixir. All right, install the Elixir programming language. Let's go. By operating GNU. Install and manage packages via ASDF and Elixir and Erlang versions. Okay, so I assume that's what you mean, Nightshade dude. Okay, ASDF, a single CLI for multiple languages, consistent commands. Okay, single tool version, getting started. Brazil mentioned. Yeah, is this the one? All right. Okay, so I can just. I want to clone it. Bash. Whoa. Oh my gosh. There's so many. Zish and Git. There's a Zish and Git installation guide. All right. Hold on. Plug and add Elixir. Yeah. Just use brew. I know. ASDF install Elixir version. Okay. So we just need to get ASDF installed. All right. So it's on no distributions, which means I have to do this whole cloning. Clone the official download. Okay. So I should be able to go here and here. Hold on. Personal. And let's just go like this. All right, so I should have ASDF. Wait, how do I have an ASDF hidden folder there? Oh, there we go. That's why, ASDF. Okay, so I'm in here. I'm right here, so I probably have to, let's see. I probably have to bin it, ls bin. I assume this doesn't, okay, well, it's saying it works. I don't know how that's even possible. Oh, did I just download? Which one did I download? How did I clone something with a built Linux one? Okay, hey, that got me. I'm confused by that. I didn't realize that that could be the one. All right. I thought he is reading me comment, but I think he lost connection. Wait, what? Did I download malware? Some delicious malware? Okay, so I got that. So I got the old, I have the old, I guess we could say ASDF installed. Add the following. Okay, so we need to source this guy. I've always hated when people don't use the term source. I don't know why. Okay, it's such a, let's see, ASDF, sh. All right, let's see what you got here. Bro. How did we get here? How did I get here? Oh, thank you for a little bit of honey. Prime using ASDF? Well, I'm trying to use ASDF. All right, so that might have not worked. Already scuffed. Something might have just been a little bit goofy here. ASDF for Oh My Zish, which will source. Oh, really? Do they got a little one of these? All right, we already have that one. Enable ASDF in your plugin in your Zish RC. Plugins ASDF. Oh, really? That can't be right. Is that really it? I'm in the middle of redoing my... Do I have a plugin? Okay, so with plugins, quick question. What's the syntax for plugins? Do I do something like this? Oh, yeah, it says right there. Okay, so I can go... Yeah, okay, cool. Okay, just wanted to make sure I don't have some sort of goofiness there. Okay, so we got that. So I'm in the middle of redoing all my stuff, if you're wondering. Look at this sweet script I have. So I should be able just to go like this. Run, what is it? Dev end dry. Let's make sure I did all the right stuff. Okay, so yeah, so this should be copying over all those things. Let's go. Let's just go. There we go. Everything's been deleted and rehydrated out. Yay, so now I have Oh My Zish. Does that mean I have ASDF working? I think I also... Okay, hold on. I think I know what's going on here. ASDF. I think I know what's happening. Is this part of the problem? Is that why I'm getting that kind of goofy stuff? That'll do it. This guy. All right, so that means I need to go like this. ASDF, ASDF. Why not? I'll have to, dude, ain't no world I remember this. Rage incoming, next computer restart. We already know it's going to happen. We already know it's going to be bad. I've already talked about this. I generally just don't dunk on individuals. Okay, I have no problem really talking about software or bad decisions made by like groups of people. Mark, I don't really know how to handle this one. I've been going back and forth on how to do this one. The world's most annoying person. The problem is a lot of the indie hackers are some of the most annoying people ever. I don't want AOEU because it's not the home row, right? Caught by local config. Yeah, I got caught by local config. There we go. I don't know what to do with that one. There we go. All right. So if I go like that, ASDF. Okay, so we can't find it. Awesome. So what does that mean? So now that I got... Okay, so I did this one. I enabled it. Why didn't it run? Right? Cat zish. Wait a second. Is my sweet script not working? Is my sweet script not working? Yeah, what? All right, this might be me not working. Hold on. Copying end this one to this one. Copying this one to this one. Cat env zish rc. Okay, so it has that one. Cat zish rc. Why didn't it work? Why did that not work? Oh my goodness. I have 1 minute until we're back. All right. Copying env zish profile to this. Well, how did that not work? How did that not work? How did that not work? All right, let's see. Let's try this one more time. So did that not work? Well, mother sweet French fry. Okay, just to make sure, it's right there. Okay, it's right there. I can see it. All right, we can see that it's right there. We can see that it's right there. Hi. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, what is it? It's set is it set minus X for all the things and then set plus X for them all to be off. Right? All right, we're going to do this one. Dev end. Oh, they're back. Oh, is it empty? So I'm not executing it. Okay, so I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. I'm idiot. The time, don't worry. I have them on a second headset just so I don't miss it. All right, IntelliJ be back. IntelliJ be back. All right, so I got to get ASDF. Dude, I'm ASDFing so hard. Okay, so I'll go back. We'll go back to that. On Monday, it's going to be all Elixir all day. I'll have it all done but beforehand. ASDF sounds like a typo. I know. I cannot believe they named it after... Oopsie daisies. I can't believe they named it after my amazing plugin already, causing me all sorts of emotional turmoil. Like, why would you do that? Why would you? That's my name. It's completely rude. All right, you guys ready for this? Closure is easy to install. It's a jar that does not sound easy. That does not sound easy to install because that also assumes that I have JVM.
A little bit of an intro for you.
That does not sound easy.
Hi, sure. Hi, everyone. As Paul said, I've been here before already. I'm still doing marketing for Webstorm. I've been working at JetBrains for
Let's go,
nearly
Katarina.
5.5 years now. So yeah, I'm really excited to be here today.
And I started with you because you and I go way back on all of this stuff. Over to team lead Vlad. Give us some intro.
Sure. Hi, everyone. My name is Vlad. I joined the Webstorm team about a year ago and recently stepped into the team lead role. But my web development experience, however, began around 24 years ago when server-side rendering was the only approach. Still, I'm super excited about what's happening in the web ecosystem today. And as a Webstorm user for over a decade, my goal is to bring some fresh ideas and advocate for our users' needs. I'm looking forward to our chat.
And speaking of fresh ideas, server-side rendering is still the only way that things should be done. But I digress on that. Bringing up two people who do 127,000 Git commits in Webstorm each day. I'll start with Tomasz. Give us a little introduction.
Hi, my name is Tomasz Błachut. I'm a software developer here at JetBrains. Nowadays I mostly work on integrating language services with the rest of our features of our products, and like lots of my time is spent on analyzing how the framework ecosystem changes, which I really love doing. By the way, like shout out to Svelte team for releasing version 5 recently.
Very good.
Yeah. And yeah, that's it. Excited to be here.
Sure. Okay, and last but not least, Peter, if you ever have a chance to run into him in the booth at a conference, and you get a chance to talk to him, you're in for a treat. Give us a little intro.
She took my honey.
Turns out I'm the guy
That
with
was
the
not my wife,
longest
by the way.
time in Webstorm team out of all of us here. I started a few years ago. I've been developing plugins for almost all my professional career. Started with Eclipse, yeah, and then I moved to IntelliJ and JetBrains.
Are they Polish? No, I think they're largely. I think most of IntelliJ, they're from Russia, right? And then they went somewhere else, right? Do I have that correct? From Russia and went somewhere else? Am I incorrect on that, or am I correct on that? Yeah, right. They went to the Czech. Okay, they went to Czech.
Working in many areas. Mainly, it's Angular support.
They're Polish and Czech. Okay, I thought they were. I thought they were Ruskies. I didn't realize
after
that.
being on Vue and other frameworks, so I'm really happy about it and how Angular is moving forward. It's pretty exciting.
Already updated.
Yeah, I love
By the way,
bikes.
thank you, Rayberry. Appreciate that, Rayberry and Bemind. Appreciate that a ton.
There are so many
And
of them because
again,
I
Cypher
have
Riot.
3 kids, so
Thank you.
they also love bikes. I mean, they have to.
And we have several people on screen that know the internals of every JavaScript framework in ways that really hurt. So we will go ahead and get started with the first question that we have up. And thank you, Khalid, for agreeing to manage the conversation for us in the background. I'll flash up the first one. I wouldn't have guessed that this would be the topic of the first question, but here we are.
Why wouldn't you?
I'll let you either.
I actually think this is actually a great question because Dino too. I mean, the things that Dino's doing actually make JavaScript seem cooler. I mean, again, I don't think TypeScript is great. We can argue over that all day. We're not going to. They have their own tooling. They have their own bundling. They have everything all kind of set in the ecosystem. They have a great way to support it with how they're making money and what they're doing. They kind of have everything that you need out of a system. It's pretty cool, right? That's like everything you want. So yeah, I would expect that.
Answer this or steer this to who you would like to take it. I should repeat the question. Will Dino 2 and Webstorm be ready for it?
Also, I am sorry for all the Polish people that I mistakenly thought were Ruskies. I know that is exceptionally triggering. Okay, absolutely right. My bad. My fault. I know that there's no greater offense.
I think that we already support Dino, so we have a Dino plugin, and recently we made some advancements regarding to Dino support. I'm not sure I can guarantee you that everything will work, but still we put an effort to make it better in the coming release.
And just to add a little bit on that, I think the thing that is also important is that we are in very close contact with the Dino team, so they report things like I reported to them. We share observations with them, so it's a good collaboration going on in that sense.
Yeah, also, if I may, Andrej has been working on improving the LSP support recently, so it should be, I mean, LSP should be ready for the Dino.2, and we the same.
Okay, what we'll do is we'll take some questions and then give time for people to catch up on asking some more questions. In a few minutes, Jan will bring up some, back up the slides for the crazy.
I just want to make people know that I'm the odd one out here. Okay?
And hopefully get some more questions for that as well. So Jan, we'll say maybe 10 or 15 minutes from now on that one. Okay, next one is about TypeScript, which is the one that I kind of expected might have been the first one. And for the question,
oh my gosh, I cannot wait for this answer because it's like, when will TypeScript be improved? It's unbearably slow and unreliable. I cannot wait. I just cannot wait for them to be like, so TS server in every editor ever, you have to restart it 900 times. Like, even the amount of people that I see on Twitter talking about how VS Code, you have to restart it every single, like 9 times a day. It's real. Like, this is just real. I think this is not even their fault, is my guess.
Actually, Jan, I'll let you get started and then let you steer to who you'd like to cover it next.
So the team has been working on the particular use TypeScript server very, very hard for the last year, I guess, at this point. So first of all, I want to say we appreciate everyone who's trying it constantly and provided us feedback for that. This is really valuable because there are a lot of edge cases. So this is really valuable for us. We have done a lot of improvements, particularly in the next version coming up. So I would and I've talked to a lot of folks already, and I cannot recommend it enough to use the next EAP version or the latest EAP version, whatever you want to call it. So if you go to Webstorm, the website, go to download EAP or use Toolbox, we've seen really good improvements there, performance-wise, stability-wise, but also correctness-wise. So I don't want to jinx things, but from that aspect, it's looking pretty good. And I'm usually the first one to say it's not looking good. So on the technicality of things, I'm pretty sure Thomas has way more insights than I do.
Yeah. So like to piggyback on what you said, so we basically need to support TypeScript per each technology separately, and or language or framework, file type. So we've been working on it, as you said, as Jan said, for over a year, and this is we are like every release we're making more improvements. There were some.
Okay, so I'm confused. They don't use TSC at all. They don't use TS server. They actually have their own hand-rolled version of it. Is that what we're correctly reading? They always roll their own stuff. Do they always roll their own stuff? I didn't think they always rolled their own stuff. I thought they had some amount of their own stuff, plus they also use community stuff as well. They hand roll all their LSPs. Okay, hey, that's super cool. You should definitely be beating TypeScript server then. Okay, that's written in TypeScript. Like, you already know C, Go, Rust. Like, you guys are expert language people. I'm sure one of you guys can get this correct. Also, we just got done seeing the TypeScript generics one just earlier and how crazy TypeScript generics actually are. So to be completely free, or to be completely fair, TypeScript is also an exceptionally difficult server to write. It's like actually exceptionally difficult.
Parts of the new type evaluation engine for an entire year now for all major releases, and all of the releases work a bit differently. So like we invite you to try it for your projects and see how it goes. It won't be enabled by default yet for everything because we are like slowly rolling it out. Particularly Vue and Angular don't work properly on the projects, but as you know, like given the sheer amount of JavaScript packages in the ecosystem, some projects already have surprising results. And the thing is that we have a huge product with loyal user base, and we want to make sure that we don't break it for everyone before enabling it by default. So yeah, we really appreciate the feedback. I could also say a bit more about like what we are actually doing. So we want to use a native type checker from TypeScript. So like connecting two OS processes together and two tech stacks. It's really exciting, and we'll plug this and we'll plug this system into all our features such as refactoring, completion, etc. And maybe you can recall the presentation today, earlier today, about TypeScript generics, such as there were a couple of examples of TypeScript.
Pre-watched? Live pre-watched? Did I just live pre-watch that?
Features, for example, const or noinfer. And previously we had to like keep up with the changes in TypeScript and re-implement everything. But now with the new engine, we'll use directly the type checker from TypeScript. So we'll have the same performance characteristics, and will be compatible with the wide range of TypeScript.
So they're about to use TSC / they're about to use what's it called? TS server. So what that means is TypeScript checking will in fact be slow until Evan You single-handedly saves the entire JavaScript ecosystem by creating a Rust version of TypeScript analyzing. I guess that's it, Evan Yu. It's all up to you, Evan Yu. You are single-handedly going to have to save the universe. Or we can just use Go. We can just throwing it out there. We can all just use Go. We can all just use Go. Everybody, let's just use Go. Come on, everybody.
Versions.
Totally pre-watched. Absolutely.
So yeah. Also wanted to make a small shout out to our OSS community again, because the landscape of language services is quite complex, and long story short, to enable support of Vue and Angular, we are heavily relying on PolarJS, the framework, and so shout out to Johnson for
that's fair.
Do all of that.
Yeah, I mean, dude, to roll your own LSPs
right,
and everything it would be insanely hard to do that all by yourself. Like that would just be crazy. So I mean, good for them to not do that all. I assume they don't do that always. They must use like the Go binary for compiling Go. They don't write their own Go, I assume.
Where it was just all seamless and it was what everybody wanted and it was refined. And it's pretty cool to be able to not just build something, but actually refine it. Yeah. Making no commentary about anything in particular on that. Okay, next question. How long does it take for Webstorm to like adopt something? What is the process for deciding, yeah, we care about that, and we're going to do this, and we're going to do this, and then we're going to do that? Vlad, we'll start with you, but
that wasn't the question. How long does it take to implement it? He put his own flavor on the question. Come on, give your boy Avi a little credit here. How long does it take to implement support for a new technology that's becoming trendy? EG. I forget what the EG stands for, but it means an example. Bun's popularity has risen, yet Webstorm hasn't supported it.
Let's make this kind of an open discussion because it covers all kinds of things, including marketing and advocacy and storytelling.
Yeah, first of all, I want to jump in regarding the Bun support, because in the previous release, we introduced basic support. Buns. And thanks to that, we brought the bug adapter protocol support into not only Webstorm, but other JetBrains IDEs. In this release, we improve the support, expanding it for Windows. With regarding to the amount of time, I will transfer this question to Piotr or Tomasz. I think.
Yeah, so when it comes to implementing a new technology, it depends, right? Because in some cases, like, I don't know, support for Dino or things like that, it's something different than supporting a new framework, right? I can tell about how long it takes to support a new framework, and it's basically dozens of months of work to properly support a new framework. We're also
that has to feel bad considering all these popular frameworks reinvent themselves every 2 years. So it's dozens of months of work to resupport, to have like and we're something new now. It's just like, oh, I'm dying. Oh, I'm dying. Oh my gosh, I'm death by JavaScript.
Like with this new thing, use types from server, right? We're also like trying to achieve something that we can focus on actually providing new stuff than just maintaining our TypeScript engine. So once we finish the project, we will be able to focus on many new technologies, I believe, because we had how many? 2-3 people just maintaining the TypeScript engine, and it's quite a lot actually with the team we have. So it's a lot of work to support framework. It's parser, lexer. Then you have to figure out what kind of quick fixes, inspections are required. You have to connect to the LSP and build on top of it. So a lot of challenges there.
And just real quick, kind of from an advocacy and marketing perspective, there's Jan and I are theoretically supposed to be out there listening and seeing what do people want. And Katerina and the awesome Webstorm marketing team have a really sophisticated kind of view of the market and what things are going in what direction. So it's not just that it has to be implemented. We've got to do a job of storytelling and letting people know expectations and what direction we're going, right? Do either one of you have any comments on that?
A lot.
I could probably add that marketing also monitors feedback on social media along with developer advocacy, and we try to share it with the product team whenever we can. So yeah, unfortunately our resources are kind of limited, so we cannot always implement everything, but we do try to
I'm not talking because of how loud this
every
is.
feedback that is
Indeed.
like brought to us.
I would like to add to that. I think it's important to distinguish, like, okay, do we want, and we're still very much in that conversation ourselves, do we want to support like the broad ecosystem very shallowly, or do we want to support the major frameworks but therefore very deeply? And there is no right or wrong answer to this question. It's not easy to figure out, but we have to operate with the resources we have, which we've been doing fairly successfully, I would say, for the last couple of years. So Vlad will figure it out.
Sure. And while Jan's going to get set up to show us some slides about our big announcement, while he's doing that, Vlad, you wanted to add a comment?
I just remember that in last release we've added support for mini app development framework, and it took just like a couple of months from scratch.
That is just so, like, hearing this just boggles the mind. I think an editor is ultimately an area that I'd love to work in. I love building tools, like, as you can tell, building a game server, then building out a game in NeoVim. I just love playing around with the editor tools and seeing how far you can go with them. But it seems like Final Boss is editors. This just seems like one of the hardest things to work in. And I just love that they're talking about, like, each one of these little items that they support are months of effort per engineer. They have 3 full-time people and just making sure TypeScript works. And someone's in there like, when are you going to make TypeScript not unbearably slow? Like, we just got done listening to that whole like open source contributors and like learning how to communicate good is one facet of that. And then the very first question's like, yo, your shit's slow and it sucks. When are you going to unsuck that shit? Just like, give them, give him a second, buddy.
Okay, it's basic support, but still, due to our like internal framework for web technology support, it takes not too much time.
Sure. But when we do it, it works across all kinds of things in the rest of all the workflows. So Jan, over to you. Show us some slides.
Sweet.
All right, let's see it.
I mean, people that know me know that I spend way too much time on Twitter by now. So I've seen a couple of questions come up to our early announcement. So I thought we reiterate over those real quick. And if you have any follow-up questions, feel free to put them in the chat. So a couple of things that I would like to reiterate on is, yes, Webstorm is free if you use it in a non-commercial context, meaning open source, hobby project, side project.
Must be this guy. Hey,
you feel fancy and work at night on your side project, those kind of things. If you're in a context where you charge money for the software you're working, the license that you already have is not going to be affected. We're still, at the end of the day, we're still a business that need to pay our software developers. So that is not going to
Can someone
change.
send me the YAP
One thing
ratio?
that is very important to us, though, is that this free license that you have is you're getting the exact same product that you might already familiar with or might be interested in. There's no limitations in the plugins that you can use. There's no limitations in scope. You're getting the exact same features one-to-one. It's just, this is for commercial usage, or this is not for commercial usage. If I say that 5 more times, I'm going to go crazy. So yes, these are really the important things. If you want to learn on yourself, do open source stuff, which we heard great talks about, which you should do. We got some software for you. If you want to do any kind of content creation,
so is Rider really that good? Because everyone keeps saying Rider is better than VS, and VS is Visual Studio, not Visual Studio Code. And as far as I can tell, Visual Studio is actually a horse a pile of horse manure. Manure. Pinky out, manure. And so I don't know if that's like a really great comparison. Is Rider that good? Rider is so good because I do, look at this. I'm right here. I'm right there. Look at that. I'm right there. I could do this.
Hobby development, you can use this free license. You can download it now via the website. I'm not sure if by now you can download it via Toolbox. We don't think so. So that is really important. The other thing is, I've seen on Twitter that we do this for various reasons, but the thing that is important to us, we develop the software ourselves, we use the software ourselves, and we want to make it more accessible to the wider audience. It was already to some extent accessible for open source projects and for students, but the process were kind of cumbersome. So with having this new license in place, this becomes much easier and you can just install it and you're good to go. The same way, content creation is always a little bit of like...
I wonder how they enforce the commercial side of it. Right? Like you're just saying, hey, I'm not using it for commercial license. Seriously. There you go. That's the one, right?
A gray area because there might be money involved depending on the kind of content you create. So this way we have now a very clear guidance when you can use the free version of our products and whatnot. The other thing, and we briefly talked about this earlier, the thing is, why are we just doing this for Webstorm and Rider and not the entire JetBrains product suite? The thing is, at the end of the day, this decision is up to the product to make, and Webstorm and Rider basically just raised the hand the very first time, which I personally appreciate. But there's statistics that actually back that up. So the thing is, particularly in the web and game development ecosystem, this like attitude to work outside or like to do stuff outside of the work or like do any kind of like learning, do any kind of like side project.
Pretty good.
It's very, very common in those communities. Therefore,
pretty good.
Just thought, okay, this is a good starting point, and it will provide us some data how.
For those that don't know, a tweet takes 0 thought, a commit takes a ton of thought. And so to only have a 4x difference between 0 thought process to a fully thought process, like that's really good. In my book, bro ain't yapping that much.
This is received within the communities, and then we can consider this for other products. Does this mean we're going to definitely do it for other products? No, but it also doesn't mean the opposite. We will see. We'll take a look at it and evaluate it constantly. There is in the blog post a section of, in case you already have a license, here are the criteria you need to fulfill to be eligible for a refund.
Nice. Okay.
Have no intent to go over this because this is way too long, and I don't want to.
Yeah, it's a good stance on licensing. I really like this.
So there is information for that if you happen to.
By the way, I think this is such a good idea because one thing that IntelliJ did that it was always just really stupid of them is they had very little free offering, and their free offering was always super confusing. There's like these community editions, and it was always just completely wrong. And like one thing, at least at one point in time, they had just JavaScript as their only one of their main languages that weren't available on the community edition, which is just wild, right? It's just wild that the amount of people that are coming into development for the first time can't use your editor. And so like your active like group of people that can use your editor had to just be going down, right? By having like a very open and permissive license for all just educational and free use and make it as easy as possible to get an editor and then to just have all the reviews be so darn good about it. Like, I don't know why would you not do that? Like, why would you not immediately go this route as opposed to making it all blocked off? I think at one point that made more sense when I was first developing commercially. IntelliJ, like say 15 years ago, having it be kind of closed off and you had to pay money to get it probably made more sense during that time period because a lot of editors were more costly, right? Even Sublime, you're constantly getting, hey, pay me, which no one did, but apparently someone did do it. But it was always surprised because you're just leaving so much of the community on the table. And in today's world, when you have VS Code, you have NeoVim, the objectively superior editing experience comparatively to VS Code. Why would you want to leave that? Why would you want to leave all these people that are going to use, because there's a whole group of people that are going to just use VS Code. They're just going to use VS Code and that's all there is. So like, why would you let them, why would you just leave them out there, right? Didn't DHH play for Sublime? He did. Right, and so I always thought it was super crazy that they didn't try to aggressively go after that.
Paul, have you monitored the chat if there are any other questions?
To be completely fair, I think IntelliJ is vastly superior, and I've said this. I know today is a sponsored stream. Today is the sponsored stream, but you've heard me say this 1,000 times. IntelliJ is a vastly superior product comparatively to VS Code, and so I was always so shocked that they always put all the good stuff behind paywalls. Like, hey, just make it commercially. Come on.
The important part. I
Make it good. Make people want to use it.
You actually covered
why?
one.
Why would you do that?
Exactly the moment someone
I'm going to use
asked
NeoVim
about GoLand. So
or IntelliJ. I'm not going to use like some half-baked IDE. I want the
And,
full experience or
you
my
have
own
something up here
experience.
about if you have additional questions, this is good. That QR code will probably go to Ekaterina. So, you know, ultimately all roads lead to her for giving a bunch of answers on this. We'll go ahead and wrap up on this topic, but please ask us some questions on this while we're here.
What's how I
you
feel?
have another, how many minutes do you have left? You have another.
NeoVim uses more RAM than IntelliJ. Well, that's not a fair statement. Language servers use a lot of RAM, and you'd expect it to. Being able to do this is like a logical proof. This is a proof in a compiler theory that the amount of memory that is required for a compiler to run is like significantly larger than than the actual like language itself. And so generating out these ASTs and having all these compilers running on the fly at all times, it costs a lot of memory, and that's okay. It's like an n, not even cubed. It's like an n quadrupled to be able to have those things running. And so it's a huge amount of memory, and I'm okay with that. I'm okay using all the memory in the world for problems that are provably hard. But you can't tell me that you're using all the memory in the world for a carousel, for like a bunch of text-based tweets and a few images, and you're using hundreds of megabytes. Okay, that's different.
19 minutes to ask us some questions about the big announcement today.
Oh,
we will go on to the next question.
There you go. Oh.
And Tomasz, this is built for you. Do you want to talk about anything that's coming next?
Built for me. Webstorm pipeline. I mentioned the new type evaluation engine, right? And but I can also say like how our typical, let's say, workflow looks like. I think it fits like the question about pipeline.
Ask them a question. I'm actually in the past.
Let's start with that. So we have like the huge monorepo of hundreds of developers, which are not only part of the platform of our team, but also platform. And so some of the features are shared by like all of our IDs.
Cucumber scared me.
And like within the in Webstorm, we have specialization basically. Like people know some features, know some technologies, and we made some decisions based on the like user requests basically. And we always try to like improve how frameworks and languages behave, what features they have, what features we provide.
Sure.
And
I should have mentioned that the part for you to cover was about the TypeScript engine. So you did a good job on that.
Yeah.
And one of the things the team has done a good job over the years is on the blog telling the story of what's coming next in Webstorm. So Vlad, do you want to cover like plans for 2025?
Yeah, I think as a team, we see AI as an exciting opportunity to enhance development productivity, and we already.
Cursor mentioned, Avanti mentioned, and apparently TJ's new plugin mentioned. Do you see that? TJ is developing his own little AI thing. Crazy.
Allocated resources to improving.
It started off as a joke, and now he's loving it.
However, our main priority remains the same. Provide excellent support for JavaScript and TypeScript, along with key web frameworks, tools, and technologies. Although I cannot provide a detailed roadmap for 2025 just yet, I can share some of our main focus areas. So the first one is to work on performance, particularly tackling ongoing performance issues. Then improving and polishing support for core technologies like React, Angular, Vue, and other amazing tooling. Then AI and remote development. And one interesting thing that we are leaning towards enhancing the means to integrate external tools like language servers to allow plugin amazing. One interesting thing that we are leaning towards enhancing the means to integrate external tools like language servers to allow plugin amazing stuff created by the community. That's how I see it.
One thing that I think is worth adding at this point is that we're currently exploring an RFC kind of process for new features that we're considering adding. So it's not even an early stage at this point. So we're really figuring out how we can incorporate getting feedback before we actually start the development. So that might be a good way for you to contribute and provide us valuable information.
JetBrains opening itself up is a pretty good idea too.
Yeah.
By the way, JetBrains opening itself up more and more to just external plugins is never a bad idea. I'm actually I'm like 99.9% convinced the reason why VS Code and NeoVim are so popular as editors is because of just their of a vibrant ecosystem. LSPs and vibrant plugin ecosystem is just like boom, all of a sudden you have things running, and the reality is NeoVim is 1,000 times easier to write plugins for, and so I think that NeoVim is just constantly getting just the coolest stuff all the time. Like I can't believe Avanti is just hundreds of lines of code, and it's like a crazy experience of diffing and bringing in AI code and doing stuff. It's like shocking what it can do. It's pretty cool.
Something like early next year, but we'll see.
Okay, onward.
I sped it up, by the way.
This will be a fast one for you.
We're so far behind.
Svelte 5 has been out for a long time. What's the status for Webstorm and Svelte 5?
Yeah, so we implemented support for new syntax features in .2. So it's already there. Like you can use runes, you can use snippets, and all the new cool stuff that Svelte 5 provides. There's going to be, we released the new update today. So I believe we bumped the language server to the latest version, if I recall correctly, which added like a couple of fixes. Because one of the latest changes was update of the module syntax, which isn't supported in .2 because it didn't exist at the time.
Yeah.
At the time of the release. And we are excited to get your feedback about how it works for you. If there's anything like we can improve, please open a ticket in your track and tell us what you think. Basically.
All right, next up, Peter, I'm going to give you this one because it's super fun. Do you write Webstorm in Vim?
No, and it's quick. No. I have a friend.
To be a developer of Webstorm. What do you see on your screen?
When I develop Webstorm,
yeah,
I have two screens. One is here and one is here.
One is Slack.
No, it's usually one is to just look up some related code, and one is to code actually. So it's like a lot of related stuff happening on one screen.
He's avoiding it. It's going to be NeoVim. You can see him avoiding it because he's like, it's just like I'm looking up code, and it's also the code. You know what? You would be saying it'd be Webstorm if it was Webstorm. I'm just saying.
And it's just a huge monorepo, as Tomasz mentioned before. Fun fact: if you when we push change to the monorepo, there are tests running, and we have 370,000 tests running basically on each commit.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just the number of tests, right? You can imagine the number of classes.
Yep, he's not saying it.
Monorepo with
number of tests and modules and
he did not say it. He did
but
not.
It's working. I mean, our Git support is just amazing that it can cope with so many commits in it. So yeah. But no Vim here.
Sure. Okay, next question is one kind of for all of us.
No Vim
Let's
here.
see how we all feel about this. How can people?
He must be on VS Code. Like honestly, I think he must be on VS Code. He must be on something because he did not say, "Oh, I'm on IntelliJ Ultimate Edition."
Influence the way JetBrains
like
prioritizes issues to fix. I think the best way is to like find an advocate and buy him dinner. Usually works best, but not easy to repeat. So for all of us, especially all of us that have been here,
jokingly throwing out bribery
for a while at JetBrains and Webstorm. Anyone want to comment first? Vlad, we'll go with you about what are kind of the input signals that you use in making decisions, and then if any of the rest of you want to comment.
Can you buy me dinner?
Yeah,
now?
Of course. We use a lot of signals like stats, external stats and internal stats. Also, we track the amount of votes for issue, and we look to comments. Also, we have input from our amazing developer advocates, and we take into consideration our developers' feelings, I'd say, like that. So folks who are responsible for subsystem, they may kind of feel that we need to improve something.
It was a trap, by the way.
Anybody
by the way,
else
for those that are wondering, that question was pretty crappy, and Paul, you should have not asked that question. You don't put somebody on the spot. Like if I used Vim, but I developed for, because I would probably use Vim as I developed for IntelliJ. Like that's the reality. And so if you knew that and you're on like IntelliJ, you can't ambush him with that question, right? You gotta let the man go. He's probably Emacs or VS Code or something else, or Fleet or whatever it was. But
see what people
getting owned like that is just not
just a signal for me personally. And then I like intermix it with everything.
Paul's a funny guy. I like Paul.
I will say Tomasz is super active on.
This is what I would have done during a live stream. Not
okay. The question.
It's what I would have done during my live stream, not during the IntelliJ live stream.
With the what's that?
I just wanted to add one more important detail because everyone else forgot about it for some reason. We're also doing research every so often, and yeah,
I wanted to
mention that. Yeah, because we're getting more serious with this one.
The research you've done in the past, like with Ellie, those are just great. Not just the systematic way that you get truth instead of opinion. You want opinions? Go to an advocate. You want truth? You got to do some research, but also the analysis that you do afterwards to make it actionable.
Yeah, we have excellent researchers. We also do some beta testing programs to like validate what we did is working good for the people.
Yeah,
lots of good stuff.
Yeah, good point. Peter, I think, gets the fastest answer to a question. This will be the second fastest. Any chance that we port right now. WebStorm to, I don't know, Python? Do you want to port it to Python?
No, I mean, we're actually moving it to a much more performant language, which is Kotlin. And it's true, actually. There is a story.
My entire life just got... My exe has officially my kernel is officially panicking. If I just lay down on the ground, you know what happened.
From the platform team, because like and people might have noticed that for 2024.1 and
I did not realize
that there were freezes in the IDE, right?
I thought it was C++.
We have moved a lot of platform to coroutines, to Kotlin coroutines, and this has saved us, like, I don't know, just moving the like the IDE initialization code to coroutines saved us, like, cut the initialization time by half or something like that, because the Kotlin scheduler is really nice at putting job and connecting dots and scheduling everything as it should be. So so we're moving it to Kotlin. We're moving a lot of stuff to coroutines just to make it faster because of all the concurrency issues, and manual scheduling is really tedious when you can get Kotlin scheduler who does a lot of nice work.
So for everyone who wonders, Kotlin is just like Rust but faster. Kidding.
Yeah,
that's
kidding a little bit, but Kotlin is, I think, more performative than Java when it comes to parallel execution or some code things. Like if you have a for each loop in Java and you do the lambda, then it's not really the same thing as for each in Kotlin, which is actually transpiled to a very plain loop.
That is so good.
There's a lot of stuff. I'm really big fan of Kotlin. Yeah, just you can stop me.
I'll take the next one. It's a question about Fleet and its JavaScript support. Ooh. Fleet is a project we've had for a number of years to kind of reimagine editors and IDEs in a polyglot and remote fashion. And we do have some support for JavaScript and TypeScript in there. It doesn't necessarily keep up with what Webstorm does, and that's okay. The two have a good relationship with each other. Fleet has informed like new UI and informed thinking about remote development. So at the moment, we don't expect Fleet to be just as featureful as Webstorm. Hey, next up.
Sorry, yeah. Super quickly, because the particular mentioned Angular, and as you might know, I have a personal interest in good Angular support in Fleet.
No.
So I did talk to the Fleet team about that, and it's a very highly upvoted ticket, so they're very much aware of that, and I think we have a good plan. It does need to be incorporated in the roadmap. So it is coming down the line. How long that line is, I don't know.
Okay, Tomasz, you can run, but you can't hide. I think this was for you. Question about Vue and functional.
Referencing, oh my gosh, they're referencing a Jira ticket. Oh my gosh, look at that. Do you see that? Oh, I don't know if you can see it with me in the way. Let's go. Let's go. Look at that. Web 58811. Dude, getting caught with the Jira ticket is not a good look. What are you going to do with that?
Components.
Yeah, functional components. Interesting question. Like Vue is Vue's tagline is progressive framework, and it has a number of different ways of how to offer components, and some of them are less popular than others.
They don't use Jira as a built-in system. Yeah, but it's the same thing. You know what I mean?
Is into like,
that's a ticket from multiple years ago.
Frameworks, which you can mix and match. And I'm not actually sure. I don't remember the ticket now. What is the status of that? But what particularly doesn't work? Yeah, we are focusing on SFC support, which is like the main way to offer Vue applications. Now there is this effort to make a Vue compiler, which is called Vapor, and when this will be released, we'll definitely support it. And we try to support various different Vue component offering formats, such as like class decorators. I don't recall the proper name of the library now. But given just the sheer amount of custom versions, how we can write the custom Vue components, we just honestly, we don't support everything.
I invite everyone in the audience to come and spend time sitting beside Tomasz, and he can explain to you the intricacies that it takes for doing every one of these questions, such as ESLint 8, ESLint 9. What are the plans to have equal kind of support? Vlad, I'll let you steer this to you or to the right person not named Paul.
Yeah, I guess we are fully support ESLint 9. And we even introduced an option to find, like, you know, that in ESLint 9, if I'm not mistaken, they deprecate the previous config files. And we made some work to support projects which migrated to ESLint 9, but their config is still in the previous format. We passed the correct option.
All right, cool. Here we go. For the record, we got 10 questions in before the first AI question. Didn't expect that. This is both a general and a specific question, a question about better autocomplete with consecutive change proposals. I don't have an answer for that specifically. I can say that autocomplete, you'll see some videos from somebody with a wood ski chalet background coming out on this topic pretty soon. But in general, Katarina and I can talk in general, and then maybe Piotr can talk specifically about anything that he might know about. Katarina,
I'm actually surprised that IntelliJ hasn't already pivoted so hard, just with the success of Cursor, with the obvious appetite of Copilot, with the amount of just chatter that's been going on for 2 years. I'm very surprised they haven't made they have AI, no, but they have their own AI. It's an AI assistant, but it's trash. Okay. Well, I'm just surprised that I haven't heard more about this, because it's shocking, right? They do have a Copilot. Okay. I thought this question was like any AI feature for better autocomplete with consecutive changes proposal. Okay, my bad.
JetBrains has kind of a broad strategy for AI that's bigger than just Webstorm,
I was just shocked that they didn't have anything. I
yeah,
thought
that's
they had
right.
something.
And right now, as far as I know, we are prioritizing the most critical problems with AI assistant, like code completion was top priority for sure. And probably Vlad can say a few words about that as well.
Yeah, I think that our amazing AI team made a huge leap with regarding to quality of suggestions. So one interesting moment is that our approach is hybrid. So we use local LLMs with and cloud LLMs. So also in this release, in 24.3 release, the mechanics of working with completion will be improved. So you will be able to partially accept suggestions by word by word, or line by line. Maybe it will answer the original question.
Real quick, Piotr, give us
By the way, that's pretty cool to be able to get a dump of code and then to be able to go line through line. Maybe that'd help me review it, because I always have such a problem with just accepting AI code. One of the reasons why I don't use AI code anymore is because I just kept having so many errors, because it's so easy for me to see something that looks 99% correct and not see the bug specifically in my error or in my editor. Easy for me to see it in GitHub, hard for me to see it in my editor for whatever reason.
A couple more points if you got it on AI and autocomplete.
Yeah, so Vlad mentioned that we do local LLM, and this is actually our in-house LLM, which has been trained especially for code completion. So it makes it robust, and I saw the charts. We have a nice blog about this, by the way.
It was yesterday, right?
Sorry?
The blog post was yesterday, right?
Yeah, and one like 2
weeks
ago.
Referenced one from last week, I think.
Yeah. So basically, the local LLM is really good. I've been using it for Kotlin development, and the same LLM is being used for JavaScript since 2024.2.2, I think.
All right. Sorry, I'll need to close you off. We're running low. Khalid made a link to the blog post so people can follow up with the information about that. Let's do a speed round real quick. Quality of third-party plugins after Webstorm updates. Anybody have any advice for folks?
So we have a process where we monitor whether we are not breaking APIs, and that happens quite often. So we get a warning and we have to fix the code to not break the API. And also when you put a plugin on the marketplace is sending you back to the developer of the third-party plugin, is sending back information about deprecated APIs and all these things. I heard about plans about something like including the external plugins in the quality process, but it's super complicated. So there's nothing like that right now. So it's up to the third-party developer to do the check for a particular release. From our side, we're trying to keep the API stable and inform the developers about any changes in the APIs.
That's the important part about the API. Real quick, data collection is mandatory.
Ooh.
Anyone want to take this?
Yes.
I don't have a good idea for who to steer this to.
I can take this real quick, and then Vlad, you interrupt me if I say something stupid, right? So yes, we do collect data. We in our AI terms and service, we specifically say that we don't collect code for training models and stuff. So that's an important piece that I think is relevant at this point. But we do want to use.
By the way, very smart shout out by him, because people are very sensitive to that. And so saying you do not collect code for training LLMs. All right. Pretty dang good. Hey there, Lithium. Like, that's pretty dang good. Okay, because that's like, I mean, that the entire like flying right now from Twitter to Blue Sky, which by the way, I am confident that's going nowhere. But let's pretend it goes somewhere. Nonetheless, like people are running from Twitter to Blue Sky because Twitter updated their TOS saying that tweets are not only being used to train AI, but LLMs.
Use this to collect information.
Well said, but truth, if they got caught lying, the astronomical implications of that would be to demolish their company. So one has to take with complete truth when they say we do not use it to train code, because if they didn't, like the class action lawsuit that would arise would be improbably expensive, right? Because every single company that allowed it, that does not allow AI stuff, would just absolutely demolish them. Then every single individual with every single, I mean, just imagine the amount of claimed losses. It would be incredible.
Information of how we can improve our products, because that's still an important part. We're lacking information to some extent.
Yeah, and but one important addition is that it's required only for non-commercial use, and for commercial use you can opt out, of course. But I wanted to add that we use this data to improve our product. So, for instance, we use it to see where we have performance issues. So we are really, really grateful for sharing this data.
All right, real quick, we got 1 minute left. Actually, we have negative 2 minutes left, but in my world, it's 1 minute. Collaborative and live and pair programming. We have something called Code With Me that has been shipping for a while and refined for a while. Jan and I use it on the projects that we co-develop with. Vlad, do you have anything that you want to add about anything that people should be aware of?
Not really. Just as what you said, we have Code With Me. And as for non-commercial license, community version of Code With Me will be available.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, next to last, Jan.
Peter.
Second answer. What do you got?
Yeah, so we have right now pretty well working highlighting with new TypeScript engine for Angular. So we have the type checking blocks, etc. So I think 2025.1 is the we're aiming to fully switch Angular to the new TypeScript engine.
All right, we will wrap up with that with a bold promise that people can take to the bank. Write it in stone. It will happen. Thank you.
I really hope so. I really hope so.
Everyone in our wonderful community for all the great questions. We're going to go into a break, and we will be back in 5 minutes, like 10, a little under 10 minutes. So thank you.
RIP me. No, let's find out about React 19. I believe I have a really great meme somewhere floating around on the internet about this exact thing. Oh yeah, I can't play that because it's going to get me DMCA'd. I'm pretty sure if I go like this, from the Primogen, React 19. React. That was a good one. I thought I had something in here, but maybe I don't. Nope, I don't. Anyways, the Lieutenant Dan meme. Every single time I hear React 19, I think of meme generator, meme Liu10 and Dan. There you go. This one, just confetti Dan, and just say React 19. React 19 is not real. It cannot hurt me. Well, it seems to be hurting people. I know you say that, but it does appear to be hurting people. Oh, we're back in.
Excellent coffee tips. Wake you right up.
That's true.
I've got my handy dandy React coffee.
All right, I do have to go pee again.
Also love your henna tattoos.
I'll be
on
right
your
back.
you.
I'll be right back.
Go ahead.
All right, let's cut the chit chat. Let's stay on time. See how that goes. Usually we're not good with that. I'm very excited for your talk and having you here telling us everything about React 19. So if you want to lead the way, and we'll be back in like 30 minutes for some questions.
Good luck.
Thank you, folks. Hey everyone, really nice to meet you all here digitally. I can see your comments in the right side, so I will have some questions for you. So please feel free to chat in the comments. I will be checking it occasionally. Today, we're going to talk about React 19. And through this talk, you will know every change that comes to the React ecosystem. So hopefully you're prepared to take on a new version of React. By the way, in case you missed it, React 19 is now in the RC stage, which means that it is the release candidate stage. It's not ready for app developers yet. So if you're working at a company using React, not ready to move to React 19 just yet. However, it's ready for library authors, which means that if you are writing a library, now maybe it's a good time to upgrade your library to React 19 and check out the new features that's coming. The idea is to get experience with these features and prepare your libraries for React 19. If you are a React developer and hoping to upgrade to React 19, I would actually first suggest you to upgrade to React 18.3. So why are we doing this talk if it's not ready yet? I feel like React and just frontend in general is such a fast-pacing field, and there's so many rapid changes that come that I feel like every time a new feature comes out or a new version comes out, I'm just like, okay, let's jump on to the next new shiny thing. And what's in this new thing? And can I take my computer or can I take my website and my company to the newest version? But I feel like with all these changes, it can be so hard to keep up with React, but just front end in general. And so through this talk, my goal is to bring you all of those changes that are coming to React 19 and simplify it so you're ready to take on
but I
React
agree
19.
with this thing.
And so in this presentation, we're going to talk about everything you need to know about React 19 as an app developer. And specifically, we'll talk about what's new, what's changing, and then do a quick demo of a simplified version of converting a React 18 form to React 19 form. Even though this is a simple form, this will still give you idea of what the main features of React 19 are, such as React Actions, and also introduce you to 2 new hooks that comes with React 19, which is use action state and use form status. We'll talk about the theory and like what these things are and the concepts in a few minutes, but just an overview of what we're going to be talking about today. Before I start talking about what React 19 is, I will quickly introduce myself. My name is Shruti Kapoor. I am a front-end engineer at Slack. You can find me on the internet at Shruti Kapoor08, on Twitter, on LinkedIn, or YouTube, or on TikTok as well. So if you've ever attended any of my talk,
I have no idea how TikTok works.
It's dead jokes. So the way this works is I'll ask you some question, and you can leave the answer down in the comments, and let me open that up right here. And the way this works is I'll ask you a question. It's going to be like a funny question, and then you put like nerdy answers. You put whatever comes to your mind. Doesn't have to be right, doesn't have to be wrong, whatever comes to your mind. So first question, what is a React developer's favorite workout? You can put the answer down in the comment section. Hook shots. Oh, I like that.
Deadlift.
Boxing and sleep. Ooh, sleep is nice. Hook. Actually, hook is pretty good. Boxing.
Tummy time.
It's lifting state. Okay, next question. How did HTML get drunk?
It forgot to wrap its Whopper. Wait, no, that's how did Wendy's get pregnant. Oh, that's how Dairy Queen got pregnant. It's because Burger King forgot to wrap its Whopper.
Drilling props. That's a good one.
Oh, I don't even know. What?
HTML got drunk by having too many beers. Okay. By drinking coffee script. It drank too many times.
Okay,
that's a good one.
That's pretty good. Come on.
Very nice. Thank you so much, folks. If you know a dev joke, please send it to me.
I feel like
On
TJ.
GitHub, create a pull request, create a dev joke. So I know some of you might be thinking.
Everybody, I ask you in my chat not to go there and make jokes, okay? You guys aren't. No, I'm not letting you see the. I'm not letting you see the QR code. Okay.
Hey, I came here for React 19. Let's talk about React 19 already. Okay, so let's talk about the new features of React 19. So we're going to talk about in discussing what comes new with React. I feel like it can be broadly divided into 3 categories, which is new features, new hooks, and new API. And then we're going to talk about new features for a little bit, because one of the main features.
So they actually did not deprecate anything. So we actually have a upgrade that won't require you to rewrite stuff. All right.
That comes with React 19 is React Actions,
Nullatic,
which actually makes it much easier to handle forms. I feel like with React 19, forms are finally getting the support that they've needed in long term. If you're familiar with PHP or Remix, Actions will feel familiar. But let's take a look at what it means and what does an action mean. So typically, this is how we handle like an input field currently. We'll have a button, we'll have an input field, we'll have like a set name. We'll usually attach the set names to onChange event handlers. And then the button is kind of doing the job of submitting the input field. So right now here, I have a div, but you can imagine if you replace the div with a form element, this is exactly how a form element would work as well. And then if you have any error fields, you would do a check on error and display the error. And similarly, if you want to display a loading state, typically what we do is we'll have like within the handle submit function itself, will manually set loading to false, which is like set is pending to, we'll set the loading to true, which is set is pending to true. And that starts showing like a loader state. Then if we have any errors, we'll catch errors. If you want to call any APIs, we'll call any APIs. And then once all of that is done, we'll set the is pending to false, which turns off the loader, and then we'll redirect the form if we need to. So in React 18, a new feature was introduced called start transition. By a show of hands, actually not hands, by a show of yes, just tell me if you have ever heard of start transitions or used start transitions in React 18. I'm looking at comments again. So if you use start transition, let me know by saying yes.
Yes, one in there, transition.
Okay, David has used it. Cool. Carl has used it. Luca has used it.
I literally have a
So a
wall
few
of
of you are
zeros and
familiar
a
with
couple
it.
ones.
I'm getting the
It's pretty
feeling that not everybody's familiar with it. So I'll
Yeah.
talk about it really briefly. So start transition is actually a new hook that is introduced in React 18, not 19, that actually helps us mark certain updates as urgent. What does that mean? Let's say that you're searching for something in like Google, you want to type something in the field. And if you've typed something, there are two types of feedback going on. One is the user actually typing like a letter A, B, C. And then the other feedback is also Google looking up that search term. So if you look for React, it'll be looking up for React and then showing you the display back, which is a set of fields that kind of matches React or like the search phrase that you've sent. So there's two types of feedback going on. However, there's one feedback that's more important than the other feedback, which is showing the user that they've actually typed in the character. And that is called an urgent update. So that is more important than showing the search results. So in React 18, we can mark certain updates as urgent by putting non-urgent updates in start transition hook. So this is where start transition comes from. This is React 18 hook, which helps you mark certain updates as urgent by putting non-urgent updates within start transition. Now, the difference between React 18's version of start transition and 19's version is that in 19, you can actually put async functions within start transition as well. So here, if you see in handle submit, what I've done is I have a start transition hook and I'm putting an async function within the start transition. Now, why I talked about this in detail is because that async function is an action.
I haven't programmed React in a while. Okay, so this is new to me. I'm trying to figure out what all this means. Okay, so that was me putting on my thinking helmet. Okay, I haven't used start transition, and it's just the amount of nested stuff going on here. It makes it hard for me to understand what the heck's going on.
So simply speaking, action is really just the async function that's going inside of that start transition hook. It doesn't have to be within a start transition hook, but that is the async function that's going within the start transition hook. So simply speaking, functions that use async transitions are called actions. And a good thing about actions is that it's also supported on the server, so you can use it for RSCs as well. Now, why this helps us is because now, instead of doing a form and then using a button to handle the event handling of submitting, you can instead attach action to the form element itself. This might feel very familiar to you if you are from PHP or if you've used Remix. So now you can just add action and it will take care of submitting the form. No need of handling handle submit anymore. No need of attaching a click handler to the form. So you can just attach an action right away. There's also another hook that really helps in this action, in extracting the information out of the action, which is called use form status. And the specific data that it gives us back, which is really helpful, is the pending attribute, the data attribute, and the action attribute. We'll look at this in a second, but for now, all you need to know is React Actions help in improving the user experience of form by automatically submitting the form using the action. So you don't have to manually track pending states, you don't have to manually create loading states, and you don't have to manually submit the form using on-click handler. So that was React Actions.
Okay, so it overrides, just so I understand this, because when you have a button with a type submit, it will submit the form that it's contained within, correct? And so therefore, this is just overriding that so you don't have to handle it on click. When you do a submit, the form itself has an action button, which is now an async function, a function with an async function in it that does something, that does stuff on the server, right? Or theoretically does stuff on the server, contacts the server, pipes up some data, does something, and then returns out the stuff. The code was a little bit confusing because there was like a redirect in it. There was like a call to on air. There was a call to update. So I was a little bit confused with some of the stuff, but okay. Yeah, no, you had to do that previously with on submit. So like me personally, I don't really, I guess I'm failing to understand what's the difference between doing it with on submit and then, or just passing that handle as a submit on the form. Like those are always the things I never quite understand because I just feel like you're just taking a, like, you know, when you're a kid and you really wanted to eat a treat, and so one of the secrets is you take your food and you kind of spread it out and it looks like you've eaten more than you actually have. It just feels like it's still all the same. Like it's like you didn't really actually have to do less. You just have to do it in different areas now. The one thing I do like though about all of this is that I like tying obviously code to the thing you're acting on. So I can say that actions being tied directly to a form is probably better than the on submit handler of a button, because maybe that feels a little bit confusing. It kind of feels like you're doing a form, but then when you hit submit, you're actually overriding the action to do the action, because you're not, it doesn't feel cohesive, right? It kind of feels like it's falling apart. So I can understand that.
In summary, it really improves the experience of forms. There's another thing that's being introduced with the new React 19 updates, which is the React compiler. React compiler actually does not come as part of the package of React 19, but is rather a new plugin. So you have to
Is Evan you right now sweating like, I gotta write a React compiler now?
install it separately. But the helpful thing about React compiler is that it actually automatically memoizes your code. Oftentimes in your code, you may have noticed that you have use memo and use callbacks everywhere. You don't need it anymore. You don't need to memorize your code manually anymore. You can just use React compiler. If you're not familiar with use callback, it kind of looks like this. It has helped to like memorize and perform and make performance optimizations. Use callback specifically is used for functions, whereas use memo is used for values. With React compiler, you don't need to use memo and use callback anymore. So you don't have to wrap your functions anymore, because it performs auto memorizations, which basically means that it'll figure out which function should be cached and automatically use their result. Another thing is that if your code base currently already has use memo or callback, you probably are already well memoized, hopefully. But if not, if you are already well memoized, you may not see a lot of performance changes. But if you're not using use memo, use callback appropriately or wherever it needs to, the React compiler will automatically figure out where it needs to and already improve the performance optimization as well. The way compiler improves performances and auto-memoizes code is by optimizing re-renders. So there's two things specifically that it does. We'll look at it in right now. The number one thing is it helps in skipping re-rendering of.
I always felt like this whole use memo and use callback thing, it just feels like this is like a patch on a patch. The React compiler just does the thing for you, but now you have something that alters your code. I assume it has to do some sort of altering between when you write it and when you debug it. So I'm a little bit, I mean, it sounds great. Anything to make it more easy, that's fantastic. I'm all for it. It's just, this is all hard for me to understand. As somebody who likes to write code in other languages, this stuff is always it just sounds like a lot of stuff.
Children when parent updates. And this is really cool because currently you'll see that anytime React will re-render all of the component and all of its children's, like anytime React will re-render component, all of its children will re-update or re-render, unless you have manually memoized code with like use memo or use callback. So for example, in this case, in this friends list component, you'll see that anytime friends changes, which is the top thing which is the top parameter that's being passed to friends list, the component in the bottom, which is message button, that would also re-render, even though it is not dependent on friends. But with React compiler, it figures out that message button doesn't need to re-render. It also figures out the return value of friends list card and if it's dependent on a friend that has changed, and it can be reused, thereby decreasing the re-renders of the child components. The second optimization it does is by skipping expensive calculations. And compiler helps to skip calculations of expensive components because it can use its knowledge of JavaScript and React's rules to automatically memorize values or groups of values within your components and hooks. And the way this works is because it'll only memorize
friends is null. It happens, okay? You know, not everybody gets friends, okay?
There's one caveat to this, which is that it will only memorize React components and hooks and not every function. And an example for that is here. So let's say that you have a really expensive function, which is at the top of your component. It is outside a React component. It would not be memoized. So because this expensive process is outside the table container, which is the React's boundary, the React component, that function expensive process would not be memoized. So it's kind of your job to figure out anyway, in this case, which is to figure out if your function is expensive and how to memorize that.
So,
however, if you use...
So you still have to know when to memorize stuff. You just have to know that you only memorize certain things that are not defined within this table. I wonder if this will change the pattern of how people write code. Because typically what happens is, you know, have you ever played that game of telephone where somebody says something like A and it goes through several people's ears, and by the time it comes back out, it's like something completely different? I wonder if this is going to be like, it's going to fall into the following, is that your component, hey man, if you want good performant code, you need to inline your functions in here that use it, because then it can get optimized by the React compiler. You know, it's kind of like that whole telephone game that happened right here where they say it clear and concisely, and then as it travels through all of the developers, it slowly somehow gets to this, or it's just like, what the hell? Why would you put that in there? Yeah, things always get scrambled, right? How many people were doing crazy optimizations in JavaScript that aren't even crazy optimizations anymore for years because it got lost in translation?
Use that expensive function within your component. It comes within the boundaries of the React compiler. And now the data that comes back out of the expensive process, that will be automatically memoized, even though you have not written use memo here anymore. So it's really cool because even if we do manual memoization ourselves, you may have noticed that there are a lot of places where you forget to put use memo or use callback. So this is really nice because React compiler can automatically take care of that for you. So one less thing to worry about, which honestly was a big performance optimization that we had to do manually. And I'm so glad that React compiler can automatically take care of it for me, because I could not keep track of where use memo and use callback had to go. And then you would have to kind of do your measurements, which to see like how much productivity changes, like how much optimization it was causing.
Is React compiler a pre-build? Is it a build step, or is it something that actually runs in JavaScript?
So it's really nice that
I assume it's something it's a pre-build step.
Now, one
right?
thing that I mentioned is that it actually figures out which component to memorize by
it must be a
looking at the
plugin or
rules
build
of React.
step.
And in order to figure out like which component has been memoized or not, it comes with
because there's some things that could be runtime, like message button. If you render inside of here a component that takes in no props and it's a pure functional component, like you could kind of like cache this, right? It's runtime. I just don't believe you that it's runtime. I have a hard time
which kind of looks
believing
like this.
that.
So on the left is the component that you're using, or the component that you've created, and on the right is the code that's been generated by the compiler. To understand which function has been memoized or which component has been memoized, in the playground you'll see something like $=_C, and that is a great sign that that code has been memoized. That means that the compiler has gone through this code and optimized it. So if you're ever wondering,
this highlighting is triggering me. I am so lame. I am so lame that I'm just like triggered. By the way, oh yeah, I remember going through this. Okay, I remember going through this. You're right. It is definitely part of the compilation step because obviously it produces all these like T1s and all that. I remember. Okay, I remember this. There's like this T table that it produces. Okay.
If your component is following the rules of React and if it has been memoized, Playground can be really helpful there. So basically, you don't need to use memo and use callback anymore.
except when you do with expensive functions that exist without outside of your something that you import in or something else. Okay, don't forget that. Very important. Don't forget that.
But what if you're like, well, I love memoizing myself. I don't want to use compiler. Using compiler is kind of the go-to way to go memoize. However, there's one difference between the way use memo and use callback, use memo, use callback memoizes and compiler memoizes. The difference is in the underlying way memoization is done using use memo, use callback, and compiler. So you might see some performance differences, but it shouldn't be too much. However, if you do see a lot of differences, or if you are running into errors with code that already is use memo, use callback, and uses use compiler, I would highly recommend going to the GitHub working group and posting a discussion there. I will share that.
I wonder how many times I wonder what this effect of this type of code is on like Lambda functions or functions that don't really have a chance to do any sort of jitting, because a lot of times jitting in the JavaScript compiler or in the V8 engine is dependent on your function length as well as the input parameters. And I'm sure there's other things as well that de-optimize, like try catches or stuff like that. Whatever they do that you can't do with jitting. But small functions can be jitted like after a few runs. Large functions take a lot longer. And when you look at this compiler code that kind of compiles and breaks it down, a lot of branching, a lot of stuff that really kind of defeats anything that it can be compiled down into. So I wonder if there's like a consequence of all of this in some sort of grander scheme that is hard to quantify or qualify when you look at it.
That in 1 second. But in order to install React compiler, all you have to do is install as an ESLint plugin.
ESLint plugin
goes part of your Webpack.
I thought we all just agreed that we don't use ESLint plugins.
The working group is this one, which is actually on GitHub. If you search for React compiler working group, you'll be able to find it. And this is where you can post any questions that come up or any issues that arise during the transition from current code to React compiler code. Okay, so that was React compiler. Basically, in a nutshell, React compiler auto-memoizes your code, so you don't have to use memo and use callback anymore. Now let's talk about the new hooks that are being introduced in React 19. Some hooks that are being introduced in React 19 are use form status, which actually gives you the information of last form submission. And it's really helpful because it actually gives you like these attributes called pending and data that can be used to get the data out of the form. So for example, if you're submitting 5 fields, the data attribute can be used to get the data that was submitted through the form. Pending is really helpful because it can actually help you create a loading state. So you don't have to create that anymore. You can just check for pending and add a loader if you need to.
I always worry about the more places in which you can contain a bunch of data and make decisions on. It's also a lot of places in which pending, data, method, action, all these are decision points that you could make, which could cause they're just more if statements in your program. Every line of code that you add to any program, remember, it is almost never a moat. It's almost exclusively a liability.
However, there is one caveat of this hook, which is that it can only be used inside a form's child component. And what that means is in this case, where I have a form at the top and I'm using pending out of use form status within the same component that has the form, that won't work. In order to make it work, I'll have to create a child component, which is actually within the form component where the form element was there. So now I have a submit component, which is a child component. And in that child component, I can use form status. This is just one thing that I would flag for anybody who has maybe like design systems, which has already created components. If you want to use form status, you're going to have to create child components. Same with use action state. Use action state is also another hook that's really helpful in getting information, which is state based on an action. And this can be helpful because it gives you back the state that was changed after an action was performed. And the action here is a form action that can be used to hook up with a form like this. So I was talking about that. Now you can just simply add an action to a form. This is where that action comes from. It comes from the use action state. We'll take a look at both of this in just a minute to take a look at how this actually works in action. But for now, we'll also talk about the use optimistic hook, which is introduced in React 19, which actually helps to optimistically update UI. This was something that we were doing manually as well before, but now it's really helpful that use optimistic can do it for us. Optimistic rendering, in case you're unfamiliar, is kind of a way of immediately showing a response to the user, which is kind of like a best guess scenario. So if somebody was, let's say, searching for React, and then you want to show, you're still looking up, you're still sending that information to the API and it's still looking up. Meanwhile, during that transition phase, you can optimistically update UI by showing like a search field, such as React is cool or React 19. So you can show a search phase or show a list or show any item or show a UI field based on what you think would be the best case scenario of submitting that form.
Is this where you would actually just you'd put something like, hey, loading your results, or you're just doing a loading field? Is that all optimistic is? Because it'd be kind of strange to show you a list And then when the server comes back, if that list cannot be like, is incongruent with the list that comes back from the server, then you just like, just like change it. Someone's like, oh, I like that, and where'd it go, right? That seems like that wouldn't be good, I would assume.
That's how use optimistic helps us. It also gives you back the optimistic state, which is how you want the data to be updated based on the optimistic value, and the add optimistic function. There's also a new API that's been added in React 19, which is the use API, which can be, it kind of looks like a hook, but it's actually an API. And it can be used to read resources. And the specific resources that I
This is all server-side stuff, right?
Reading is context. We know context, to read context, you have to actually wrap it between providers. But with the help of use, you don't need to use context providers anymore. Like in this component, you can just use, get the data out, and keep going. It can also be used to read.
How does that work? Because context is a tree, right? And so how does it know? Oh, okay. I know how a hook works. I know how hooks work. So it's using its position in the hook, like there's a behind the scene hook tree that's actually being built as you render down. So it's using its position and then walking the parents up, trying to find the last known context provider. The one thing I don't understand is how do you set the context versus how do you get the context? So there must be some sort of use set context that you set the context at a specific place and then it's able to walk backwards, right?
Promises as well. So if you have a like a comments promise that's been passed, you can use that with the use itself. There is one caveat though, that it does not support promises in render. If you try to pass a promise that's created in render to use, React will warn that creating a promise inside a client component is not yet supported. So the caveat is that it can only be called within render. However, there's one thing that unlike hooks, you can call it conditionally because hooks cannot be called conditionally. However, use API can be called conditionally.
Oh, interesting.
So
use, that's because use is actually just performing an action, right? Right? Well, Tej can't clearly not have me at a meeting right now. Hold on. Let me just make sure I'm not missing some crazy meeting that I was not supposed to miss. But I told him do not make any meetings on this day. That's because use doesn't actually store any data, right? Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Use stores no data. So therefore, okay.
Brief, what's new? The new features are React Compiler, comes as plugin, React Actions, useful for forms, hooks, which is use action state, use form status, and use optimistic, and a new API called use. So those are new features of React 19. Now, what's changed in React 19? One amazing update is that ref is now a prop. Oh my God, how many times I've had issues with this where I pass in a ref and I read the ref and I see that it's undefined. And it used to happen because you had to previously wrap refs with forward refs within your component that you were passing it to. But now you don't have to do it anymore.
By the way, this was just super annoying.
So with this update, ref is now a prop and it gets passed in as is. You don't need to use memo and use callback anymore because manual memorization is now not needed with compiler.
I wonder. So just so I understand, if you use the term ref as a prop, it gets wiped out. Okay, we will be fine. Thank you, TJ. Yeah, TJ, this is an all-day event. I'll be busy for another 2 hours and 50 minutes. So if you need me, you just have to back it up. We test the crap out of use memo and use callback optimizations. Oh, you did? But so you can't have a prop that's ref, that's named ref, right? It's overwritten like children. Okay, yeah. Okay.
There are some other updates.
Why did they just pass it to begin
with? Getting better support. In React 19, you can now render context instead.
Why wouldn't you just pass it to begin with? Because then you don't even have to look at somebody's prop name ref and try to take it out if it doesn't exist. Like, why put all that logic in when you can just do it anyways? Like, again, another one of those things. The forward ref is another one of those things that I've just never understood. Like, if you're going to provide that logic conditionally, and you're gonna force them not to, you're gonna force people not to be able to name things ref. Just give it to them. Pain is the point. I don't think it's pain is the point. I think there's this thing that happened for a long time, which is that you should make the what someone considers an ideal case as painful as possible to start using. So like that's why I kind of like the Go way. Go is just like use whatever you want. Here you go. Here's all the pieces. You assemble the battery you want. And there's something about that is really nice. I never understood the ref thing. That's always just been just a giant question mark.
You can also use the use API. React also supports the returning a cleanup function from ref callback. Another one that I'm really excited about is the metadata. So now you can actually add metadata for each component specifically. And this can be really helpful, especially if you have like site that depends a lot on SEO, like a blog post site or a site that generates a lot of content or creates a lot of content and you need SEO. So now you can provide meta tags within the component itself, which is really cool because now you can have meta tags for different components.
Oh, little guy.
Another really cool update about React 19 is that now it has a better support for style sheets, which is that you can actually define which style sheet should get what precedence. In this case, if you see here, there are two style sheets with the precedence of default and high. If you didn't have precedence, the second style sheet would have a lower precedence than the first style sheet because style sheets are loaded in the order of how they are mentioned. However, by specifying precedence equals high, you can be sure that some of the inline styles you're loading can actually be automatically loaded by.
Is this HTML? Is precedence like a thing? Is precedence considered is this a CSS thing? No, oh, I think that's dangerous then. I would never stray. Generally speaking, you should never stray from a lot of the defaults that HTML has. I know there is definitely some default straying that's going on, like self-closing div tags versus non-self-closing. Like there's a lot of crazy things that you can do. It's non-standard. Yeah, I'd always be a little bit careful about using anything that's non-standard. There's probably a good reason for you to use it. And I'm sure it exists because somebody needed it, right? It's just always dangerous to rely on built-in things, right? Like once you diverge from the ecosystem, you just got to know that at some future point that could cost you.
React before loading other styles. So precedence can be really helpful. In order to upgrade, you can upgrade simply like you do npm install React and it will be part of your dependencies. Now let's take a quick look at our demo. I know I'm running short on time, so I'm going to try to make this as quick as possible. And this is my demo. Okay, in this demo, hopefully this is legible to everybody, but if not, I'll zoom in a little bit. In this demo, I have a React 18 form. So through this demo, I want to show you how to convert a React 18 form from, I have only one input field here. You'll see here, there's just one input field, but I want to show you how to convert a React 18 form to a React 19 form. And through this, we'll learn the two new hooks we've seen and learn how to wire up a form with an action. So in React 18, currently the way we have a form is we'll have a form element. And then I also talked about like input fields. So we'll typically actually like have an on-change handler that takes care of like setting names and setting whatever. If we need a loader, we'll typically have like a is pending flag and check if pending, then show a loader. If not pending, then show the data that you want to show. And then to submit the form, we actually have a button. This is how we do forms right now. No change here. Quickly taking a look at a handle submit function, all it does is sets the is pending to true, which is how we start the loader. And then it'll like call our fake API. And then within the fake API, we're actually setting after we've called the API, we're setting the is pending.
All right, that's pretty good. Yeah.
Now, in React 19, the way this changes is, let me comment this out. Okay, in React 19, the way this changes is, I told you that we, instead of having like a submit, instead of submitting the form through a div, like a button, we can actually submit the form through the action itself. Now, where does this action come from? I talked about the use action state. This is where that use action state comes from. So we have a use action state. This action state returns back a state and a form action. This is the form action that I'm actually hooking up in the form. Now, this use action state accepts two parameters, which is the action itself, which is how you kind of like perform changes, and then an initial state. Quickly, we'll take a look at the submit form action, which is what we do to change data within this form. And in this form action, all we are doing is it actually accepts two parameters, which is the previous state, so that it can modify it and return the new state, and the form data. Form data is all of the fields that you submitted to the form. This is really helpful because if you want to get like a specific field out of it, you can just do form data.get in the name of the field. So form data here is actually like this data is actually a form data object, which means to get like a field called input name, you can't just do form data.input name. You have to do form data.get input name because it's a form data object. Now, this is how you get information out of any field that was submitted. So if you had any other fields, any other input fields, this is how you can simply get that information out. And then I'm here calling my fake API again, and then I'm just returning the new state. So here, all I'm doing is appending name to the state and just returning that. Very simple form action, doesn't really do anything. Then I have my input field as is before. Notice I'm not adding an on change anymore because I can take care of that through my form action. I also used to have a loader, so I brought back the loader here. And then I'm going to render my name, and I'm going to pass the data that comes back from the use action state, because this is the hook that gives me back information on what changed in the state. So I have it through state, and then my submit button. So I talked about that you don't need the submit button. So let's take a look at what's in the submit button, actually. All right, so in the button, I'm actually not doing anything. All I'm doing is I'm getting the use form status out, to actually disable the pending button. I don't even have an on submit. So all I'm doing.
The reason why you can just do a button, right, is that because the default type of a button is input equals submit? Is that what's happening here?
Here is disable the button in case loading state is going on, so we don't actually show the user that something is happening.
Inside a form, yes. Okay.
And once this button is clicked, the form action will automatically take care of submitting the form.
Okay,
now, in order to render data on the page, I have this render component where I'm just looking for the pending state, and I've gotten the data back out of the name parameter, and I'm rendering this. So it looks super simple. You might feel like there might be a lot of changes. So let me show it to you side by side, showing what's the difference between React 19 and React 18 form. Let me uncomment this.
I mean, it does look easier in my head.
Okay. So on the left, I have my React 18 form. Let me make it smaller.
And people are saying that it's really nice with Shad CN stuff. So yeah, I mean, that could very well be. It's just much nicer working with a lot of these new ones. But I mean, you're still moving a lot of logic around. I'm not sure. Like, it does feel like this is messy. Like when I look at React 18, I go, oh yeah, that looks kind of messy. It's just doing a lot. It's hard for me to tell if it's bad or good because I don't work on it a lot.
Make it smaller a bit. Hopefully it's
the other one looks cleaner and nicer, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it's easier to debug.
Okay, so this is my React 18 form. I'm going to zoom it in a bit. This is my React 18 form. I used to have a form and I used to have a button through which I would submit. In React 19, I have a form wired up with an action. Button doesn't really do anything except it only has like a disabled state. In order to show loaders, I used to have an is pending, which I would be manually setting to true.
I mean, there's a little extra stuff right here, right? There's an on change here, but there's no on change over here. So I'm curious what. Oh, you're doing like a little setting of a name right here, right? You do a set name in here that is not over here. I think I see what this is. And this is preventing that from happening by doing it a different way. I can get that data
out of use form status. And all I need to do is look for pending. I don't even have to track it anymore. Use form status will do it for me. And then all I do is look for pending and add loading state.
I think I see it, which is that handle change updates the name, which causes a new render, which comes back down here, which says React 18 end name. But to be completely... Yeah, there's like a few slight differences, but yeah, there's pretty much, it looks like it's all the same. Loader offloads this ternary, right? This part of this ternary is put into loader and then render name. So they split out, she split out loader and render name right here. I'm trying to like follow along,
that's the
trying to
difference between
understand
React 18 form and React 19 form. Hopefully it was simple enough and you could understand the difference between the two forms and how to use the two different hooks, use form status and use action state. Okay, so that was a demo. To quickly recap what we talked about, forms are getting a better support in React 19. It's now becoming much easier to manage pending states because you don't have to manually track it anymore.
Looks like
the
PHP.
new hooks can do it for you. With the help of React compiler, you don't need to use memo, use callbacks anymore. There's no more forward refs, thank God. Refs is now just a prop and you get the data out as soon as you pass it. You don't need to have forward refs anymore. There's a few updates that I didn't get a chance to talk about. So I'm going to pause on this for 1 second in case anybody wants to take a screenshot. These are all of the updates of React 19. So I'll pause here for 1 second.
The nice part is it's video, so I can pause it if I wanted to. I did speed it up so we can try to catch up, so it's at 1.25. I have to do that because I'm yapping. We agreed to it at the beginning that I would speed it up slightly, so I
one last thing before I quit. One last thing before I end.
Because I was going to yappy less.
If you've ever thought of giving a conference talk and you might be feeling intimidated, I just want to tell you that it's a lot easier than you think. I have created some resources if you're ever thinking of speaking at conferences. This conference, honestly, is a really great conference for you to speak at as well. It was very easy. It's a lot easier to speak in front of a camera like this instead of speaking in front of like a really huge audience. So if you're ever...
She's absolutely right. She's absolutely right, camera. See? You're not even real. All of you. None of you are real, okay? You've never been real.
Thinking of getting started with speaking at conferences. This is a really great conference to speak at. I also have a few tips that I've given on my YouTube channel if you're ever interested. If you need tips on how to get started, or if you're just in that doubt, like I submitted some talks, but they didn't go through, please send me a DM. I'll try my best to help you out and help you submit an CFP. With that, thank you so much, everyone, for showing up and for participating in the chat. The link to the slides I will post as well later on. But before I go, I have one final thing I want to share. One final dev joke. How does a developer cheer?
Twitch. I expect you to give me bits now. How do you cheer? Okay, I expect them right now. Also, hip hip hooray.
Hip hip hooray! Thank you so much, everyone.
That was a great talk. Yeah, great talk, Shruti. Hey, I said it first. Jinx. No.
That was just.
All right, we're gonna move it forward.
guess.
Sorry, we have to move it forward so I can actually get
These
like
stuff.
caught up.
But that's completely changed.
I have to get caught up to the. I have to get caught up to the end. That was funny. It was pretty good. It was okay. It was good. Hey, you know what? Some people love. They love pun cringe jokes. Okay, let them love it. Don't tell them how to live. Don't tell them how to live their life. And thank you, the only person that cheered. Thank you, Fistor. Appreciate it. More interested in Svelte 5, but they won't sponsor you. Says a lot. Wait, Svelte 5? Svelte 5 will probably sponsor me. I like Rich Harris. Rich Harris and I are buddies. I just wouldn't ask anything of Rich Harris. Right? Anyways. All right, let's get started. I like Rich. Rich is awesome.
In the couple minutes we have remaining.
I love the bad puns. Yeah, I don't mind bad puns.
With Evan,
honestly,
is the equivalent of Void Zero in the Python world is a company called Astral, which is rusting the Python.
Why do they sponsor
tooling.
me being a big hater of React? Well, it's JavaScript Day. So React is just a small part of the entirety of JavaScript. I've been a long time saying that I don't mind JavaScript. I just want it to be used properly. No, I'm not a big hater of JavaScript. I think it's great where it's used. I said it. How many times do I have to say JavaScript's great when you use it where it's supposed to be used?
It's categorically faster, and it makes you think differently about using it. And as these things, before, like we'll say 3 to 5 years ago, going through the pipeline was something you wanted to think about. And, the difference between dev and prod and all
I'm sure I've already seen this one. Is this the one? Is this the circular keyboard one?
Was kind of related to the performance feedback. And these are high-level languages that don't normally have a compile cycle, so the developers are using.
Okay, by the way, for whoever the person is, there's Stream Fun, okay, Stream Brain, which I'm going to go like this. I hate JS. Then there's How I Actually Feel, which is not going to be that, which is going to be like, it's useful for where you need to use it. Then there's my Lowdown How I Feel, which is I don't want to use it. All right, this is called the hierarchy. So if you ever have a question, there you go. Okay.
Used to, I type it, I see it. As the performance gets back, it will just be interesting to see whether these kind of more rigorous, I'll say enterprisey approaches to software development really get absorbed by the JavaScript.
Never agreed with anything so hard.
Yeah, I think it is interesting. The thing I found fascinating just in general in the programming ecosystem as a whole is, I'm sure a lot of people don't want to admit this, but their coding style and their practices are really bent by the tools that they have, right? So limitations in your tooling can make their way into how you
fun
code,
projections,
how you set up your solutions, how you potentially deploy,
how I think.
And again, over the last 5 years, the landscape has
how
changed.
I feel.
Continuous integration has improved.
Right.
With Josh Goldberg, ESLint has made it easier for folks to get early warnings that they potentially are getting into a problem situation. So yeah, it's really, really, really fascinating stuff. I think it's more fascinating for me to watch teams evolve, because even Shruti was kind of mentioning Slack is still maybe a version of React behind. So it's more interesting.
I talked to the engineer at Slack at the time that championed React into Slack. They were using jQuery and all that, and I talked to the engineer who championed it. Right? I'm not gonna out him. Okay, everybody here would know him, but I'm not gonna say any names. Turn into Kanye here. But he said one of his biggest regrets was introducing React. He's just like, you know what? I was wrong. It's pretty funny. It was pretty funny. Come on. Come on. It was pretty funny. Can I get a little preview? Sad mirror, most React devs equals cult members. I mean, can we just be real for a second? Any language that you use and that you like, it's just it's cults all the way down. You know that, right? You know that, right? It's just cults all the way down. Dude, go. Oh yeah, definitely go. Except for Rust. Oh yeah, definitely not Rust. Rust is the only one that avoided the cult mentality. They're just right. That's all. They're just actually correct. See, you've been incorrect this whole time. And so they've been correct this whole time. So that's just how it works. I used Java for 20 years. Might be doing Go at work soon. Oh, that's kind of exciting. Rust, definitely not a cult. Please stop saying it's a cult, everybody. Two stream brain tweets. See, now do you see why? Do you see why this isn't the same? Okay, do you see why this is not equivalent? Okay, these green ones took me hours of effort. That tweet took me 0 seconds. All right, let's see if we got it.
So that's pretty.
All right,
cool. I also see there's a lot of Legos in the back, so I imagine that's what you do in your free time, and I do as well. I have some Legos around here somewhere.
Yeah.
So.
Yes. That and be a maintainer of Angular 3. And so what's life? We had a talk earlier today, Chau, about open source maintainers and what they're facing and stuff like that.
Let's go. Angular maintainer.
What's it been like maintaining that?
I literally know nothing about Angular. Let's go. Let's go. I know nothing about Angular. Oh, this one's not about Angular. Angular is the next one. Angular is the next one. Angular is, in fact, the next one. Angulatainer. There we go. Sorry, I wanted to get all those done, right? Hey, by the way, thank you, Bruss. I appreciate that. Yakuri K. Let's go. Thank you, Fistor. Many appreciations, everybody. Thank you, Simple Bird. Let's go, Simple Bird. Let's go, Simple Bird. Huh? I don't know what happened.
I mean,
there.
This is
I kind of fell apart.
And I was like, it's interesting. He has something called AutoMapper. I wonder if it's related to the .NET AutoMapper. Here we go.
It is. Yeah.
Yep. So yeah,
Staying
on
alive.
that note, we don't want to take up any of your time, folks. Again, if you're in chat, please ask questions. We'll gather them up.
We use NX and Angular Jest and Storybook. It's awesome.
So
oh, it
thank
is.
you again, everyone, for joining us. Chau, I'm going
I may
give
have
you
to
the
pee
stage. Paul
halfway
and I
through this.
are going to fade in the background, but we're here if you need us. So good luck.
Right. Thanks. All right. Hi, everyone. Again, thanks JavaScript Day for having me today. And
thank you, Ranamach.
Today, we're going to talk about library and NX and much more. So we continue diving into that tooling's conversation. So for those of you who don't know what NX is and
NX
maybe has had experience with NX before,
has a paid product, right?
Like confusing what it actually is. 10,000 feet view. NX at its core is a task runner, a smart one at that can orchestrate and execute tasks efficiently in the way that it knows about your projects, so that that drive the affected projects and the affected tasks. So it knows when project A change caused like an affected in project B and C and D and down the line, all of the tasks associated with those projects. And because it does so, it can orchestrate and execute and cache tasks in a very performant way. So that's NX at its core. In addition, it is also a collection of tools. So on top of the core, so there's a collection of tools, and I mean a lot of tools that can integrate into your tech
Just file
stack.
better than Makefile.
And if something is missing, you can always extend NX. And we're gonna talk about extending NX a little bit in the presentation.
Okay.
And disclaimers. Personally, I like to give some kind of disclaimers about things that I'm talking about and why I talk about them or why I present and demo them. Kind of like pre-talk FAQ almost. The demo is going to be in NX 19. What about NX 20?
Yeah,
So
what
as
about
of this moment,
NX 20,
NX
Electric
20
Boogaloo?
has been released. Video, blog post, promotion has been going on for NX 20. That said, the material for this talk was prepared with NX 19. And I mean, I could have just like do an NX migrate or update NX to 20 and everything would just work. However, the features that makes NX 20 really, really shine, I could not have time to like incorporate that into the material of this talk. So I'm gonna be sticking with NX 19 for like a smooth experience. The demo is gonna be focused on Angular. Why? I am most efficient with Angular, and I maintain projects. I maintain open source projects in the Angular space with NX. So to have a smooth demo presentation, I'm sticking with Angular.
Nice.
However,
by the way, this is really smart what he's doing.
That
by the way, the amount of times you try to explain something or walk through something, and the amount of times people are like, well, why didn't you do this? Why didn't you use this? And it just goes on and on and on. Oh, yeah. I have some salt in here, don't I? Oh, yeah. That is definitely it's a real deal. Smart on this guy for doing that.
I mentioned in the presentation apply to any JavaScript technology.
Thank you, wife. Love you.
And if NX doesn't already have it for that particular technology, you can always extend it. All right, so with that out of the way, I hope I'm going to be able to inspire you to try NX, to give NX a try for your next projects or library. And welcome to Libraries with NX. My name is, and to give NX a try.
Are they claiming NX is God? Heretic?
For your next projects or library. And welcome to Libraries with NX. My name is Chau, and here are my socials that you can reach out to me on Twitter and on GitHub. I have my email on my GitHub, so you can email me as well. And I'm an engineer at NX and an Angular GDE. All right, so for the agenda, it's going to be a lot of like jumping back and forth between the slide and the demo. I'm more of a demo kind of guy. So we're going to create an NX workspace. And next, we're going to create an Angular library.
I will be
going to create a
not
playground
as much during
application
this one.
for this library. Why? Because sometimes
bell peppers,
if you build like a component suite
and
library,
avocado.
like a UI component library, there are some behaviors like drag and dropping, canvas-based behaviors that you cannot just use unit testing to test those from the library itself. So some usually we have like a playground or like an example application to render those behaviors, and then use an end-to-end testing framework like Playwright or Cypress to test the playground application. So we're going to do that, not the actual testing part, because we don't have time. And then next, we're going to talk about secondary entry points. What are those? Why do we need them? We talk about custom plugin, custom NX plugin. Then after all that, you need to get the library out to the consumer. So we're going to talk about release. And after.
Hey, I just got raided by Lana Lux. Thank you for the 427 person raid. Right now I'm eating, so I can't really say a lot. And right now, today is the JavaScript day for IntelliJ. They have sponsored me to watch it live, to be a part of it, to make some commentary and all that. Right now I'm eating, and I also don't know pretty much anything at all about NX. So my ability to commentate on top of this is fairly tiny. So I'm just observing at this current moment. I really appreciate that. Can we get a shout out for Lana? If you don't know Lana, 2 very important things. 1, if you don't follow Lana, you're a loser. 2, great game dev. 3, shares a name with my wife. That was off by 1, but that's okay. I'm a programmer. Not a big deal. So click that button, go follow her, go check her out, okay? Okay, you're hungry now? Well, it is what it is. And then someone else said, why no bacon? Guess what? There's just no bacon. I wish there was bacon. If there was bacon in that avocado, you know how much better avocado is with bacon on it? a lot.
Optimize the library workspace.
And
so
obviously I'm muting myself so you don't hear this.
Is applicable to the authors, library authors. So that you can have like a more streamlined process of your library, of the workspace, so that you can maintain it better. And if we have time, we're going to talk about documentations for the library itself. And every single bullet point is we're going to use NX in some form of way, and for some, just NX. So create NX workspace. Well, it's just a command. So just run npx create NX workspace, and then the name of your workspace, and you will get. And then I'm
still not convinced.
Questions to customize
mono repos are good.
And you have an NX workspace. And
I am not convinced.
The demo.
I'm just not.
I've already done it because of Wi-Fi and internet and all of that. Optionally, you can also specify the package manager like npm yarn or pnpm to use in this workspace. But by default, it's just going to use whatever invoked to create NX workspace.
I feel like most mono repos are, they're more of a stopgap for an actual real problem. And the reason why is that you have a project that you're starting, right? We're just going to call it Project S. And you could already envision that you're going to have like these 4 pieces that exist in Project S. And so in Project S, you have A, B, C, and X. I just like drawing X like that. I think X's are fun to write. And so you're going here, and every single day, you're upgrading the version of this thing like 800 times, right? This thing like 600 times. This thing like 200 times. This thing like 50 times. It'd be crazy to have them as their own packages, because guess what? As you're going, you'd have to do this crazy NPM version helling and all that kind of stuff. Awful, 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 right? We all agree. I'm on your team. But what happens as the project goes from infancy to maturity? The process of becoming more motherly, maturation, as they say. As the time goes this way, what happens? Well, the changes start going down for some of these. So now maybe X only changes once every few days, maybe once a week, maybe once a month, maybe never. So then what happens? Well, X is kind of this funny thing because it's a part of your mono repo, but it's just an inlined library. Why is it still a library? Why isn't it just pulled out into its own thing that doesn't exist, that isn't in your code base, something you just don't even think about, right? It just feels like mono repos are just a way to avoid NPM's version hell. And so therefore you use that, and then at some point you stop using it. That's kind of my general view of it. And all the different tools for managing these have a different way in which they attempt to do it. I don't know how NX does it better. I bet you NX is probably way better than how I did it with PNPM. But it's just another one of these ways in which people try to manage these. You can also manage it through NPM. You can also manage it through Yarn, right? You could also manage it through Lerna, right? And so each one of these have like a different, slightly, just like the world's slightest different way in which each one of them have configuration everywhere. And so I've never been quite confused on it. But I mean, and by the way, I do mean this sincerely, because this also shows up in like Rust, right? You start having a kajillion crates, but then at some point, you just really don't even use a kajillion crates anymore. You just like, you're only updating a couple. And then you just have these other crates that exist. And it's just, you just have these large packages that you're trying to work with. I don't know. I'm just not convinced it's just a stopgap problem. That's my personal opinion. Maybe you can convince me otherwise. That's where I'm at.
For the package manager.
Rant over.
So if you Yarn, it's
food begin.
Yarn. If you do PNPM DOX or PNPM exec, I don't remember exactly, it's going to use PNPM. And this is the start of that like, series of questions. So which stack do you want to use? I'm going to pick none for a demo. And this is what you get. So it's just a very bare bone repo project with NXJS.
Guys, this is IntelliJ day. Where's the IntelliJ? Why am I seeing
JSON, package JSON, and that's pretty much it. All right, so at this point, we are kind of like ready to get started with the Angular library. So the first thing is we're going to install the NX plugin for Angular. Now, NX plugins are not required. They are not a requirement, but they make our lives a lot easier. You can always just use NX in like an NPM workspaces style or PNPM workspaces style, or you can use plugins, or you can kind of like mix and match both And you can always create your custom plugin that applies to your own workspace, to your own organization. All right, we're gonna go with demo. So what I have here is a demo where I install, but I ran through all the steps to have everything installed so that we don't have to wait for NPM. So I mentioned that we need to install the NX Angular plugin. The next thing is we're gonna install, we're gonna run the generator for the Angular library. All right, I'm gonna type it out and I'm gonna explain. So generators are part of an NX plugin. This is what we use to tell NX to scaffold some kind of project, some kind of code. And in this case, we're going to scaffold an Angular library. And the syntax is that NX generate, or G for short, the name of the plugin, colon, and then the name of the generator. So in this case, we're going to use the library generator from NX Angular. And you can kind of imagine that you can also have NX React library, NX Vue library, so on and so forth. And then you have a full path, including the name of the library as the first argument. And for this one, I want to publish this. So I say publishable, and then the import path for this library. The import path is the package, the npm package name that we're going to be using to publish to npm. So with this, I'm just let NX run, and it's going to generate the entire library. Now at this point, I can start building the library. So I'm saying, hey, I want to build core. I call it core. So I build a core, and now this is going to use the underlying tools to build my library into dist, the distribution directory, that's core. And we can look into that with this. With the package JSON, everything is ready to publish. And this is the library itself. So we can have we have package JSON with that name because we say this one is a publishable one. And the project JSON lets NX know that this is an NX project. So that like all of the things about the project graph work together with NX from this project.json. If you use npm workspaces or pnpm workspaces, you can use the package JSON in the library with the NX keyword to notify that, hey, this is an NX project. And this is
okay. A lot of configuration, but I'm also not used to it, so it probably seems like a lot of configuration.
It's also allow you to customize this project as well. All right, so now we have the library. I'm gonna quickly commit this and say, hey, add core library. And I'm gonna go back to the talk. All right, so we already done that. And we already done the demo. Next, we're gonna create the Angular application, the Playground application to render this core library. Again, same thing, npx nx generate. So we're gonna generate nx.
By the way, you are right. He is using IntelliJ. You can actually see it right here. He's using Kitty right now.
Playground.
And then when he went to the code editor, it actually did say IntelliJ.
Just, like kind of like pick the generator can ask questions. And say it's built. I'm going to use Playwright. I'm not going to use SSR. And now it's going to create the Playground application and also the Playground end-to-end application along with the Playground application. And same as before, I can now run the app. Build it.
All right, I have to pee now. I do. I have to. I can't help this.
I mentioned caching. So if I rebuild the app now without changing anything, everything is cached. So we have cache by default. So now we have the app and we have the library. Let's use this library inside of our application. I'm going to remove everything in app component.html, and I'm going to use libcore. I'm going to just kind of like gloss over the Angular aspect of it because we're going to have an Angular talk right next after this one. But I just want to point out something real quick here. So for an Angular component to work in another Angular component, we have to import it from where it is, like a JavaScript import. And we also have to put it in the imports array of the component decorator. But Webstorm does that for us. Like everything is just like with a call action, say import core component, and it just works. So now I'm going to serve the application. So serve Playground. And here we go. We have core works. All right. Another thing that I want to show is because now the Playground app is using the core library. So in a sense, it depends on the core library. So I'm going to do npx nx graph to show the graph, to show the relationship between all of the projects inside of our like workspace right now. So we have the core library. Where's my mouse? So we have the core library, and then this is the Playground app. And we also have the end-to-end application that implicitly depends on the Playground app, because when we change the Playground app, we want like the end-to-end app of it to rerun, to rebuild, to retest, right? And NX also knows where in the Playground app that uses the core library. So we use in app.component.ts and like through that import from the core library. Right, great. To this, I'm gonna go here. No. Sorry, the key map of Arc kind of messes me up with the slides. So now we have the Angular app. We use that library in the Angular app. Let's move on to entry points. So what are entry points? So usually when you have a library, you have that main entry point that you do. And
I don't really have like anything I can comment on this. Do you know what I mean? Like I can't really add anything to this, because this is less of a talk about like an idea or something. This is more of a talk, like this is more just like a practically showing you how to work with NX19. And so I don't really have anything I can add to this. So I'm sorry if you guys are looking for good, insightful commentary on top of this. I'm just like, oh yeah, okay. Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, yeah. Arc seems pretty neat.
npm installed library.
Buddy, you shut your mouth.
That is the main entry point. Like for the Angular framework, it's going to be add Angular core, right? And
it's good showcasing.
You also see, sometimes you see something like this, like Angular core testing. And the testing part here is the secondary entry point of the Angular core. And why do we do this? It's because, so in the secondary entry points, you might have code or you might use libraries that not necessarily contribute to the actual application. So that way, when we use everything inside of core, right, and we build the application, we don't want things in testing inside of the bundle size of the application. So that's why we have like core, we have core testing, or some of the UI libraries. You have the core library itself, and then you have core library / calendar / table, things like that. Another
I'm converting
example
to
is
a low
if you look
carb
into
diet.
the mock service worker,
Really struggling.
Package JSON, you see a bunch of exports for secondary entry points, and 2 of those are core HTTP and then core GraphQL. So they are separate into 2 different entry points, so that if your app doesn't use GraphQL, you don't have to import the things that has to do with GraphQL. Right, to generate an entry point for our Angular library, again, is another command. So we run this with our command. So here I'm going to call NX generate.
Do people like
Angular
getting?
entry point.
I notice it
What
has
the name?
panes and tabs, but it doesn't have sessions, right?
Bunt. And I want to create a secondary entry point
Thank
for
you,
the
Teach.
core library, like that. And let's create another one. Bunt, I guess table.
Teach,
now we
what
have
is the
2
meaning?
secondary entry point, right? And now if we build core, and we go back and take a look at the dist,
can you at least whisper
that
to
we
me?
have bunt, we have table, and in package JSON we have everything set
finally
up
the
for
YAP stream.
secondary
It's with
entry
fam.
points and
Oh,
publishing to npm, and everything should just work correctly. Right, now back to the app.
Appreciate that.
I also want to use this bunt inside of my app, so I'm going to call actually I need to add some code to the libraries. I'm going to just rename this to bunt, do refactor, right? And this is going to be a directive. It's going to be a bunt with that, then long to, and there's no template for this one. Yeah. And for this one, I'm going to give it some default style. So like padding.
What you doing? I'm watching the IntelliJ JavaScript today.
Border, that maybe, right? All right, that looks good. And that's the bunt. I'm going to use this bunt inside of my app component, and it's going to be bunt, lib bunt, and again, my bunt. Webstorm does
file
the heavy
tree.
lifting here.
Also file tree on the left. Lots of file trees. Pick. We need all the file trees. Pick. If you don't have a file tree, what are you doing with your life?
And now I have my bunt. Right. All right. So next to
why is your ball in his background? Wait.
So that entry point. So you see how easy
Bro
it is
took my ball.
NX to create entry points for your library and to build that.
This is on 1.25, so his typing skills look exceptionally good. Dude, 1.25 typing skills make you look like just an animal when it comes to typing. Just an absolute animal.
The library with the entry points ready to go for NPM. All right, next we're going to talk about custom plugin. Now, in the Angular ecosystem, usually when developers want to add a new library, we tend to prefer the schematics or the ng-add schematics, because sometimes when you install a library, you not just install that library and that's it. Sometimes you're going to have to like change the types, or you
Thanks is feeling horribly
adjust
inaccurate.
the TS config to have the types of that the library is using, or you import you install multiple libraries along with this library.
That also includes
some code that
50
some
attempts at getting fast on this,
so that the libraries works correctly. And this is very popular among Angular developers. And if a library does not provide an ng-add, it tends to be frowned upon. Like, what? I have to set up everything myself, things like that. With that, we're gonna provide the ng-add capability to our library as well, and we're gonna use a custom plugin feature of NX. So NX
123 rookie numbers. They are
to create your plugins. So now someone putting like, I heard you like plugin, so I put plugin, things like that. The meme.
Small hands,
anyway,
big keyboard.
We're gonna create a custom plugin. So back here, I'm gonna
let's see it.
Install this, and I'm gonna generate a new plugin with this command. And now I have the plugin. The ng-add is a generator. It is the essence. In an essence, the ng-add is just a generator, so that we're going to generate a new generator in this plugin library. So we have the generator.
His name sounds really familiar too, Nartzy. I think Nartzy
so
has
the
been
name
around
of this one is
in chat.
I'm
He's
gonna
doing a
call
great job.
Lips plugin generators and init as provided. Actually, as provided.
Yeah.
Generators.
As provide.
Okay.
Yeah. Provide that.
And now instead of plugin, instead of generators, we have that init generator. This is the actual implementation of the init generator that's got generated. This is the schema that what you can pass in for that generator. This is the generators.json file. So
is this what Angular is like?
Angular,
Am I getting Angular with
NX
all this configuration?
Look at this generators JSON file to kind of like map the generator with the actual implementation, the schema, and the description of this. This is actually just init.
That wasn't Tmux. I believe that
JSON,
was.
We also have that map
Kitty
to generator.json. And because we're going to target Angular as well, we're going to do schematics so that we have both NX and Angular CLI working with this library. All right, so for the actual implementation, we're going to do very simple.
I am so impressed he can go through all of this. I mean, you have to be
not
so
going to pass in anything because this is just ng-add our library.
So familiar with the tools to be able to go this deep. Like when I'm playing around with the Vim plugin, I know what I'm doing. But in here,
there we go. That's the JSday demo, and this one is just day demo as well. So all this init generator or ng-add does is that, hey, I want to add this package to my package JSON on the app, and it's going to turn on skip lib check. That's it. But you can kind of imagine that you can do everything you want to do inside of here. Add more libraries, or add more dev dependencies or dev libraries inside of this.
Idea Vim is crazy, by the way. Idea Vim is really good.
This, we're gonna create a compat file. So this generator.
I just not use it. Some people like IntelliJ. It has a lot of good stuff in it.
Compat.ts file, and we're gonna export a default convert NX generator.
Hey, I just want to pause it here, and I want everybody to know that this man is good at using Vim. Okay, I am seeing some. I mean, he should be using some 10Js, not just holding down J. Okay, we can all find fault. I'm just saying this man is flying with IntelliJ and Idea Vim. I don't see you guys flying. I see you guys walking. Okay, hobbling along. Make a lot of yapping going on in chat right now. Okay, cut the yap.
To convert. Oh, not that. Sorry, this.
Barely crawling. I don't move. So there's there's that.
Now here we're gonna add this.
Lot of yap going on. Schematics.
Do schematics. And
Called
this one is gonna be compat. And this one is gonna be ng-add. So because it's gonna be ng-add. All right. So with that in mind, now we can build this library. Plugin. There we go. Lips plugin. Right. So now we have plugin build. Plugin generators. Project JSON. All right. Sorry, demo god. I think something went wrong with the generation of plugins. So we're gonna skip the plugin for now.
Hell yeah, brother. I get it. You're on a limited time and you got the demo gods behind you.
I guess package JSON. Next decade.
I can't walk. I use my VS Cooter.
Generators in here.
Is it supposed to be Scooter? But
anyway,
I just read it as Cooter.
Let's go. Demo failed. All right, next.
What are you doing here? Have you been in
I guess since we have a little
day?
bit of time, let's try to fix this one. I'm gonna.
My little kitty's been in here. Hold
Dry
on. He
run.
might need harpoon. He needs some harpoon. Bro needs some harpoon immediately.
Display. All right, let's try to fix this one.
Let's get out. Come on.
I'm gonna copy this over. Maybe that work. All right for all.
All right.
Yes. And generate a JSON. Okay, let's try this one. Build plugin again. Let's see if it's there or not. It's still not there. Interesting. Oh. In project JSON.
Oh, look at that!
Okay,
look at those Ks.
Core.
Guys holding the Ks.
Core, plugin source. It's still not there.
Damn.
All right. Never mind.
It was a good try. It was a good try. I mean,
this one.
Hey, everyone, give him some. Give him some claps. Okay, he's out there doing the craziest amount of configuration that I've seen in a demo ever live. Like, I mean, that was a crazy amount of stuff. And he got pretty far. Okay, he got pretty far. That was wild.
Release. Sorry.
Don't worry, Nartzy. You're doing great.
So let's assume the plugin works.
You're doing great.
The ng add works. We're gonna go to release.
Happens to everyone.
NX wants to support releasing package out of the box. It is a smart release tool because it has information about the project graph. So let's set it up. So bump about the plugin thing. All right, so let's set up the plugin, the release. So in NX.json, so NX.json is the configuration file for NX CLI itself. And inside of here, there's a key called release. Set up
now.
So I'm going to say, hey, I want to release the project called core. And there's a version, and there's a pre-version command. And this is where you're going to run whatever you want to run before of the core inside of the build output of the core library. And when we have that, we're going to go back to project.json.
Why did it just skip me ahead?
A new custom target called, not that.
He's clearly really skilled, yeah.
For the options, for the commands, we're going to run.
No, this is not at 1.25. This is at 1. Oh, this is at normal now.
Build core.
You're watching the bro go at normal speed now.
Plugin. And we don't want to run these in parallel. So what it means is when I run NX package core, it's going to run the build core, and so that we have the build directory for the core, and then we run build plugin, and build plugin is going to go inside of the core build output. So let's try that. I'm going to remove the disk, and I'm going to run build package core. So it's going to run the core production, and then it's going to run the build for the plugin.
Nice.
Go back to here. Now we have the plugin inside of the core. All right.
I saw him for a moment. Did you see him there for a second? He really wanted to fix that bug. Like it wasn't generating something properly earlier. You could see his little gears spinning going, I want to fix that son of a bitch. What is it? I'm going to fix it. You just give me, I'm going to do this right now.
This core library is ready to be published.
You can just see the bro. You can just see his brain twiddling on that one.
So for release, we can do first release.
Don't blame him either.
NX release, first release with dry run.
Nice.
So that we can see what effects the NX release does to the code base. And is it a major? It is the first release, so it's going to be a major.
Nice.
And because it's dry run, so everything is just kind of like dry run without writing to the disk. So the version is updated inside of this lib's core package.json. So it's 1.0. And the changelog is generated with the features, say add core lib. And then there's like thank you to the contributor, because the commit that adds this feature has my name on it. And of course, if you want, when you actually want to release this one, we're gonna take off the dry run. And also there's a tons of documentations around NX.json, the release, what you can do with GitHub, the commit message itself, create like a release in GitHub. NX release is gonna use if you have the GitHub token, like your personal access token inside of like inside your environment variable.
I'm still, by the way, very impressed by how much he got done on this demo. I mean, this was like an empty project, and now there's actually 1,000 files in here. I cannot believe how much he was able to get going on a live demo. This is really good. This is really, really good. It's hard to be amazing on a live demo, because it's one thing to code live. Like when I'm out here and we're just having fun and I'm going through here and I'm moving fast, it's easy because if I mess up something, I just go back here and go, what the heck happened? What the, oh, look at this, a round failed. I got to go find out why. But when he's doing it, I mean, this is like, you only get one shot and you got a limited amount of time. You can't just goof it up. And if you goof it up, it's like you're there live on video going, oh, shoot, right? Like that's hard.
NX release is going to use that to authenticate itself with GitHub. Or if you are already authenticated with the GitHub CLI, it can also use that to kind of like authenticate itself and push the release to GitHub. Right, so next, I think we still have some time. Let's optimize.
He is the maker of.
Oh,
okay, he's the maker of.
Let's optimize the workspace. What do I mean by optimize the workspace? So here, I'm gonna go ahead and go back to my Playground application.
Is this what it requires to just get it? Is this what Angular looks like? Do you need that many files to have a button? It's just so many files, Angular. Is that true? Like Angular, is that true?
Take out the library core. I'm not going to use that anymore.
4 files per component. Really?
Right. And now I'm run serve playground. My button still works. If I run graph,
I'm not laughing at him or his presentation. I'm currently laughing at Angular.
It shows that
4
playground
files per
still
item
depends on core as the entire core
That's
library.
so many.
So imagine if your core library has a bunch of entry points inside of it, like,
oh my gosh,
like all the UI components that you can think of, right? You probably don't want that. From the consumer standpoint, when you like publish this core library as an npm package, the consumers
No, you
they
need
depends
one?
on
You can't be
your package. Yeah, but like within the workspace itself, for you as a library authors, it'd be nicer to be able to tell if playground.
It's not that
depends
bad.
on
Okay,
what
Defas,
in
I'll
core
trust you.
instead of, like core as the entire entity.
You can have one, but
And
it's
we can do
default.
that
Let's see, but by default
by
it was
turning
3.
the entry point into a project. So
Nobody has told me the correct number of files to be used. Everyone is saying a different number. We got 4, 1, and 3.
let me show you that. I'm going to go to core, go to
69.
bunt, and I'm going to create a project.json file. And inside of this, I'm just going to give this a name, core bunt, and let's see how it does. And next graph. Right, now we have core bunt and then playground core, right? I think I need also the
Nice.
Let me open another one here. Display. There we go. I also
Default
need
3 and 1 for a
root,
test. Oh,
the-
nice.
the project type.
Okay.
Yep.
1 CSS, 1 HTML, 1 service, 1 component.
One core, one bun. With that, let's recalculate the graph.
Yeah, let me see this graph. Girl, let me see your graph.
Let's recalculate the graph with this. Show all projects. Core. Not. Why everything's not working today? I'm sad.
It's okay. You're doing great. Dude, Nartzy, you're
I'm
crushing
so
it.
sad.
Honestly, you're doing great. Don't.
Right. So for this, I'm going to use my library, my actual library, because I know this one is working. I'm so sorry. Right. So inside of this NX workspace, I have a test app. It's very similar to the Playground app, but when I focus on this, it shows that the test app depends on these entry points, right? The entry points instead of the entire NGX extension project. If we show everything, the NGX extension project, then this is how much that we have, and not everything depends on the test app. And with that in mind, we can go ahead and do this. So I'm going to go NX grab again for the NGX extension. I'm going to focus on the test app.
So many
So we
items.
see that test app depends on, let's say, active element, right? So now if I go ahead and change the active element, just update it with like a console log. Hi. Run NX graph affected graph. NPX graph affected.
Classic.
Now we have an affected graph where we only change active element, so we don't have to rebuild everything else that's not affected with active element. Let's go show all project as well. So as you can see that everything great.
Nice.
You don't have to rebuild, relint, or retest them.
Nice.
Just
People are saying I forgot to update the script.
Active element, the test app, and the end-to-end test app.
No, that's this one.
Let's go back.
We're on that one. Hey, Prime. Hey, Nate. Sorry. How you doing, Nate?
Right. So conclusion, we failed the demo today. I'm very apologize, very bummed on why it's not working.
You did so good.
Probably some NPM package, NPM version.
Right now, every single dev that just watched this is leaving with two conclusions. One, that seemed like a lot of configuration. And two, Nartzy, oh, this guy is a real dev, okay? This is the dev's dev out here, man, okay? We're loving it. We are loving it. Don't worry. Nartzy, you're crushing it. Trust me, you left. You don't know how you just left there, okay? You left great. You left so good.
Anyway, we see that
you're trying to like
NX
talk and program.
Provides pretty much
like I do this every single day and I F it up constantly. You're doing it at like a one-time shot. You only get 30 minutes, one moment, and I don't think you stream every day. So it's like the amount of pressure and everything is crazy. Way different.
Everything out of the box for you to manage your library workspace. I know I manage NG extension. I manage Angular 3.
Yeah, he's good. Mad skills.
There's documentation site in there. There's 5 different libraries, a bunch of entry points, and everything is managed through NX and the custom plugin of NX. So that new people onboarding onto the projects know exactly what they need to run if they need to add new features. And with the NX graph, NX affected graph, and the way that we turn entry points into projects.
Yeah, he doesn't do presentations like this often,
definitely
so he did great.
Make the workspace, the library authors, in terms of like managing the workspace, a lot easier and a lot more maintainable. With we show that what exactly depends on what inside of the NX graph, and the affected just helps with running tasks, running CI, and to tie that all up with NX release. So we can release in a more performant way. We only release what we need to release.
No smoke and mirrors. I know, just gains,
right,
just
so,
gains, just squats. Thank you. No, thank you, Nartzy. That was great.
All right, Chau, that was an amazing talk. Even our chat has said, here's a comment for you from Dr. Dreo. I always want to say Dr. Oreo when I see this person.
Dr. Dreo. I feel like he's been in this chat before. I feel like I noticed him. I noticed the name. I noticed the name. All right, hey, can somebody clear the air for me? I've been here. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. I could just feel it. I was like, wait a second. I recognize this name. I feel like I recognize this name. Hey. How Prime remembers who we are. I really try to. I genuinely try to remember you guys. I know you guys may not. You may think I'm just purely, obviously a 5'12" sex machine out here. But you know what? I'm more than that. Okay. Okay. I'm more than that. I don't just got veins bulging out of my neck as I talk. I'm actually also a pretty nice guy. He forgets me all the time. Okay, there's literally that one time I forgot you, Code Girl. All right, can somebody please clarify me and help me understand? Anybody here have active usage with NX? 5'12". Do you guys, anybody here use NX? Anyone here, my Oprah? I hope to. Anyone with some NX ability here? Can anyone that uses NX tell me, is it good? Is it bad? Do you enjoy it? What do you like about it? What don't you like about it? Let's see, using it on a scale of 300 devs. Oh, really? Yeah, that's big right there. That's big. It's not bad. Okay, not bad. 5'12" vibes. Yeah. It's only good for mono repos. Yeah, it looks like it generates mono repos. Hey, Nate. I do. I'm working in an NX repo right now. I feel like Prime is getting shorter. What the hell does that? Why would you do that to me? Saves lives in our project. Oh, really? Okay. Good for big scale. That's what to do. Mono repos. Okay. Okay, so it's great for, it has intelligent build caching is what you're telling me. That if too much configuration, yeah, I saw by the demo, it looked like too much configuration, but I'm not necessarily against a lot of configuration. I'm mostly against, I'm against configuration. Yeah, actually, I am against a large amount of configuration. But if you have intelligent caching and stuff can build way faster, give me configuration. Right? Give me configuration if it makes stuff build fast. Right? Fair. And especially if you have an AI agent right in your editor. Like this is where I'd actually use an AI agent right in my editor just to be like, yo, help me fix my config. Here's my layout. Can you just take my files and tell me what went wrong? You know what I mean? Configuration's a necessary evil. Yeah. So that's why I'm not you just migrated a bunch of projects to a mono repo with Lerna. I thought Lerna was deprecated. There are lots of files. It's so annoying. Yeah, I did see the lots of files. Lots of config. Yeah, it did look like there's so that'd be the downside is that there's a lot of configuration files. The upside is that you can do, I wonder how much of that they could drop that's just like auto-generated the same time every single time. I bet you there's some stuff there that they could do to make it just easier, right? NX bot Lerna or something similar. Okay. Up next, evolving Angular for the long run. Okay, yeah, I think that one's gonna be a fun one. Coffee break. We'll be back at 3:20. Nice. Okay, so I got 5 minutes. Which means obviously I can try to sneak in a moment of trying to get. Okay, let's get that. Let's get what's it called? Put in. Let's get that deliciousness going in. You know what I'm talking about? That elixir for a second. Yeah. P adds T. No more tea. I'm not allowed to have too much coffee anymore. I'm trying to change. I'm doing like just a big diet reset for a moment. Just getting us in a good place right now. All right. Let's see. Elixir. My first elixir. Okay, so I got ASDF, right? Okay, so I don't got ASDF yet. Cat Zish RC, right? Okay, I still don't got this plugin going in. Okay, so why? Okay, so obviously to start my Elixir time, I need to figure out why my install script is not, in fact, installing anything. Let's see. So this thing, am I a dry run? All right, so if I'm dry runs equals 0, then we do the RM, we do this. What do I have dry run as? As 0. So what is dry? Hold on, I'm gonna just go like this. I don't know why this isn't. I don't understand this at all. Why is this happening? Dry run. See, why is it empty? Who turned it empty? Who? Fuck. I'm not cursing. I almost did. Dude, I'm so good. Look at me go. I'm just like a genius. Genius here. We're a genius. Genius. Hey, I'm a stable genius. Okay, people? Stable genius. Okay? Stable and genius. Same time. A menage a trois of good looks, genius, and stability. Yeah, dude, first try. Let's go. Okay, here we go. All right, let's find this ASDFing. All right, where the hell is this? By the way, look at how many good things we got to go over. Look at this. Look at this. Look at all these good things. There's so many good things we got to go down. Oh my gosh. Get the hell out of here. I don't know why that's there. Yes, we're looking good. Oh, let me close this. It's going to probably open something that's not supposed to be opened. All right. All right, so we got that done. Let's go. DHH is a chat. Yeah. Okay. Have I got to the part where I installed Elixir yet? Have we actually got to the Elixir part? Okay. You're telling me this entire time I could have just used an installer? All right. All right, we already got that in. We already got ASDF. We already got that in. We're going to do plugin add. There we go. All right. If your project has a .tools version with the files, and okay, then you can just do ASDF, which I don't. Hell yeah, brother. All right, so that means I can do a specific one. Unlike other version manager, let's use specify other versions. Okay. Okay, install Elixir. There we go. So I now need to install a specific version, don't I? So what is there like a is there an ASDF install Erlang, which will just do the latest? Will that just do the latest? Can I just go latest? At latest? Okay, so that one was it. Okay, here. Latest? Oh. I was doing lastest. Okay, I'm an idiot. Here, hold on. Let's just see this. Let's just see if I can do this. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah, brother. Just turns out I got that sweet. Pause. We're so back in. Let's go. We're back in.
Like burning in my brain right now is, are you British, or is that just that you're like having this exact kind of humor?
I am absolutely not British. I also am worried about you talking about me being funny, because I don't know that this talk is very funny. We'll see.
Well, I set the stage now for you. You just need,
That's a hell of an intro.
All right.
Absolute hell of an intro. Here we go. Let's go.
Or however long you need for your talk. Stage is yours.
You're British, right? You got like a bottle of
water. Thank you so much.
No, hey, Dutch the Creator, appreciate that. Thank you, Zoro PR, appreciate that. And the North Rock, thank you.
Elbourn, and I'm the technical lead for Angular, and I have been on the Angular team for just a little under 10 years. And it's really something that I'm here talking about Angular in 2024. The project has been going for quite a long time, especially for the web ecosystem, and there's been a lot of changes.
Is this his bad or my bad?
Or to be specific, 31,290.
I'm gonna refresh it. This might be a my bad thing right here.
Take an AngularJS worth of commits, and there's a lot of stories in that commit history, a lot of lessons learned along the way. There has been some hate. There has been a lot more love, and all of that has taken us to today, where the community is saying a phrase, Angular Renaissance. And so I thought it would be interesting to zoom out a bit and talk about how the Angular team approaches evolving the framework so that we're still talking about Angular in another 10 years. To really understand how we came to our approach today.
Hey, Jeremy, could you reshare your slides? They don't seem to be progressing.
Oh, they are not updating.
Yeah.
Okay. So
they seem to be moving now, so I think it's okay.
They're not okay.
Angular dead? No. Yeah.
These
now
are
it's a Zoom call.
swapping?
Yep. I'm seeing things change. Yep.
Okay. We can blame that one on Google Slides. We'll take that hit.
Google has Google Slides?
So,
oh yeah, they do. Of course.
Going back to what I was saying.
I've used it.
To really understand how we came to our approach today, it's helpful to look back in time to some of the big lessons that the team has learned.
Hey, to be completely fair, Angular has changed a lot. I think a lot of people have a lot of opinions about Angular from the 1.6 days. Okay. My opinions are still from 1.6 days. Okay. So it's not like, I don't think that's a fair representation of who they are today. Fair? Yeah.
Over the years. And from those lessons, we can get into some big picture takeaways that give us a template for our work today. And finally, how these things all distill into practical strategies that we use every day with some examples of how we've applied those strategies recently. So there have been a lot of places where we've learned lessons over the years. Some come from, studying computer science. Some
God
come
have mercy
from
on your soul.
seeing what others in the community have created. But for today, I want to highlight two particularly noteworthy periods of time in Angular's history. For our first stop, we can look at the transition from AngularJS to Angular. And I'm not even going to get into the naming confusion. We're going to use some old logos here since we're talking about old versions. And I'm guessing many of you are familiar with this period, but it has been 8 years, so I will give a summary. If we go back in time to the period of around 2012 to 2014, when Guardians of the Galaxy topped the box office and people were still obsessed with Game of Thrones, a novel web framework called AngularJS was becoming super popular, even though
we were using it at my job in 2012. I remember this. This was we created an internal application for an Angular project, and we were supposed to be like a drop-in vanilla JS item, and the Chrome was supposed to be AngularJS. And all I remember is just like, damn, that Chrome took so long to get anything done, and yet we're doing like zooming and sliding and panning and bookmarks across text that was rendered on the server by taking all these positions and creating sweet O1 algorithms to search up text points. We were doing all sorts of crazy stuff. And I just couldn't get the Chrome to update. I just wanted effing Chrome. So that's like my experience, by the way. So this is kind of the mentality I have of Angular. Okay, is that I wanted the effing thing to work, and it was always never going. Yeah, the mean stack.
AngularJS was originally designed.
I love the thought stack now. Obviously, the thought stack clearly has a lot of great things in it, and I'm not even going to say what's in the thought stack, but you know what's in there, okay?
As a rapid prototyping tool, rather than something to build production applications with. Developers fell in love with how easy it made wiring up highly interactive experiences. And tons of developers embraced this new way of writing web UIs. But even in that short time period, some limitations became apparent. And there were questions about how much more the framework could be. Could it be faster? Could it be safer? Could it just do more? And these reasons, among others, led to a rewrite. And this is where we came to Angular, as we know it today, or at the time as it was called Angular 2. And this was a complete rewrite of the framework from scratch with very different goals and architecture. This rewrite was very ambitious, and it included all the same features as the original in that it had a runtime, forms and router support, UI components, and an HTTP client, and an animations module, and quite a bit more. There was the introduction of a compiler and support for SSR, both the TypeScript and Dart programming language, and accommodations for native applications and service workers. And all of these things together made a framework that was pretty radically different than what came before. So what did we learn from this big experience? First is that backwards compatibility is table stakes. Because the rewrite was so different, the jump to Angular was too costly for many developers. While there was
I remember this. This was like a huge thing. Angular 2, I mean, I swear, I bet you this Jeremy fellow right here, he probably got like death threats. Real talk, the poor man probably got death threats because of the Angular 2 change up. Dude, it's crazy. Just absolute insanity. And this was like 2014 Twitter. This was like 2014 Silicon Valley talk. Okay, I wasn't even on Twitter at that point. I was in the Bay Area and I was here. Like, dude, people were picking up pitchforks IRL.
Plus an interoperability layer between AngularJS and Angular. That left developers in a state where now they have two frameworks that they have to think about on their page and made their lives a little bit more complicated. And there wasn't much help or tooling for actually converting AngularJS code, which left a lot of developers feeling stuck. This transition could have done more to bring AngularJS developers along to the new version. The second lesson here is that the second system effect is real. The idea was originally presented by Fred Brooks in his 1975 book, The Mythical Man Month. And I'm paraphrasing here, but the idea is that you have some system, and that system it has some problems. You see over time where it starts to fail. And you dream up a brand new system without these problems. And you spend a long time building that new system. And it's hard. You encounter unknown obstacles and challenges you didn't foresee, but you persevere. And at the end, you have a new system. And it did solve some of those original problems, mostly. But you now realize you've introduced new, different problems. The fallacy here is that in applying new, unfamiliar techniques to a system, you easily fall prey to new design flaws and pitfalls with those techniques. And we definitely saw these outcomes play out with Angular.
The Mythical Man Month is way before XKCD.
The team had very little experience in building compilers or working with build systems, and that led to the very first versions of Angular having made some architectural decisions with the compiler that led to slow build speeds and inflated bundle sizes. People undertake rewrites because they believe the end state will be better, but a lot of the time, the new system is just different. Software engineering is about identifying trade-offs and deciding which specific trade-offs make the most sense for a project's goals. And in the case of those early versions of Angular, it became clear that the specific trade-offs were not quite in the right place yet. This leads to the next time period I want to highlight, which is the Ivy project. So around 2018, there was a growing desire to fix some of the architectural challenges in the compiler and parts of the runtime. So the team started working on a project named Ivy to address some of these observed problems. Initially, this was intended to be a relatively modest refactoring of the compiler output. But like countless software projects before it, the scope grew into becoming effectively a rewrite of the framework's internals, taking about 3 years to fully roll out. And while the end state did leave Angular with a significantly improved architecture that we are still building on today, it was a challenging journey to get there. And so once more, I ask, what did we learn? First is to plan for the planning fallacy. Again, I'm paraphrasing here, but the idea is that people broadly underestimate how long it takes to complete a task.
Really? Is there any person in this chat that's surprised? Like anybody? Any last person in here that's like, yeah, it's called a medium-sized t-shirt, buddy, okay? If you're not planning in t-shirt sizes, you're not even doing real agile, buddy. That's why we're agile around here, okay? We only accept small t-sized tasks.
And when you have a very, very large project with many tasks, those underestimations can accumulate and projects can drag on for far longer than originally dreamed up. And this one, it's maybe kind of a gimme. If you've worked as a developer for more than 6 months, you're intimately familiar with how bad programmers are at estimating how long something is going to take. But there are steps you can take to help fight the planning fallacy and steps you can take to mitigate the consequences. This is not a comprehensive list, but these are some of the cultural practices that have worked their way into the team's planning over time. The first is to estimate work based on past projects. While people are pretty bad at absolutely estimating work, they're pretty good at making relative comparisons to past projects. The next is to strictly scope projects from the start. And this can also mean phasing projects into smaller pieces, which we'll actually talk about a little bit later. The next is to aggressively reject scope creep. This is something that you have to really be on the lookout, because when you define that strict scope from the start, you have to be mindful that you're not slowly increasing it as you go.
I feel like a lot of times when I hear people plan stuff, it's just that they didn't even know what they didn't know. And so scope creep is just like a necessity of the project. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I feel like what's life without a little scope creep, okay? You know, scope creep kind of feels good. You know, I wanted to build a nice little, game server. I now have a simulation framework running right now. How'd that happen? Scope creep. Is it bad? Arguably. I think it's pretty neat.
And it's important to have a backup plan for when things do go long. And that does happen sometimes, right? Nobody's perfect, and we do end up running long on some projects sometimes. And so it's important not to have all of your eggs in one basket, so to speak, to where you're only working on one deliverable, and that is the thing everybody is waiting on. The next big lesson that we got out of this experience was to never underestimate Hiram's law. So this is a term that was coined by a software engineer named Hiram Wright while he was working at Google in the past. And it goes like this. With a sufficient number of users of an API, it does not matter what you promise in the contract. All observable behaviors of your system will be depended on by somebody.
That's right. So hidden behaviors that are bugs will become
Hiram's law firsthand as they tried to roll.
For those that, a very good example of this would be Go's for-ranged loop. For a long time, how Go's for-ranged loop worked for efficiency's sake, what it would do is, like, let's say you had a set of items, right? Whatever these items are, doesn't really matter what the items are. That's supposed to be a lowercase t, and then you do a for range, and so you have a key and a value equals range of these items, right? What would end up happening is that this value is actually going to be like just a bucket that gets replaced over and over again. So if within here, if you go, hey, here's the reference to value, what's going to happen? Well, you're going to be referencing this bucket, which upon every single iteration will in fact cause problems, right? And so this becomes a really, really large problem right here. And so one of the kind of fights for this is that in the new versions of Go, I think it was 1.2.2, they actually finally fixed it. Like, they finally fixed it after, 15 years of operating in the real world? They finally fixed it. But how many programs broke because of this? Well, they broke because it was a bug. They relied on the bug operating a specific way, not on the intent, but on the action, right? And that's real. So that's what Hiram's law is. Like, users will rely on a specific behavior, whether it's good or bad.
Roll out Ivy across all of the Angular applications inside of Google. Even though it was mostly an internal refactoring, and even though none of the framework's APIs or main concepts significantly changed, tons of applications broke because they were depending on observable implementation details of the framework.
Yep.
These days, the team is much more deeply attuned to the way that code changes can inadvertently cause breakages because of these inadvertent dependencies on observable implementation details. And it's a major factor we weigh as we make more changes. So these are some of the big formative experiences for Angular. And what are our big takeaways that are worth highlighting? So the first is that just knowing about a pitfall doesn't make you immune to it. This is a really big one for me personally. And if you only remember one thing from this talk, make it this.
Classic fallacy. You think you're smarter than you actually are. This is a classic. This is 100% classic right here. Thank you, by the way, Simran and Sikkim.
If you take almost any developer, including Angular developers who are on the team in the past, and ask whether a whole system rewrite is generally a good idea, they'll tell you no, of course not. But if you ask a developer in the middle of a rewrite why their situation is different, you will likely get some very plausible rationale. They have their reasons. And it's easy to fall into the trap of thinking, since I know rewrites are bad, I can avoid the pitfalls of a rewrite. But in my experience, knowing isn't enough. You have to be able to apply that knowledge to recognize a situation that falls under a best practice, and then have the conviction to act on that knowledge. It's the difference between theory and practice. And when you're in the midst of your work, it's truly hard to take a step back and look at the big picture, and a real skill to be able to stand up and say, no, let's not do it this way. Let's come up with a different strategy. Our next takeaway is that it's good to be ambitious, but be ambitious in bite-sized pieces. So big, ambitious visions are necessary if you want to accomplish something truly impactful. But if you go and lock yourself into a closet for years on end to achieve your perfect vision, you're not going to end up building the right thing. The world is going to move on while you're working, and you can easily end up building something based on outdated ideas by the time you finish. Getting feedback on your work as you go is also critical. Again, it's easy to end up building something that doesn't meet your goals because you didn't course correct along the way. It's very easy to start off.
He did say no scope creep, though. See, that's the problem. Course correction is in some sense a form of scope creeping because you're changing what you're doing. I mean, that's the inevitable problem about software development. I don't think there's a rule to cover all these cases.
With a clear idea of where you want to go, and it seems like a straight line.
Scope.
But then reality sets in, and as you execute, you can start to drift from this vision as you encounter unexpected obstacles or things that didn't work out the way you thought they did. And it's only by a few degrees at first, but the further you travel and the more adjustments you have to make, the more these errors compound. And even though it feels like you've been going in a straight line, you're now way off target. And so what do you do about this? As you move towards that goal that's far away, it's critical to give yourself opportunities to make course corrections.
I think one big thing about rewrites that are just really troubling is that in our modern world, we don't rely on the language anymore. And let me kind of explain what that means. So at one point in life, let's just say any JavaScript item, you would be able to say, okay, here's the part that kind of plays with how we do our rendering in our DOM. Here's the part that kind of plays with how we're keeping states. Here's how we're doing some requesting. Hey, I really dislike this requesting part. I really want to change it. Well, you can totally refactor it into a new way, right? But in today's new modern world, you use things like React or Angular or any of these things, in which if you were to go from, say, an Angular project to a React project for whatever reason, you can't piecemeal this thing. It's like virtually impossible to piecemeal it, or else you're shipping a build that has two different, UI libraries, everything. It actually becomes exceptionally complicated. It makes all of your crap really slow. You have such terrible load times. It's hard to test if you actually build something correct. Everything gets terrible. And so to be able to do these refactors that we've been seeing for the last 10 years is they're like whole system refactors. So it just causes these just giant problems because you're no longer just refactoring a part of your app to become better. You're actually like replacing the entirety of your app. There is no architecture that helps here, right? There's no way you can architect your app to make it nice, because the moment you start architecting your app, like if you tried to hide React from your app, like you're just building a whole new UI system on top of React. You're going to have just like two churning pieces, and it just makes no sense. Like, why would you ever do that?
Along the way. And in the case of Angular, this means we have a big focus on shipping incrementally and getting developer feedback regularly to make those course corrections as we go.
Is this not an okay sign?
Our next takeaway is that there are no perfect solutions. Everything is about trade-offs and compromises. In its early days, IntelliJS was super focused on features and developer experience, and there were some design decisions made that didn't really prioritize performance. In the transition to Angular, the framework tried to be better about performance, but in doing so, it lost just a little bit of that developer experience magic that people loved in the first place. The team didn't have a really formal model for how to think about the trade-off space in which they were working. And so maybe to think about what is a trade-off space, we can look at a simplified model for demonstration purposes. So here we have a triangle where the points of this triangle are performance, developer experience, and platform.
Vercel mentioned? Is this Vercel being mentioned somehow?
Scope. And there's a saying I like: all models are wrong, but some models are useful. And I think this model is a useful way of thinking about how you intrinsically make trade-offs as you invest in a project. So say you've landed on a certain point in this trade-off space, right? You're pretty close to developer experience, but you're pretty far away from performance and, a little bit of the way towards your platform scope. We could direct some energy here towards one of these points. We can move towards performance. And doing this changes our trade-offs. We have moved closer to the performance point, but we have moved further away from the others.
I actually don't believe that. I actually don't. I don't think these things have to be some sort of mutual exclusivity, right? Like I don't think to go straight to performance means you have to give up scope or developer experience. I really don't think so. I think that this is one of those trade-offs we've designed in our head because we use these really large inflated systems, and these really large systems, though generally being able to solve a lot of problems, don't solve your problem well. So you have this idea of either, oh, we can't do anything, or we have to do this thing. Right? It's like this. I've just never really liked these type of trade-offs.
And this move here, it can be technological. It can be related to the architecture choices you're making, but it could also just be related to opportunity cost, right? Time that you spent investing in performance is time that you're not spending investing in developer experience. And so you can come up with kind of a gradient that you apply over your trade-off space to help decide where you want to be in that trade-off space to guide future decisions. So for colorblind readers, the top left of this triangle is green with a gradient turning to orange and then red as it moves down to the right. Where the green here, the idea is you kind of want to stay inside of this green space and be mindful of any decisions that would take you outside of that. Our next takeaway here is that we don't want to have any concept of you're holding it wrong with Angular. Thanks, Steve Jobs. In its original inception, Angular gave developers a lot of different ways.
Am I hearing React copium? The amount of times I've been told I'm doing it wrong. This is like JavaScript ecosystem, right? Now do the motion. I'm not gonna do the motion. This is just hold it just right, right? Yeah, not gonna do this. Not gonna accept this one. I'm glad that Angular is doing that. I think this is a good mentality to have if you're building something. If someone's like, oh, if they complain a bunch and everybody but you has skill issues, maybe you're the one that's holding it weird.
To accomplish a task. And in doing this, the framework maybe made it a little bit too easy to do.
I'm not going to mention the entire C++ community. Oh, that's because there is no right way to hold C++, right? Like that kind of be like that's like kicking somebody while they're down, right? It doesn't matter how you program C++, you've already programmed it wrong by the very nature of it being C++. So that's not really, this is just different, okay? That's just different. The FedEx guy told him he was holding it wrong. Yep.
Do some suboptimal things that maybe weren't the best performance or maybe weren't the best scalability or maintainability. And at the time, the attitude, I think, of the community more broadly was that every developer should just learn all of the best practices and understand how to tune the system and just always.
Yeah, no. Jeremy is saying that you can't say this, which is good. I'm full, like, that's why I'm saying I think it's really good. Just in case, Nickel, you didn't understand me. I'm actually agreeing with him. I think this is a great take to have.
Do things the right way. But that attitude doesn't really scale up to large developer populations. Developers generally want to take the shortest path to their destination.
I do love these
things.
things.
You're going to have some goody two-shoes that take the sidewalk and walk all the way around and do everything.
That's all it means.
But with a large enough population, people aren't just intrinsically going to cut this corner and make themselves a little desire path, even if you put up a sign warning about venomous snakes. And so the takeaway here is that the framework needs to ensure that the easiest path and that the path of the least friction is also the path that is going to give you the best outcome for your application. And finally, our last takeaway is that we need to challenge assumptions about what Angular needs to be. In both the transition from AngularJS to Angular and in the Ivy project, a lot of work was anchored on a very specific idea of what Angular was and what Angular had to be. Coming out of these projects, the team is now very interested in questioning every aspect of the framework. And it has to be this way in order to continue, right? The web ecosystem evolves quickly, and change is necessary to help developers build the best apps possible, because what constitutes the best app changes over time. And everything is on the table here, including changing the logo. So we spent a while now talking about the past and some big picture ideas. Let's get a little bit closer, a little bit more practical, and look at some examples of what we've been working on recently and how our practical strategies tie into that. So our first practical strategy is to make evidence-based decisions. And I don't mean you have to write a 20-page report for every commit, but when we're going to make some big change to the way that people use Angular, when we challenge our assumptions about what Angular can be, we better have some compelling evidence to back it up.
This is also one of the easiest ways to stifle creativity, I think. This is both really great and really bad. John Carmack has a great tweet about this where he has ideas about what's going to make Oculus stuff better, and people would just fight him all the time saying, well, do you have a user test study to prove that that's real? And he's just like, well, no, I don't. I don't have, I think this is better. And it's like you hired the guy because he's awesome at what he does, and yet somehow he's just getting constantly owned by Facebook, which was very, very funny to listen to that entire thing. And so this is somewhat great thing, because when it comes to designing software, how do you know you're even designing the right thing? Honestly, it's so hard. It's just so dang hard to even know what is actually right. And the people that I've seen do the most pedantic, long-winded stuff have got it wrong the most I've seen. I'm not sure what I'm not claiming I'm some sort of absolute genius here. I've just watched things go into I've just watched projects go into shamble time and time again because of it. Just follow the vibes. Easy. I do actually think that that's not a bad plan.
The original idea for Angular's control flow, ngIf, ngFor, ngSwitch, was that they could be implemented totally in user space, and that this was a desirable property without having these APIs need any special access to the framework. But over time, we found that developers really struggled with these APIs. And so we started looking into alternatives and challenging that assumption about the fact that they didn't need special access. And so we recently shipped a whole new control flow API.
What is this, Bash?
API built directly into the templates.
I'm kidding. I know it's
the
not
if,
Bash.
for, and switch blocks much more closely resemble their JavaScript counterparts. These are more intuitive, they have less boilerplate, and they have better performance guardrails for the for block in particular. And so how did we make an evidence-based decision to get to this point? So
By the way, for those that didn't figure this out, this is a template, right? So this is an Angular template, right? So you got for loops, you got switch statements, and you got if. One time I had someone in an interview say if loop, but you get the idea. Wow, this is horrible. I don't know if it's horrible. It's just a template. This looks actually pretty nice for a template. If you've ever used a lot of templating stuff, this actually is not too bad. So I'm definitely not going to dunk on that for sure. This is kind of nice. Yeah. If you've used any of the what is that called? Something 2. What's like the Jinja 2? Like Jinja 2 I'm not saying is very good. Okay, Jinja 2 is not great at all. If loop, I know it happened. So don't dunk on this. This is actually pretty. It's pretty nice for a template.
How did we make an evidence-based decision to get to this?
Dude, I could write some templates in that. I could write some templates in Angular. Okay, Hawk Tua.
So we started by running a request for comments, or RFC, on GitHub, and as part of this RFC, we got a lot of developer feedback, concrete evidence that the pain points were real and that people would like something better. And as part of this RFC, the community proposed an alternate syntax that was not in our original pitch. Well, we thought that syntax was very interesting. We took it and we ran forward to collect more evidence. We conducted a formal research study that consisted of a practical coding exercise. 14 participants, both Angular and non-Angular developers, showed a clear preference for the new @-based syntax, the character. And from there, we polled thousands of developers in our annual developer survey. All of the evidence from each of these steps was loud and clear. People found the new syntax dramatically improved their experience writing Angular code and was a really great success for our strategy here of making evidence-based decisions. Our next practical strategy is to focus on developer intent. That is, when a developer sits down to build some UI, what are they actually...
That last part, it's very interesting how much effort they put into this. I don't think they're wrong. I'm just wondering... I mean, the hard part is like the practical steps that you can take from that is that most people can't spend years coming up with something. They have to be able to spend days or weeks. So like, what's like a couple pieces of information that you can get out of this really quickly? I do like this idea of, hey, here's some syntax. But then again, like the problem with even any of these tests, it's like, oh, here's some syntax. Can you try this out? Tell me what you feel about it. It's like, well, you're not building any real examples. Like, how do you get someone to be able to write a nice example? Syntax is what improved their experience. I'd go with the fast builds. Yeah. Fast builds is really good. Also pick, but it's just like, you can't take years. So how do you boil down his points to do something in 2 weeks? Obviously, getting feedback is a good thing. Seeing how fast you can write stuff, being able to write a few different exercises and see how it kind of scales. But then you can take years with Angular. Yeah, but in real life you can't, right? So it's just interesting either way.
Which part is hard?
I don't really know what
that easier and more intuitive.
The big takeaways from that one.
Example of how we have done this recently is with our new deferrable views feature, it's also called defer blocks. And this is an example where we took a relatively common developer task and built support for it directly into the framework. So in this case, this intent was, I want to defer loading and rendering of some portion of my UI. And sure, people could do this already. You could use dynamic import.
This is like almost HTMX.
And add some event listeners and stitch things together yourself. But we saw an opportunity to build an API
almost
that
HTMX.
Would make this easier
Thank you, Half
and
Monty.
directly
Appreciate
align with that developer intent. So we had added the syntax that lets you declaratively defer a part of your UI right in the template, with built-in support for placeholders and error handling and support for triggers built directly into this syntax. So for example, this code right here uses the viewport trigger, which then under the hood uses intersection observer to load the content when the placeholder enters the viewport. All of this is built directly into the framework, and you don't have to write a single line of TypeScript code to make this work. This syntax has been really successful in accomplishing its goal. We've seen some products inside of Google dramatically reduce the size.
It's very close to something that HTMX does.
Just
this is
because
really
it's
cool.
so much easier to defer chunks of your initial JavaScript, and developers don't really run into any friction.
Defer is just go to wrong language, buddy. All right, this is pretty cool. It's pretty cool.
In doing that deferring. Our next practical strategy is to ship incrementally with experimental and developer preview. So I mentioned earlier that we want to be ambitious in bite-sized pieces, and this is how we're practically applying
Thank you, Lon.
this concept.
Appreciate
And
the brand new
I think
tier
the
one.
best example
Come on, baby.
of how we're applying this is with Angular signals. So we started with a really big, ambitious goal: Angular without Zone.js. And
I don't know what Zone.js is. I'm too stupid.
in case you're not familiar with it, Zone.js is a library that's part of Angular, and for as long as it's existed, Angular has depended on Zone.js to drive its change detection. And the way this works is that Zone comes in and it monkey patches a bunch of native browser APIs like set timeout, promise.resolve, add event listener, so that it can know when those events are called, when those APIs are called.
Okay.
When those APIs are called, Zone can then let Angular know that something might have happened and that it should do change detection. And if Angular detects changes, it updates the DOM. But over the years, a lot of downsides with zones became apparent. It adds some additional bloat to your bundle size. It adds some additional startup latency. It makes debugging more difficult because you've got a bunch of zone frames in your stack.
You're not allowed to complain about stack traces if you use React or RxJS. Just throwing that out there. Those can make some steep stacks. Steep stacks.
It's incompatible with the native JavaScript await syntax, and there's some dissonance with testing because your unit tests don't use zones the same way your production code does, which means that you're not always testing your code in the same way that it would be used in production. So what do we do about all of this? I guess no problem, right? We'll just spend a few years heads down on a zoneless Angular, right? Well, this is live stream, so I can't see your reactions in the audience, so I'll assume everyone is just putting their arms up and yelling, no! That's right, we know we're not going to go down this road. So what do we do? Instead, we ship in phases. So our phase 1 here was about introducing the lowest level building blocks for this long-term vision. We started with a few simple primitives: signal, computed, and effect. These low-level building blocks were the basis upon which we were going to build a larger reactivity model. So a signal is just a wrapper around a value that you would use instead of raw properties. Angular can know when a signal is read or written and use that information to drive change detection instead of Zone.js.
Yep. This syntax is kind of freaking me out, though, right here. This dot first. This. Oh, I see. Sorry, I totally missed the class profile. Okay, this makes total sense. This. Okay, whatever.
This also gives us more granular information about what changed, so in the future, it can also enable some
It's a class. I didn't see it.
Optimizations. By focusing on this very tightly scoped phase 1, we were able to get feedback, build, ship, and make course corrections before moving on to the next step. The second phase built on top of the first, adding APIs for authoring reactive Angular components. This included an API for signal-based inputs. You can think of them as prompts if maybe you aren't super familiar with Angular, as well as model, which is a type of input that supports two-way data synchronization or two-way data binding. We also included signal-based query APIs, which is Angular's way of working with kind of child or descendant elements, and a new function-based output syntax, which is not strictly related to signals, but matches the API style of all of these other signal APIs. And again, this was a very tightly scoped phase of a larger project, which made progress towards our bigger picture goal. And at the end of this phase, developers got some clean, concise new APIs, some new features as well. And the Angular team was able to make any course corrections before moving on to the next phase. So developers are getting value while the Angular team is still making progress towards that big goal. And phase 3 catches us up to where we are today. We have some new APIs that are experimental, have landed just in the last few weeks. We have Resource, which is an API with working with any kind of asynchronous data, most commonly data that you're fetching from your server. And we have Link Signal, which is an API that combines writable state and derived state. Now, it would take a bit more time than I have today to dive into these APIs in detail, so make sure you follow Angular's version 19 updates to learn more. But these...
Did they just say version 19? Let me get this straight. We had a React version 19 and an Angular version 19 presentation in one day. And NX was also on version 19. It's a sign. Buy lottery tickets right now, everybody.
APIs came about due to the team observing production usage of Angular signals and seeing the need to fill in some gaps in order to improve the experience. This was a course correction. Now, I mentioned that for each of these phases, we were able to do these course corrections along the way. But how could we have done that if we had already shipped the APIs, if they were being used in production? Well, we've done this by taking advantage of experimental and developer preview labels for certain new APIs. You can kind of imagine the pipeline like this. We have phase 1 starts in experimental, moves into developer preview, and as that's happening, we can already pipeline getting started on phase 2 and starting to introduce more APIs as experimental. And all of these can move together so that we are pipelining a set of changes through experimental to stables, gradually ramping up that stability to make those course corrections I'm talking about, based on developer feedback and based on
look, they're already in the Q&A section. I'm not even close to it.
Still iterate quickly enough to be making real progress towards those larger goals. And these labels, experimental and developer preview, do a pretty good job of grounding developer expectations.
Yeah, he's never said once.
Our next
He's doing
practical
great.
strategy is to work directly with product teams to validate ideas and to feel the churn. So as we approached working on Angular signals and zoneless, we knew that moving an existing code base would not be trivial. We talked about different coding patterns and use cases and what people might do with them. But as we talked about in the previous section, just knowing or just thinking about a pitfall doesn't make you immune to falling prey to it. And so just kind of thinking about these use cases didn't mean the team really viscerally understood them or felt them. And so the team made a special effort to go and get their hands dirty with a real production code base. Google Fonts. So the Angular team worked with the Google Fonts team both to adopt signals and to switch to zoneless. And this was a great learning experience and directly inspired several additions to the bigger signal roadmaps. In particular, that resource and that link signal API that we just talked about, those were directly inspired by this hands-on work in the Google Fonts code base and the patterns that they were actually shipping in their production code. This collaboration ultimately led to a successful rollout of zoneless in Google Fonts. So if you go to fonts.google.com right now and you go into your console, you type window.zone, you will see that it is undefined.
Nice.
So hands-on product engagements like this have been immensely valuable for the team in validating that we're solving real problems that hold up in production. And our last practical strategy for today is to provide migration and refactoring tools as often as possible. So time and time again, we've seen that version updates are a major struggle for developers, and our update experience has become a cornerstone of our strategy.
I'm trying not to interrupt. We're very far behind, okay?
Whenever we make some change that would require a mechanical update downstream in applications, we create an automated refactoring tool that runs as part of ng update when you update your version of Angular. But we go even beyond that now.
Yeah, I can imagine getting rid of zoning virtually impossible in large applications.
New dependency injection APIs and signals. We're also building opt-in tools that refactor your existing code to the new patterns. And these tools, they work for the majority of cases, but there are some places where they can't quite refactor your code, where your code is too complicated or the tool can't reason about what the code should be doing or what the right outcome is. We think that most of the time these tools handle around like 80 to 90% of the targeted patterns, and we think that this is a really good compromise that lets the Angular team ship new features and evolve the framework while still giving developers really great tools to stay up to date with these versions.
Thank you,
If we were
Girl.
to constrain ourselves to only updates that could be 100% automated, we would be really limited in the kinds of changes that we could make in the first place. So we have learned quite a lot here.
Yes, we have.
How are we going to continue applying these lessons in the future? We have all of these takeaways and all of these strategies. You probably want to know how we're going to apply these going into the future. So we can give you a little bit of a teaser about at least one of the big things that we're thinking about, a big ambitious goal. So our evergreen goal is to continue making it easier to ship web apps with confidence. And as part of this, right, to make this easier, we're not afraid to make big
too far
changes.
behind.
And one area we've been
5 minutes
talking
into the
about a
thank
lot
you.
lately is the component authoring experience. And we've got a lot of ideas. And I do want to emphasize that these are ideas. This is not an announcement that something is happening, just ideas. But to give you some sense, what if you could author an Angular component using a very TypeScript first function syntax, where your component is a function and its inputs are expressed in the parameters?
Functional components? Angular becoming React? Is that what I'm saying? Every day we stray further from HTML and CSS. We are Pirate Software. We most certainly are.
What if you could author an Angular component to use a more HTML first syntax, similar to the single file component syntax that you can see in Svelte?
Yeah, I was about to say Svelte mentioned. Is this Svelte?
And let's get really wild here. What if you could define a component with a CSS-like syntax, where you have a rule and it has...
Pirate Software, you just said we stray every day further from CSS and HTML. Then answer me that. What the hell's that then, Pirate Software? Looks like no, we're actually going closer to CSS.
Properties. Okay, probably not this one. This one, admittedly, is a little silly. But all of these ideas...
Why would I define a component in CSS?
Hopefully you know that they will be incremental, backwards compatible, migratable, focused on the developer intent to solve real problems, evidence-based, and hopefully delightful.
Yeah.
I want to thank all of my teammates on Angular for their work. It is an unrivaled inspiration to work with all of you. Thank you to JetBrains for putting together this lovely event, and also for making Webstorm a tool that I truthfully cannot live without. And thank you, viewer, for watching this talk. If you liked what you heard and saw, visit us at angular.dev. That is all I have for slides, and I think we might have some questions now.
Hey, by the way, that was a really good presentation. Okay. And, you know, I know everybody likes to make fun of Angular. I get it. We like to make fun of Angular. That's like a thing that people do. But can we just take 1 second and realize that it's been around for so long and it's still happening. I mean, you got to at least be like a little bit impressed by that. Can we just at least be just somewhat, even if it's just a tiny bit, can you be just a little bit impressed by that? I'm impressed by that, okay? I can't believe that, I can't believe it's still going on. No, Madge. Okay, calm down, calm down. Just like Joe Biden. I don't even know what that means. What does that even mean? What does that mean? Anyways, hey. All right, so hey, type 1 in the chat if you use Angular right now. Type 1 in the chat if you use Angular right now. Oh, we got actually a shockingly large amount of ones. I saw Twitch stat. Hold on, throat got real dry there. What version? Any version. Any version of Angular. Consultant firms love Java and Angular? Ew. They keep me in the C++ mine. I mean, that's pretty cool. You're in the C++ mines. You know, like, you know, that's not a bad place to be. It's really not a bad place to be. Oh, I'm looking through some things. Let's change it up. Let's try something a little bit different. We've already heard that song. Yeah, I get a lot of Java Angular offerings. Really, Java C# and Angular go together like independent contractors and unwanted LinkedIn messages. Let's go. I think that's perfectly fine. Unwanted LinkedIn messages is actually the purpose of LinkedIn. Alien Fur is good. I do like Alien Fur. The Angular team was very receptive to feedback, but slow to change. Yeah, I think that might be, they're basically an enterprise system, yeah. They do. They act like Angular systems. Did you break the LinkedIn with the, wait, hold on, did you break LinkedIn with your video? I did not break LinkedIn. Well, one of the reasons why I definitely didn't do it is because I didn't stream on there exclusively because they banned me. Angular almost looked like one enterprise since it's very bound to Spring and Java, yeah. Go plus Angular is quite popular. Really? Thanks, Ram. I was told by a lot of web devs how Angular is currently the best framework between React, Vue, and Angular. Really? I'm a bit surprised by that. I think why were you banned? We don't quite have the knowledge of why, but we're going to be doing more streams on LinkedIn coming up. All right, we're down to the last hawk, which is going to be Danny. Now, Danny has a big reputation. He's a pretty swell fella. So I'm excited to hear his stuff. So we're going to learn about a little bit of TypeScript, huh? I know you guys love the TypeScript. I know you guys are just huge, giant fans of TypeScript. Too much energy? Why were you banned? No one knows why. We have some theories. What number do we type for jQuery? You're doing a good job. You're already having too good of a time if you're doing jQuery, okay? No way you add Svelte to your bake-off that it doesn't come out on top. Yeah, I think Svelte probably is the most compelling of all the frameworks right now for me. I think Svelte most certainly is the most compelling. Right? If I'm going to use one, I think I'd try it out. Yeah, new Svelte release, Svelte 5. Yeah. Rich Harris is sick. Only for that, I would use Svelte. Oh, yeah. Is Svelte on version 19 yet? No, it's on 5. Even though they also started changing their APIs. Yeah, I mean, what are you gonna do? Like, APIs have to get changed. It's just part of life. What are you gonna do? Right, we got, let's see, a week's almost over. We got to get to 19 quickly, Svelte, yeah. How have I been? Well, I'm on day like 3 or 4. In the last 6 days, I've only had 1 cup of coffee. I still am getting headaches. I have a rager right now. My head is exploding right now. Can we take Svelte serious, though, if they're not even on version 19? No, I can't. We can't. Why are we quitting? I'm trying to, what's it called? I'm cycling. You got to cycle, right? You got to cycle. Little detox. Yeah, well, you're supposed to cycle stuff, right? You're not supposed to always be doing, you shouldn't always be doing, what's it called? You shouldn't always just keep consuming, because then your consumption requires more and more. And so I'm just cutting everything off. And then afterwards, I'll come back and start doing more, right? I'll get back after it here soon. I quit caffeine last month. The headaches sucked. Yeah, see, I'm in the headache zone right now. What? Let's see. For a second, I thought that was Joe Biden in the bottom. What the hell, Pick? What is this, Pick? Pick, who are you? So we're having a cycle now? Yeah, I'm cycling. Quit once and quit forever. I know, I keep taking vacations. Took me about a week for the headaches. Yeah, last time. Yeah, it's going to take me a while. I have a feeling. It's just because I started drinking too much coffee. So what I was thinking about doing is actually doing like half cups of coffee for a while. And that way I don't, and then if I start getting up to a cup of coffee / more, then I'll re-quit. And then keep on doing this thing. Right? Literally has his own coffee company. Yeah, I do have my own coffee company, and I'll be using my own coffee for it. I'm going to go for a half cup of coffee a day for a while. And then I'll quit coffee. I'll quit coffee during the weekends. That's what I'm trying. I think that's the best way. Don't worry. I'm still drinking a lot of coffee every day. Yeah, you are. Hef, you did that with weed? Yeah, I can't really do that kind of stuff like on the regular. It's just not for me. I don't like feeling regarded. It's just not for me. Oh, Danny's on. All right, Danny's here, people.
Were you carry us home on this? Tell us a little bit about yourself.
Hi, Prime. Love your content.
Yeah,
I've been
I'm Danny Thompson.
into the most unmotivated phase of my career, and your stream helps me really. Right? Oh, nice.
Several years now. I'm a director of technology.
Thank you, Bunny.
At This.Labs. We're doing some pretty amazing stuff, and I'm kind of excited about this topic a little bit. As I've been talking about TypeScript for quite some time now. I want to release a lot more content around it, and I feel like the angle that we're taking today is an angle a lot of people don't necessarily think about. And my ultimate hope is, if anything, if you learn something about TypeScript, I think that's phenomenal. But if you have some data points to go back to the business people I work with, I think that's another interesting aspect to today's talk. So it's not necessarily
5 weeks
just
sober. Nice job, buddy.
TypeScript talk. There's a lot of data-driven decisions as well as information related today. So hopefully it'll help a lot of people out.
I have Monty. Cutting out caffeine on some days will only make those days suck. I'm not actually convinced by that. I think you can keep caffeine sensitivity without having to have the addiction. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna actually try.
We will, Kyle, let's you and I work the crowd and get some good questions back, because I think this one does have kind of poses the right questions where the audience can get stuff back to you to factor in during the Q&A afterwards. So
with that, I don't take
Danny,
any
take it away.
Any meth-based drugs or amphetamine-based drugs.
What's
As a
going on,
former addict
everybody?
of
For the
all that
next
stuff.
20, 30, 40 minutes, whatever it may be, y'all stuck with me. So hopefully I do this justice. If I don't, Twitter will let me know. I'm pretty confident about that, so I'm not too worried there. Thank you so much for hanging out. You could be anywhere in the world. You decide to hang out with me. I take that very seriously. So hopefully you get some value.
Don't.
So a couple things. The reason why I
don't know my
came up
life
with the idea originally for this topic, as well as writing this talk out, honestly, and a lot of talks, they come to me because of this. It was just a real life situation. I was joining a different company, and this was about 1.5 years ago when this happened to me. I joined a different company, and I had noticed that
when I was adopting the code base, when I was trying to integrate, get used to it, and really try and like learn more about this code base, as you do with any job, I felt like I was having a little bit easier of a time getting used to the code base in comparison to previous positions where I have ever joined another company, right?
Yeah.
And I had been using TypeScript for years, but I had always worked with it in the capacity of we're migrating, or we're building a new application, or we're creating something brand new, and so we're creating it from the ground up. This was the first time I had really got fully entrenched into an application that already existed, that had TypeScript running for it, and had to kind of dive down deep into it. And
is this going to be one of those talks where I'm pre-watching the talk, but I have a feeling like saying putting more semantic information in the code allows you to understand it easier, and the power of having an LSP on top of it that allows you to find references and go to definitions make things even better. Is that what we're about to say?
I was adopting and understanding the code base at a significantly faster pace compared to any other code base that I've been into before. And of course, you know, there's some obvious reasons for that, right? Readability, as far as I'm concerned, is vastly improved when you utilize TypeScript.
Thanks, Doge.
But on top of that, especially if you're coming from, let's say, a full stack capacity where you have people that are working on the backend, they're used to backend structure and frameworks. When they are going to JavaScript, for example, sometimes there's a lot lost. They don't necessarily know the types of things. That strictly typed aspect is gone. That readability aspect is gone. And to be honest, JavaScript lets through a lot of what I would consider obvious scenarios not to happen. It allows that to happen, where TypeScript catches those for you. And so because of that, you start finding that adoption rate significantly higher. And because of that, you know, I don't like leading with opinions, right? We all have opinions. I love TypeScript, I hate TypeScript, whatever it may be. Yeah. Let's remove opinions from this today. Let's use some data to say whether or not this is the right decision. Let's use some data to say, okay, we're seeing organizations started adopting this at a higher rate.
Hey, thank you, Louise. Right, it's Louise, right? I think people were chastising me on my poor naming of you. Louise. It's like, hey, je m'appelle Michel. Comment t'appelles-tu? How'd I do? Can I come to the land of French? Impressive, thank you. Impressive. He also, when he said impressive, dropped the business card. Impressive. You got the laugh right and everything. That was pretty good. For those that don't know, is Luis. Luis, he created Gleam. Gleam. Seems pretty radical. Seems like it's the new kid on the block, kicking down doors, feeling pretty hot. So,
or maybe they're regressing from it.
Yeah,
or
people seem to have really warm receptions for Gleam.
Let's
Very
take
cool.
all aspects into consideration today, and hopefully you'll have some notes that you can take out off from this. So if you can, I highly advise it. Maybe pen, paper.
For those that are wondering, today this is a sponsored stream. IntelliJ sat me down and said, "Hey, can you watch the entirety of the JavaScript day?" I said yes. Sponsorship's in the title, as you can see. We're watching the last talk of the day, which is Danny Thompson. If you don't know Danny Thompson, really cool dev, actually. Really nice guy on the Twitters, and I think he does a lot of really good stuff. Yeah, it's the opposite of a Yap stream pick. Really, I'm like unyapping. I'm like watching more than anything else. Tomorrow, we'll get back to our regularly scheduled yapping, including quitting Amazon, something about laughing at that, DHH making a lot of money, this guy creating a botnet, News Corp's dissoozing Perplexity. Look at that. Look at that. We're getting some AI issues going on. Okay. Meta under fire for polluting open source. And then we also have Linus Torvalds, kicking out or removing access for some Russian developers to the Linux code bases or commit privileges or whatever it is. So a lot of good stuff coming up. I'm feeling pretty happy.
Paper, screenshot, whatever you feel comfortable with.
So anyways, back
Google
to this.
Doc, whatever
We're going
you
back
want to utilize. Jot down a couple of these notes because I think it's going to be a lot of.
I'm going to go to 1.25 because I'm already
points that people could utilize.
Minutes.
Now, I'll be honest. You could probably sense a little bit. I'm nervous. This is a big deal, right? It's JetBrains conference. I hope to do this justice. I'm hoping to make sure that at the very least, this is worth all of your times. And so we're going to dive into this. So obviously, just some photos of me speaking at other events and conferences and things like that. TypeScript and your code base, they deserve each other. That's my thesis, my opinion, and hopefully I can prove that statement by the end of this. So let's go into some facts right away.
Okay,
As of right now, TypeScript is the 4th most popular language on GitHub by the number of contributors, demonstrating its widespread use in open source projects.
What's number 3,
That's a
2,
big
and
point,
1?
I think, as far as I'm concerned. Then on top of that, the number of TypeScript-related packages and their downloads has been increasing, indicating a growing ecosystem and adoption in the JavaScript community. Now,
to be fair, though, most things being downloaded, CI. CI is just downloading so much CI. So much CI is downloading the universe. Okay, so that's it. It's kind of course everything's being downloaded more. More CI is running these days.
This was a big one for me. December 25th, 2022, there were roughly 19,131,979 NPM downloads for TypeScript, just roughly. October 17th, that's last week, y'all. 63,460,765. That is a significant leap. That is not hobbyists that are just adopting it at that point, right? Like we can easily see just from those two numbers being compared to each other that, hey, this is being adopted at an enterprise level. Larger organizations are adopting
Molson,
this. Professional developers are adopting this. So it's not just hobbyists. It's not just people that would like a better experience when they're building something on the side.
He's right. It's probably about 25 companies in their CI. Going crazy now.
This is we're talking enterprise at this point. And so if you're an organization that's not utilizing TypeScript, one consideration I think you need to start making is, are we being left behind and not attracting some of the best talent that we could be attracting because we're not using something that's being widely adopted all over? And so is it going to start maybe potentially limiting some of the factors or developers that we could be reaching out to? TypeScript rise in popularity in 2023. TypeScript overtook Java for the first time as the 3rd most popular language across open source projects on GitHub with 37% growth.
2020.
December 25th, down. December 25th, down. December 25th, down. So yeah, December 25th and Christmas goes way, 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 way down. You can see it actually reproducing on this graph. And you can also see the rise in Vite. Vite's also experiencing a very similar stuff. Sorry, I just had to throw that out there because I know someone said, hey, it kind of feels like you're cherry picking the numbers a little bit.
If you're working on a team, I think you need to have it. The readability aspect alone is fantastic.
CI.
And to prove this, I was having a debate, not even an argument, but a spirited debate on LinkedIn, as you do. And I was speaking with a CTO of an organization. And the CTO, he came in my comments basically on the stance of stating that he did not like TypeScript, and every argument that he has ever seen for TypeScript never made sense to him. He's like, if you just write the code right the first time, if you have defensive programming standards in place, if you have all these things, you don't need it. And we went back and forth multiple times. And, he definitely had some arguments that went for him, I would say, right? Even the repo that he was using for an example, millions of lines of code. I totally understand where he's coming from. And then finally, I came back with one thing. And I think this is the thing that you need to really think about and internalize when you think about TypeScript as a whole. If you're writing perfect code, I think that's incredible. But what about when you bring that junior developer on that team? What about when you bring in a developer from another team that has never seen that part of the code base? What are you doing then? It's great when you have all the context, you have all the knowledge, you have all that key values and understanding of what values are going in, what types are going in. I think it's great. But what happens when those newer people come in? What happens when the junior?
I think the argument he's really making is just semantic information is better. So codifying your semantics as types is better. That's why I don't want to have to bring up Golang again, but Golang does a really great job. So does Rust. I hear Gleam's pretty dang good at it, right? Just saying. I also think that there's a lot of things that you can do even outside of that. Elixir, right? Elixir has pattern matching at the function level. So you can actually do quite a bit of stuff. You can do quite a bit of stuff that kind of you don't necessarily need types. Golang is ugly and disgusting. I think that usually when people say that, I think normally when someone insults a language really intensely and calls it like disgusting or ugly, I think you're being, I think usually you only say that because you're ignorant.
Junior dev comes in. They're going to obviously break stuff.
Ignorant.
And it took him several hours before he finally replied. And he said, this is the first argument that I heard about TypeScript that made me pause and say,
APL is actually disgusting, to be fair. Fair, APL, gross. Brainfuck, gross. Malblanche, gross.
I probably need to add this into my code base. And I think that's a win,
Raku,
right? Because I
language
think
for
that's
gremlins.
what a lot of people don't consider or think about at times. They're often thinking about, hey, I think this is fantastic and great, but it's too much work, it's too much leverage, there's too much that I need to do. But doing all that defensive programming and all the unit testing and all this and that, and I'm not saying get rid of unit test. I have a whole talk on unit testing. I'm big on testing. But I think you're doing a lot of extra effort for something that's already built in. And I think we always can have the argument of more libraries, less libraries, et cetera, but I think it really comes down to what are you doing that's going to give you the most amount of productivity as well as security within your teams. And I think this, from a readability aspect, it's almost a form of documentation in a sense. I think it's going to go a really long way. Okay.
Asserts. He should be championing asserts. I think he would have a great day. I think a lot of devs need to really lean into the asserts. I have been such an ignorant person for the years I have been doing things, not using enough asserts. Now that I do that, I am really, really into it, and I can't believe how silly I have been. Asserts, that's like the truest way. That is living documentation, baby. That's as living as documentation can be.
Now, into some more stats. This was a stat, I think if you're in the TypeScript community, you've probably seen this at some point or another, but 38% of bugs at Airbnb could have been prevented by TypeScript, according to a post-mortem analysis released by the Airbnb engineering team. They even gave a talk on this. I believe it was in 2019. 38% of the bugs at Airbnb could have been easily prevented simply by adding TypeScript. I think that's a big win in itself, right? So when you're thinking enterprise-level organizations, larger code bases, I think that is something to really keep into consideration. Where
I think you could probably, I bet if you reviewed the code, they also probably were very undefensive. Very offensive programming. And if you're programming JS without any sort of typing at all, you got to be more defensive. And so my guess is that defenseless probably led to a lot of that. Probably is just where, for those of us who wrote a lot of JavaScript back in the day, you just had to, a lot of type of checks, you had to do a lot of type checking, okay? It's just part of life. Yeah, you got to do that offensive programming, crash it, make it burn. Also,
they're doing an
Airbnb,
entire post-mortem on a lot of their features and initiatives, and they're noticing it themselves. And another study, and
by the way, I do want to say I enjoy types. So this is not me arguing for or against TypeScript. I'm just also trying to make sure that it's very easy to draw conclusions from stats. I think stats, there's lies, there's damned lies, and then there's statistics. So I'm always super skeptical of every single statistic that doesn't go in my favor. Just say it.
I even linked the study here. If you want to jot that down, screenshot it. 15% of bugs on GitHub can be prevented with static typing, according to a research study, including Microsoft and the TypeScript team and the research.
Damn, static typing? I guess TypeScript's out, huh? It's not even static typing, am I right, boys?
Microsoft research team kind of putting together this entire, I think it's like a 15-page PDF through a ton of research. It's a very long read, but there's a lot of valuable insight in there. And I think, you can definitely get some stuff out of that. So I definitely think combining those two things alone from some very large authorities, I think that's something to really pull into consideration when you're looking at TypeScript. Now, for me, why is TypeScript worth learning, right? I kind of look at it from several aspects, and especially if you're coming into this from the beginner aspect.
By the way, I do actually agree with everything you said thus far. For anyone that's taking away the wrong takeaways that I'm having right now, trying to combat them, I actually do agree with them. I think that static typing, best, but even kind of this more loosey-goosey linter typing, it dramatically improves your ability just to catch stupid things. And most of the time, you're the stupid person. The killer's almost always in the house, and it happens to be you, and that's it.
I think it's so much easier for you to kind of set a type and make sure you don't break it, because especially as beginners, it's easy to, maybe pass in the wrong type, especially when utilizing JavaScript. I have some examples of that kind of going there as well, but I think that's something to really take in consideration. And we're definitely going to cover a lot more of this in a little bit. Let me get some to drink.
Good job. I got something to drink too.
So let's use some data, right? So Stack Overflow survey from, I believe it's 2021. TypeScript was within the top 10, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Python,
it was in position
HTML,
8.
CSS, and Squeal.
And then this year, it's already climbed up to position number 3. That's a big jump in such a short period of time. We're showcasing 28% of users, of professional developers, mind you, utilizing TypeScript. Now, the respondents for this year's, I believe it was maybe a 60% increase. I believe it was close to 70,000 respondents. And this is the 2024 survey, where 43%, right? 43%, 15% increase in just 3 years of adoption have showcased that TypeScript now is in the top 5, which is a big.
To also be very fair, again, I'm always arguing against statistics. I always try to think about statistics from more than one side. This is a very good thing for you to do. Whenever you see a statistic, you have to be able to ask what happened, why did it happen, what's going on. Another what I'd consider a very relevant argument of why you're seeing this thing rise is that I think, generally speaking, new people go to Stack Overflow. Generally speaking, there are more new people than there are experienced people in Stack Overflow at any given time. On top of that, I think there's been a large explosion into the web dev world in the last couple years due to COVID. So therefore, is it very shocking that over the last 4 years, we've seen a large increase of TypeScript specifically on this survey? Probably not. I'm sure there's been a large increase. I ain't no fool. There's been a large increase. But it's also, you just got to remember the numbers you're looking at, right? The number you're looking at is going to be related also to who is taking the surveys.
Big jump, right? I mean, we're passing up Java at that
Thank you for
point.
reading
We're
AJ the
passing
other
up
day.
C# at that point. Very enterprise level friendly languages that are now being utilized at a wider scale by professional developers. I think this is extremely important to consider when you're talking about organizing enterprise level teams or, utilizing larger scale teams. Obviously, the adoption rate is increasing pretty dramatically. TypeScript may end up becoming the preference for enterprise level companies. Might be something you should keep on your radar in case you have not thought about it. According to data, according to data from Stack Overflow surveys, the percentage of professional developers using TypeScript increased by approximate percentage points of 54.59% from 2020 until 2024. It's also up higher in the rankings, and I think that's really important to kind of take a look at. So now you're saying, why? This is just day in the life. This is me at my last organization before this Fortune 500 company. But I would say TypeScript, I've found errors and I've found situations before utilizing TypeScript.
Did we just become best
may
friends?
have held me back, may have caused bigger issues. And so some of those errors that I kind of jotted down will be kind of explained further along. I've also created an application that I think we can take a look at together. I created a calorie tracking application. And I think there's a lot of use cases we can utilize. We'll have some beginner stuff. So if you're newer to TypeScript, you have something there. But we have a lot more advanced content in there as well that we're going to kind of dive into and hopefully have something for everyone, but we're definitely going to be jumping into the deep end a little bit. So why is learning TypeScript worth it? The biggest immediate advantages to me, code readability and catching errors at compile time instead of runtime. Now, often when I reference this, there seems to be some kind of confusion for beginners. They're confused with the differences between these two items. And so I have an example that I've utilized. I've taught at boot camps. I obviously try to help
Danny.
beginners wherever I can. I do talks and stuff like that. So I have an example.
Is this 1x? It's 1.25.
So compile time is when the computer translates your...
It's 1.25 because I keep interrupting, and somehow my pinned comment keeps coming down. Nightshade dude.
Written code into a format it can execute. It happens before. Again, saying it happens before the program runs. Runtime is when your program is actively running and performing tasks. So that compile time before it runs is the big win here. And I'll show some examples of that. But to further explain this a little bit better, this was obviously a real photo of me actively working in the kitchen as I do. So the example that I like to use is imagine you're baking a cake and following a recipe. Compile time would be checking the recipe ingredients and instructions, not just the ingredients and stuff, but and the instructions before you start baking it, right? Runtime is when you're actually mixing the ingredients and baking the cake. Now, obviously, if we have an error when we're already mixing, what ends up happening then? You're going to have to end up throwing out some of the ingredients, bringing in some new stuff. It costs you time, effort. It costs a lot of situations, and it kind of slows you down in that comparison. But when I'm overlooking the recipe and I'm overlooking those instructions, guess what? Now I can see like, oh, this is wrong. Let me fix this right away. Maybe the recipe asked for 4 eggs and I only brought 2. Well, guess what? Now's the perfect time for me to bring in 2 more eggs instead of when I'm active in the mixing process and maybe I've lost track and I've lost count of things, right? So it's very key to think about that. Like catching it so early on can save you a lot of headache in the long run.
Yeah.
So yeah, here's an example. So we have a function here, very basic, that shows, basically what JavaScript would do in comparison to TypeScript, right? So we have a calculate total function. So maybe something that you would see on like an e-commerce checkout, obviously a very simplistic version, but it would be there where we were calculating the price plus the tax. We're adding them together to get maybe a full total instead of a subtotal, right? So if I were to console log calculate total, where I'm putting in a numeric value of 5 and then putting in a string of 10 in TypeScript.
When I started programming, there is numeric or something like that, numeric in PHP, and I used to call it numeric. Facts on that one, buddy.
It catches this, right? So this string right here, it catches it saying, hey, we're expecting a type of number because we've already explicitly written out the types that we want. Price of number, tax of number. Numeric. And by kind of having our value here, we're helping TypeScript infer that our return value is also going to be of number, right? But because we have TypeScript, it's giving us this error. If we were doing this just in JavaScript, it would return the value of 510. So obviously, if we're kind of displaying this to the customer, they're expecting to see something, maybe it's like $15. Now they're seeing $510. They're freaking out. They don't know what's going on. It's not a good experience for them.
Why is he doing marketing
one thing
for
that I will say that I'm going
TS?
to do is
I don't know.
for the benefits that I'm providing you through this talk, there needs to be a little pain that happens, right? No pain, no reward, right? So here's the pain. Why are TypeScript developers always in the shade? Because they do a certain type of lifting. I love dad jokes, y'all. We got a couple of them. So if it hurts, I understand. If you love it, I also understand. All right.
I don't even get it. Am I too stupid? Am I too stupid to understand this?
All right. So kind of explaining this a little bit more.
I gotta go pee once
if you
more
were to highlight
and get
this,
water.
an
I'll be
argument
right
of
back.
type
I'm running
string
fast.
is
I
not
know
assignable to the
this.
parameter of type number. So we're seeing this error within our IDE, within whatever tool that you're utilizing. We would see that error right there, and we have a detailed description of what that error is. Whereas JavaScript, you're not going to really see that error. And to be honest, in this very specific scenario, you might not see an error at all, even in the console. It's going to display that value there. And so because of that, you might not catch it. And if your QA, for example, is not paying attention, they may not see the accurate numbers. If you're not doing a good check of it yourself, it may go into prod because it's not going to set off any alarm bells or flags. So that's something really important to pay attention to. Whereas this, at compile time, we're seeing it right away. We can catch it. QA doesn't even get involved at that point. All right, so here's another example. So we have this function, and we're doing it to get user data, and we're passing in a user ID. We're returning a fetch, and we have an API example that we're getting here, and we're console logging our date.name.toUppercase. And so in here, we're passing in get user data, and we're passing in the number 1. Does anybody know what's wrong with this right here? Obviously, you can see here we're using a slug to pass in the user ID right there. Anybody see anything wrong with this? The problem is we're passing in a number, right? And so in here, we don't really have anything being specified here. So from here, you can kind of see we're kind of utilizing this. TypeScript ensures the data has a name property of type string. If name is missing or a wrong type, TypeScript will throw a compile time error. So here we'll have our message, property name is missing in type age number, but required in user data. So here you can kind of see here from the data, name dot is the type of string instead of a number that we're passing in. So that can kind of go a long way. And of course, here we can infer the value of number with the type right there with user ID. And so now we're kind of going into this a little bit further, and we're going to kind of introduce you to the concepts of interfacing and how we would utilize this.
I've always hated interfaces where they have properties on them. I feel like properties should not be in interfaces. Properties should not be in interfaces.
So we have an interface of user here, and we have a name that's a string value and age that's a number value. And then we have our actual user. And by here, we're saying it's a type of user. So we're utilizing all these values here automatically. And so it's saying name Alice, which is a string, which is great. And we have an age of a number of 25. Now we can kind of take this a little bit further. And this is where we really start getting into interesting territory because the reusability aspect is what really thrives in the world of TypeScript. So here we have an interface of address. So we have our street address, city, zip code, all strings. And then we have our interface of user, right? So we have, for example, if we wanted Alice to have more, we could have her name, we can have the address or the age, but we can add in the address here.
Interfaces
so to kind of use
functions.
an example a little bit further, we can illustrate this example with Bob, who's age of 30, and his address, which becomes this object here, it's street, city, zip. So because of that reusability,
OOP is or interfaces are not for OOP. You ignorant slut. That is not true at all. Okay, interfaces are fantastic. Interfaces, traditionally, and for a long time, are methods only. That's it. Fields
saves
should
so much
not be
headache.
in
Now, obviously,
interfaces.
these are simplistic in nature, but these are actual use cases. Like, imagine you had customer information that you were taking in from, e-commerce checkout process. This could be utilized, or maybe you have a shipping company and you're shipping stuff to a user. This could be a use case as well. So, real use cases instead of trying to create something that wouldn't necessarily apply. But this goes a long way.
Well, get with the times, old man.
Now, obviously, I'm not saying thank you for attending. I'm just going to switch over now to VS Code so we can kind of go into some stuff. But let me kind of pull that up here, VS Code. Okay, we got a lot to go over. So let me kind of show you what we're working with first so that way we get an idea about this. And so I created this calorie tracker. For maybe some of y'all that may know me online, I've been on this whole weight loss journey. At one point, I was almost 400 pounds. I'm down 120 pounds. I'm still trying to progress in the right direction. Still got some ways to go. And
by the way, that's crazy. Bro lost 30% of himself. And he's doing good. He's crushing it, man. Go him. No, that's a W. That's a W.
As I was logging my meals one day, I was using a very popular app. I won't shout them out or anything like that, but a very popular app a lot of people probably know about. And when I was utilizing, I was like, you know what? If you remove like the user tracking stuff, if you remove the ads and the upsell stuff, this is a pretty interesting app that you can build and implement some stuff. So version 1 of this app that I ended up building just kind of displayed whatever I put here, right? And so this app is actually using AppWrite as a database. So I can kind of show this here. So we have all these values coming in here for food and stuff like that. So we'll kind of go through it. But version 1 just displayed anything in the database. I was like, that's kind of cool. I love that it's displaying it, but I don't eat a continuous thing, right? It's like I eat for one day, wake up the next day, it's a new cycle. So I need some pagination involved. So in version 2, I decided to implement some pagination stuff here.
Oh, really do.
And I just saw a comment that's making me laugh. I won't note it out. It didn't dawn on me until I read this. Maybe I should have tried something else. I apologize if anyone feels jaded on that one. Didn't dawn on me until this very moment. All right. Yeah, that man threw me off. Okay, yeah. So I implemented some pagination in V2. And in version 2, I implemented date logic. And with the date logic, we're obviously going to be separating the meals through dates. And so we can now cycle through previous meals. So for example, here, you can see that on day 2, I just put some values here. And each day, I'm looking for the word.
If we consider properties,
this imaging, this design that we put here, it's going to be basically changing based on the percentage points of the calories that were utilized for that day. So for example, here now we have...
Interfaces describe behaviors, people, okay? They're behaviors. And so a function can be whatever behavior you want. A property is a representation. Okay, that's not okay. That means you're letting this representation kind of leak out. Interfaces in TS are different. Interfaces in TypeScript are wrong. That's it. They did it wrong. Structs and interfaces can be largely swapped in and out. They screwed it all up. They did all the wrong things, okay? It's not their fault. They got it wrong. I didn't get it wrong. They got it wrong. It's their fault. That's not like sorry them. They're the ones that did it.
Have 0 calories being utilized, so obviously nothing will be there. Maybe we forgot to log in. Here's a day where we use 460 calories out of my goal weight for that day being 2,000. And then so on and so forth. So you can kind of see here that implementation there. Really good use case for what we're doing. And to be completely honest with you, this is very usable. And then of course, if we want to add some more food,
I can't explain
we
it.
Add some food. Or one thing that I decided to implement was a date checker, so that way.
Let's go, disowned wheat. Thank you very much for the 5 gifted subs. Let's go.
It'd be easier to go back in dates. I thought that was pretty cool. But if we want to add some food, like let's say ice cream to hide my feelings after that comment, we'll go ahead and add an ice cream bar of 400 calories. And now I'm almost at my daily goal there. It updates in real time. It also adds it into the database at real time. So as we can see here, we now see ice cream. For those that may not necessarily be familiar, I'm a big fan of AppWrite. I've been using them now for like 2 years. I've done some side projects with them. I've done kind of some other cool stuff as well with them. Really great community. If you haven't checked them out, I highly recommend it. Their Discord is fire. But essentially, they're a backend as a service. They do everything that you'd possibly need on the backend. So if you want to scale something or build something quickly, you can use everything that they offer. You can use some of the things that they offer. This application just uses their database to kind of showcase things, but they have authentication.
Does AppWrite, who's type 1 in the chat if you used AppWrite?
As well. So if you wanted to create a user sign up process, you could, and things like that. But overall, really, really cool tool. I'm a big fan of them. I highly recommend checking them out if you have not already.
My entire
and
I'm
they're
feeling
open
great. I
source
just have a headache.
So I'm going to try and read this. So I'll be completely transparent with you. On
so
my screen, I have a large screen, but this is super zoomed in. So it's a little hard for me to read and kind of see where we're going with stuff. But I will try my best to make sure, because I have a second editor here just so I can kind of see what's going on, just to be safe. So I can kind of see where I want to take y'all down. But yeah, so we have quite a few things here. Okay. So we have our components. We did a lot of logic with, close this here. We have a lot of logic here with components. We have some examples of our calorie table that we see here. And let me kind of showcase this as we're going through it. So we have obviously our calorie table here that we're kind of displaying items. We have our modal for the adding food. And then we have our progress bar, which is this section here, right? So just to kind of
why can't we call it a modal?
Of course, I had to highlight the JetBrains. So this is the JetBrains fitness app today. But I own the rights to it. JetBrains, don't sue me, y'all. And then we have conditional types. Danny. We have our modal types. We have a couple things that we're going to be going over.
Good job.
So
Danny.
Let's kind of walk through our code a little bit. And so we can kind of see here, we have this interface that we'll kind of go over in a second. We're importing quite a few things here. We'll kind of go over as well. I have a bunch of comments and I've uploaded this to GitHub. So if this is something that you want to download locally to kind of try and follow the comments, or hopefully this can kind of illustrate a lot of this and explain it for you, I hope. The ultimate goal for this was honestly the use case of maybe someone wants to follow on their own. I missed the program you shouted out for the database. I'll shout them out again. It's called AppWrite, AppWrite. I think they're fantastic. Really, really good people all around. And to be honest, their team is pretty incredible and very active at responding to people. So I think that's a big win there. And I wanted to give a couple shout outs too. I forgot to shout this out. So you can kind of see the Airbnb when they did that talk. I wanted to show that when I was explaining it. This was the Microsoft postmortem on the TypeScript research. I think that there, and npm of course of TypeScript, you can kind of see where I got that value for that, just to kind of resupport that. And also I want to shout out 3 people in particular, and it looks like I deleted one of them by accident, the tab, but Matt Pocock, if you're a fan of TypeScript, or if you're new to TypeScript, I really recommend checking him out. I think he's phenomenal, really great at this. I also want to shout out, and I'll kind of go back to him, Josh Goldberg, who's currently Josh Goldberg. I think he's incredible. I actually got to attend one of his workshops. We saw him earlier today. He's pretty good all around. And I liked his generics talk. That was a good that was a good talk. It was fantastic. Shout out Trash Dev if you don't know him.
Yo, F Trash Dev, okay? All my homies hate Trash Dev, okay? Oh, we all hate Trash Dev, okay? Bro's a yapper. Bro's a meme stealer. I'm gonna jump kick.
Really great. He's
Trash Dev in the
funny
throat.
as all heck. But he's building a really cool tool called Type Here, which is also open source. And his whole community has been focused on really helping people adopt
I love
TypeScript.
Trash Dev.
I really am a fan, so I wanted to shout him out and really give some positive support to him. So,
But yo,
and
F
for those that
Trash
don't know,
Dev.
I'm D Thompson Dev on all social media platforms, Danny Thompson, so you
Not
can
even
kind of check me out
following
there as well.
himself.
If that's something you're interested in. If you're not following me, not gonna lie, your timeline's probably better. I tend to run my mouth a little bit too much on social media. So just FYI. So no hard feelings at all.
Primus,
All
no shout out.
So
Yeah,
as
why
we're kind
would I
of going
give a
through this,
shout
we'll
out?
kind of walk through the logic a little bit, and then we'll kind of explain some of
this
this
is the
stuff,
guy
and
that
hopefully
doesn't
this will
really
get
like
people in a very
TypeScript.
good situation.
If you're
So we
wondering.
have our app. Obviously, we have some logic in here for the pagination that I kind of showed at the bottom, just to kind of refresh our memories here. We can kind of go through this, the pagination. We can go through dates here, or we can go through our date checker here as well, and we can kind of change the dates. So, but obviously, we don't want all that food showing on the exact same day. So, because of that, we have to have some kind of logic there that references what's today, how do we go to the previous day, and when we do so, what is that new date being entailed? We have our function here that we're actually utilizing some generics that we're going to talk about. We're implementing some conditional types that we're going to be discussing on how we utilize, some explanation on how we getting our information for the database, and we can kind of go down and see all this logic. It's hard for me to see where we're leading with this. And then we have our pagination at the bottom. So let's kind of start walking through this. So we are importing a couple things here. In particular, we have our progress bar, our calorie table, AppWrite. Very easy, and to be honest, their docs are incredible, but very easy to kind of get the values of your database or ID in your query. It's already kind of there for you. Really easy to get those values. I'm using a date picker, obviously, for the dropdown and choosing those dates. And I have my get property that I'm getting from
date
my
picker already
utils
a
that I've
thing
created
now
that I'll
in
showcase in a
inputs?
second, and our calorie response. So our conditional type, we're kind of utilizing here, and we're having our type extend. If it's success, then we're obviously passing in our data through a document array. If it's an error, we want to see what the error is in a string format. And then we can go to our inference
so
here.
you don't even
So we
need a date
have
picker,
our
do you?
get property. And maybe I should explain how we're utilizing this first, so that way it kind of makes sense. And I'll come back to this example in a moment. But to give you an idea, so we'll see here, for example, we have a helper function to get the current date and time in our local time zones. But the thing that I want to emphasize here, if you saw the example earlier before the arrow function, we have our type of string that we're saying. And by doing this before the return date, and for some reason, a lot of beginners end up getting confused by this a little bit. That's why I want to kind of emphasize this one. By emphasizing our string before the return date in the arrow function, we're helping TypeScript infer and basically say, whatever we're returning, it's going to be of that type, right? So by doing that, we're saying in this situation, the date of isostring, we're guaranteeing that's going to be the type of string and not another type. All right. Now, when we come to this, and the only reason why I kind of wrote this out, I didn't have this written out.
I hate modern React or modern React brain, whatever it is, the arrow functions. Like all the people using arrow functions, I just like the word function. Okay, call me old fashioned. Okay, you type more characters using arrow functions. Okay, you do. Okay, I know function foo a. Okay, string. All right, go in here and you're like const foo equals a. Okay, it's just like you're using more characters, buddy. Okay, you're using more characters, okay? You know what I'm saying here? Do you see that? Do you see the functions? There's more characters. Why are we using so many characters? Second off, why are you assigning an anonymous function to a variable? Why just not have a function? I don't get it. It looks nicer? No, it doesn't. No, that does not look nicer.
Not even yesterday, but I was showing someone in my Discord this, and they were confused by this. So format date, we're formatting the date, and we're saying, of course, the type that we're returning is going to be a string. But the confusion part was having this undefined here first.
Y'all
right?
ignorant.
So the function takes in a date as an argument as well and returns a string. The function uses the toLocalDate string method to format the date. And
Let's go. The only proper way to do a function. Let's go. Let's go.
And by using undefined first, it's saying use the default locale of the JavaScript runtime. So instead of us specifying it by doing it undefined, it's going to use whatever's local. Hopefully, if you've never seen that before, you're confused by that, maybe that cleared up something for you. All right, so we can kind of come here to this example now. So getting us used to this now, we can see that I have a type here, and we're saying this type is of calories total. And this is just an example to kind of get us a little bit more in the mindset of how we're using generics and kind of getting used to this aspect. And here, we're kind of putting our parameter, right? And so we're putting in these angle brackets, and we're saying we're having this type to be T calories, right? And normally I would have something here like data, we'll say string, right? But by having as T calories, I can pass this in here now. So type of daily calories total, for example.
Come on,
and
Paul.
we have our calories total. And now as you see, as I hover over it, it automatically shows me this type here of being T calories. And from here, I'm sorry, I meant to show here. You can see now it shows our data and it shows the object format of calories being a number. Right, so it's passing that in. This is where that your reusability aspect of generics really thrives within the TypeScript ecosystem. It goes a long way in how you can utilize it. So I'm going to comment that back out.
Get it?
And so,
now's your chance,
Paul?
Paul.
Yeah, real quick, you're a little over on time, so spend a
Okay.
couple of minutes if you could and wrap up, and then we'll take a few questions.
I'm on it, boss. I got you. Okay, so I'm
Let's
known
go,
to
Danny.
speak fast. Hopefully, I don't speak too fast, but we can kind of get into this. So now it's our first introduction into a generic function. The function takes the date and page number as arguments that we can see here. The function returns a promise.
See, I don't like that. See how I feel like that's confusing looking. Okay, I feel like there's a lot of stuff going on right here that I don't like. Okay, I don't like it. I'm just saying. I know we're in Go right now, but async function seems to look better to me than const f equals async that. I don't know why. It just feels okay. It just feels. It's beautiful. Just a minute. I know we're in Go. It doesn't.
That resolves to a calorie response object. The calorie response object has two properties, which is success and error that we kind of saw here, right? So we're putting in our type and we're extending this. And so by importing that, we can say, here's our promise of a calorie response. If we have a response, it's a success. If we don't have a response, it's an error. And this means the function will return a promise that resolves to a calorie response.
By the way, there's a funny part is there's actually a huge contingent of people in the TypeScript world that say never type your response. I'm actually of the opinion you should type your response. I just think that this type of syntax with this function, these little function closures, it just looks exceptionally goofy with the typing, with the return value responsing or typing. But there's a huge group of people that will actually they will tooth and nail fight you not to type your response. The reason why you're not supposed to type your response is because you're supposed to let TypeScript infer it.
Response object, and this object will either contain success or error as the results. And so here we're kind of passing in number one, the start of the day. So what is our start of the day? We're setting the time.
I hate that.
And
fight,
by
the
now,
way.
we have our database and we're listing our documents. So here we would write our app-write database ID and our collection ID. So that way we can get our documents in the form of an array that would kind of tell us all the necessary information. As you can see here, we have this app document, right? And if we saw here at the top, did I put it at the top? I believe so. Yes. So we have our interface. And these are basically, we're saying these are what we're expecting to come back via an app document. Okay. So string, string, string. We're basically listing out everything and permissions to be a string of an array. All right. So now as we kind of go down through here,
I can defeat the
we're
argument,
giving in all these values to make sure that we're
bad.
Fulfilling our types.
It's very simple
and,
to defeat.
As we go down, we can kind of see here, we're saying we want this get property. So what is this get property referencing? We're referencing here. So we're basically saying we're putting in a type and K is a key of those types. And as we're going through those key of types,
this was the exact same. Oh my gosh, dude, how are you feeling right now? This is so great. Earlier today at what was it, 10 a.m., we even did oh yeah, so he said earlier, I forget who it was. It was the middle person that he said, the Goldberg guy. I forget his first name for whatever reason. I just remembered his last name. But I just love the fact that he did key value, and then we all laughed, and then people were like, why not K value? And I was like, it should be T value. It should be TK, right? Oh my gosh, look at this. This is so good.
Inferring and making sure that our object has that key involved. So by doing so, and you can download this repo off of GitHub. It has a lot of instructions in there as well. So hopefully that can help you all out. As we're, for example, setting the calories, we're making sure that our get property is valid. As we're setting our calories, we're doing the same thing here. It basically allows us to have this reusability aspect without having to write the same code over and over, but not just within this one file. We can import this anywhere in our code base and reutilize it there as well. And then, of course, we have here, which I wanted to kind of explain, our TypeScript type assertion, which means we're manually telling TypeScript to treat the document array as a specific type. Or in this,
yeah, by the way, I don't understand the get property business. I honestly don't understand the get property. I don't understand its purpose, because it looks like it's just doing like, it literally looked like it's just doing item key. Just don't worry about that. I think he's just trying to show off generics. Maybe this might be like a trivial example for why. Don't worry.
This specific case as an unknown, because we may have different types coming in here. And then we have our situation here to add calories. You can see that when I add calories, we're sending something.
By the way, this is why TypeScript isn't statically typed. You can't just take a value and just make it something. I mean, you can like just do a little static cast on it and see. But when you do that, like, it has implications. In TypeScript land, that it doesn't have those. It doesn't have those implications. It's a little bit different.
And then we have our situation here to add calories. You can see that when I add calories, we're sending something to app right just from the database. So I'm creating my document with the same values that I had up at the top. And so we can kind of go down here and go through this. Now, this is pretty straightforward as far as the logic of modal state open. And I'll kind of go to our modal here where we can see we're looking for an is modal type. And so here we have a discriminated union. A discriminated union is a pattern of TypeScript that combines union types with...
Hey, we don't discriminate around here.
Discriminant properties to enable type-safe differentiation between different variants of the union. This is important. It is particularly useful for modeling situations where an entity can be in one of several distinct states, such as a modal. It could be open, it could be closed. So because of that, both...
By the way, there's a very sneaky TypeScript bug in here that you might not realize. With how he modeled it in TypeScript specifically, this little union, very, very sneaky bug can exist.
Modal closed and modal open interfaces here have a common property state, which acts as the discriminant, right? So our common state here is state closed, state open. But when it's open, we have two additional values here. That's when we would go ahead and utilize that. So discriminant joins, or discriminant union, sorry, super, super useful. I use it quite often, especially when utilizing modals. I'll be honest, is probably one of my most common use cases of this. And I've already gone over that. And then, yeah, then we can kind of walk through our progress bar. So our progress bar, it's a lot of CSS involved, but we're using a radius here and we're checking the circumference. And essentially the idea here is we're doing...
someone's asked me what is the bug here. I'll just go really quickly. Function add, take in a thing, model up wrong here. I know this is Golang, just deal with it, right? Thing dot, we'll go like this, push, and then I believe he had one called like, it was like state dot close, right? Right, and then the other one had open and some stuff on here. So if I go like this, const foo equals, we'll just call it open, right? I'll just pretend I have something to generate a couple open states here, right? That is is only a list of opens, right? If I go add open or foo, that is legally allowed. That is because it is a one of those little unions. Those little unions allow you to kind of go, and it will upscale it, because a list of both opens and close, right? It's called like a model state, right? And a model state, if you remember correctly, was types that equals, it was like open and close, right? And so you could make this mistake. You could oopsie poopsie this one by actually adding into an array that should only have one type. You can actually add in a second type. And this, I know this is like, why would you ever mutate an array, blah, 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 blah. There's a lot of weird shit that happens in real life applications. That's all I got to say. So there you go. Blah, 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 blah. Don't want to hear it. Don't want to hear your crap.
A math minted minus the circumference to kind of see where we want to stroke to show the progress bar intact. And with that, hopefully I gave you a quick rundown of what we end up utilizing with TypeScript, hopefully answer some questions and all that good stuff. Hopefully made it worth your time.
Anyways, unions are very
Danny
tricky,
Thompson, and hopefully
very dangerous. All right, we're going to skip ahead to get to the ending.
Kind of reinvigorating, inspiring.
Yeah, they're statically pretending types. That's why it allows you to do that.
So
yeah.
Very cool.
So. Yeah. Keep an eye on what we're doing in this release cycle too, because some cool stuff's coming out.
Yeah.
All right, folks. Let's wrap it up with for the folks that are still here, please
like and subscribe.
Come on. Yeah, we got to do it. We're YouTubers now. This is how it goes. I'm gonna start selling ad space soon.
Cool.
But for folks who are still
Hey, this was an ad. Just
for
say
watching. Please like, subscribe, hit
he
that
actually
notification
sold ad
bell.
space right now. Go
Leave a
like
comment.
and subscribe.
Tell us what you like. Tell us what you didn't like.
Can we get like a tattoo on your body for, like
buddy.
a most like comment after like a month or so?
Yes.
If that's a thing, I'm going to promote
Sell out
it.
3, 2, 1. Oh, I already sold out.
Look,
Way
Jan, we're
today.
YouTubers now. This is how it works. Anyways,
on,
let's
buddy.
end it on a professional note. If you haven't already, go download Webstorm. Give it a try. Free for non-commercial use. Let us know what you think. We're making it available so you can try it out. You love it. Maybe you want something improved. Let us know. And on that note, let's say goodbye. Thanks, everybody. Have a good one. Bye.
Bye.
That was loud. I got, dude, just absolutely owned. Hey, how did you guys feel about the commentary for it? By the way, what do you got? So let's first off cancel this. We do not need that. Look at my sweet recommendations. Tell me your recommendations are half as good as mine. They're probably not. Okay. First off, buddy, they're probably not as good as mine. Okay. Do you have this? Do you have this? That's this song right here. Hey, how do you guys feel about this? Do you guys want me to try this again? Do you want me to go out and get another one of these at some point further in the future? Do you guys enjoy these online conferences, jumping on and being a part of the online conferences? Because honestly, it was super cool. It was super fun for me. There's actually some really great talks today. You know, I think technically I'm outside of the sponsored hours. There was some good talks. I enjoyed a lot of it. I actually really enjoyed it. The CSS talk, dude, can we all just agree that Kevin Powell was effing out of his mind? Can we all agree to that? That was crazy. Kevin Powell's talk made me go, holy shit, I have not looked at CSS at any sort of seriousness in just like gosh darn years. And I'm looking at it and I'm like, dude, this is so cool. I could create the most monstrosity CSS of all time. Like I could actually ruin my life on CSS. I could actually make it such that nobody could ever maintain my application ever again with how good this CSS is. It was so cool. It was so amazing, I must say. All right. Told you this was a banger song. Okay, delicious music. Anyway, so there you go. So Elixir. So okay, so let me give you. Remember everybody. Tomorrow we're doing a lot of articles. Okay, we got some shit we got to do. Okay, including the Linus one. I also want to talk about the 14-year-old that I'm going to say a few words. It won't be a YouTube video, but I'm going to talk about the 14-year-old that committed Sudoku after being involved with an AI bot. You're not supposed to say the actual word. If you say the word, Google like not only demonetizes you can get like all sorts of stuff. Yeah, there's a 14-year-old that ended their life due to AI. So we're going to try to cover a bunch of stuff. That one will not be a video, so you can only get my hot take here on the Twitch, just because I don't really want to make that into a video, but I do think it's like I'm in this weird place where I'm just like, it makes me angry, but I also don't think I should make it into a video. So I don't know what to do with that one. So you'll just get it. You'll only get it live. When is this? Tomorrow. It'll be tomorrow. So we'll do the Linus one, we'll do the kid one, and then we're going to do these other ones. All right. So it should be a good one. And then after that, on Monday, we're doing nothing but programming. And then on Tuesday, I'm probably going to do a ASMR stream. On Monday, I may do the ASMR stream and fix up a lot of these bugs because, like, look at this, dude. Look at how much crap we got. Cat out. Let's go. Like, we got a lot of successes, 2,600 successes, but oh man, we also got 130 fails. So about 5% of the time, my servers are failing, and I don't know why. So I got to fix all those errors. And then on top of it, by the way, I did find an incredible error in one of these. I found an error where I was asserting, and then through my asserts, I was hitting another assert, which actually was causing the outer assert to be hidden and the inner assert not to be hit or to be shown, and then it would panic with the nil pointer exception. It was such a hard one to find, and so we did get that one found. It was actually sweet. Simulation testing actually showing me some good stuff. It actually showed me where these crazy bugs are, like these bugs that are so hard to reproduce, and then I was just like, oh. Right. Try property-based testing. I don't know how to do that yet. All right, so with all that said, Extended Prime, yeah. What, do you want me to go like this or like that? You know what I want. You know what I want, baby. All right, let's get out of here. Who we rating? Oh, is Rob on? All right, Rob's on. Read, write, Rob, yeah. Later. Hey, thank you, Nightshade, dude. Let's go. By the way, he has a very nice, he uses Groovebox, right? Is that Groovebox? Am I correct on that? Hey, be good. Rob's a really cool guy. He has a really cool perspective. If you didn't know that me and him used to, well, I would like to say that he hated me more than I hated him, but we were not friends, let's say. And hate's a strong word. We were not friends, but now I think he's a great guy. And we made up off the internets. We talked off the internets, and now we're friends. It was good. Yeah, beefing. We were beefing. No hate, just a little bit of beef. Ricard Ferreria. Appreciate that. And so it was awesome. He's a great guy. He actually has a lot of good takes. There's a lot of things I really like that he says. And he's very, very different than me, which I think is super good. Honestly, I think it's super, super good because with him being so much different than me, you just get a much different perspective. This is the song that's currently playing. So, yeah, he's an old school neckbird. And honestly, old school neckbirds are awesome. By the way, thank you, everybody, for letting me have a sponsored event where I earned a bunch of money for today. Appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you. Appreciate that.